let's start this blade. I'm going to fall asleep.
Hi, how are you? You alright? Hey,
how you been? It's been a while. Fantastic.
Yeah, I like the beard.
I know, what do you think? It only took me 25 years to grow it.
He's not sure yet. He's got more than 1,000 in that rack. I'm trying to still waiting to say that is.
After gardening, huge beard.
Did you look really young without it?
Yeah, I was looking like 15 years old and I was 18. I couldn't get into a nightclub. This is how young I was.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the name?
David.
David. And how much you playing, David? 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. David on
Not playing?
7.
When I was,
How many chips you got?
I was 18. My hometown.
Get to save your seat, the spare
They
seat.
wouldn't let me go into nightclubs. You know, I was 18.
Yeah, same.
They were like, no, we believe. I was like, do you think it's a fake ID? They're like, no, no.
It's a big idea.
Like, we know it's a real ID. We completely believe you. But if you're in there, you just look like related underage people.
Same with me.
All the underage people look older.
Yes.
So we'll have to pick them out.
Same with me. Like all my classmates, colleagues, whatever, they used to go to the club. I couldn't go with them because the doorman was saying, "Oh, you're too young." Like didn't care about my ID. I was just looking too young.
Now here we are. Got a couple of beards.
Right, shuffle it.
Big man.
To his 10.
Let's go. Come on.
C2, someone's doing C2, so.
Never played this team.
Paul, right?
Fall asleep, I've got to put last.
Let's get gambling quickly.
That's what I'm saying. Fall asleep, I was going to go half hour ago.
No, 4 is empty now. 4 went to 3.
Right, let's fall in, start. Shove it in, let's go.
Yeah, you guys happy to start?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, 1 second, I'm just setting everything up first.
Yeah, we just start.
55-2.
It was all full of fucking still it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Oh, how much you playing? 2,000. Yeah. I'm just drawing it now.
Where shall we put the cards? In this course.
I'll fall asleep.
We need some flips.
I think it's a bad idea because we will be tilted, they will not. Yes. Yes, so it's a bad idea to start flipping.
You win, and you'll be playing with 3
I think
people.
it gives you more pain if you lose and joy if you win. You start flipping right now.
So what is it?
Okay guys, 10-25, 2 straddles allowed. You can run it twice if you want to.
You
Just
can go
let
50
me
if
know.
you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure guys if you say something because of the
10-25-50.
headset that it's clear for me too, so I don't miss anything. Yeah. Good luck guys. So straddles 50. Yeah. Make sure guys you put your 4 cards on the logo as well. Otherwise, yes. Have to put it on the logo for the start. What's that? That's Terry folding. Yeah. Oh.
He said he will start quiet.
Yes, straddle to 50. Call 50. Raise 250. 200. 650. Guys, can make sure your cards are on the logo?
On the logo.
Yeah.
Hang around, David.
It's a good start for you.
Okay, all in a call.
Way to go.
6 and 7.
I need diamonds.
10-3-6-2, shoot.
3 and 6.
10-3-6-2.
So 6, 7 is king, king, 5, 3. Okay. King of clubs, king of diamonds, 5 of hearts, 3 of spades. Against queen of clubs, queen of diamonds. 5 of hearts, 3 of spades. Yes, 5 of hearts.
Guys, slow.
This one. It's queen of clubs. clubs, queen of diamonds, seven of hearts, four of diamonds. What? What? Oh, you said twice. Sorry, guys. Make sure I make sure that I know that before I do anything. Yeah.
Oh, that's twice once and done.
It's going to take less time to do.
Yeah. It's long, isn't it?
Michael, how are they? Michael.
I'll win the second one. 2-3.
Look at it, it's for almost.
C7 means everything. C7.
Welcome to the game. Long time no see. You've been doing alright? Active with
It's going to be the slowest, it's going to be a boring game.
Yeah, we need to get either one goes. Because it started off quicker. But make sure cards have to stay on the logo at all times. Yeah.
Sorry.
How much you playing?
5,000.
Good, mate. Good.
Thanks. 25.
Just now.
Right, where should I sit? Anywhere?
Yeah, as long as you don't sit in the middle. So, what's the name, please? Adam. How much you playing, Adam?
4K.
4,000. How much did you reload for, sir? How much did you reload for? 1,000.
50, yeah?
Yes.
So it's 10, 25, 50. So
David, how have you been running lately in tournaments?
C3.
I don't want to do. I'm so tired.
David, all for the big one next week.
I'm too tired.
Hey, you've been doing it a lot?
Slow, isn't it?
No, small blind is the next player.
Just don't speed up. You know, it's going to be sitting playing.
Yes.
Oh, it's just going to be slow like this.
Sure.
It will speed up when everything starts working.
Yeah. You can work playing. You're big enough.
Yes. So we've got 2, 3, 7, 8, and 9 are played.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Okay. Yeah, I did it. Okay, straddle sheet 9.
I get the same,
so
please?
it's 10, 25, 50.
American.
Essentially the grey up for 1 city, grey up for 1 city, thank you.
I get a
So make sure, guys, cards on the logo.
Essentially Marriott for 1 city, Marriott for 1 city, thank you.
Need to call. Call. Raise. For 125.
we're rounding up.
I'll have you that 200.
Essentially
200.
Catalin for 1 city, Catalin for 1 city.
200.
Keeps it quicker.
Fold and Terry calls. So 7 and 9 with the hand. Three of spades, clubs, 9 diamonds. Bet 400. Fold. Now £10, please. 12% after 10.
That one more if you don't win the first.
5 call 5% after 10. Oh, I just want on the top. Should be on a £400 pot.
Things right.
Should be £7.
Things right. Someone told me.
I just told I need to rake it as normal. Want me to call it? Just, okay, floor.
Keep going a little bit. straddle.
Floor on feature.
No, he was fine.
Carl, can you tell him the rates per pound more than the post?
5% capital candy toll. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Right, where is it? Is it my 10, is it?
Yes. 25.
My 25, is it?
No, nothing. Just make one. There we go. Straddle to 50. CT. So, all in the box, guys. Make sure they're all on the box. On there, please. So, 3 folded. 6 folded. Great. 200. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Every hand.
Check.
Essentially, it's Marius for a 1-2. It's Marius for a 1-2 holder. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fold.
Still there, still that. Just moved house.
Oh, did you? Still London?
Yeah.
My 5, is it?
Whereabouts?
10?
Okay. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Tiny bit further out. A bit more growing up.
There is no small one. It's in the slot. Yeah,
What about you, Ben? What have you been up to?
straddle to 60 as
Good
well.
playing lately here, quite a bit. Yeah. Yeah. The game's been alright.
See.
Death, taxes, and
Too tight to sit here, I think.
Ben Robertson a bit.
In games. This is good.
So Jamie did it.
50 card straddle, guys.
Did you?
Put them on the logo, please.
Yeah, good.
Raise to 200.
No, I'm not supposed to
200, yes.
Yeah, could have won it.
Oh, oh.
Testing, 1 2 1 2. That's not going across.
Yeah,
Oi, oi. Testing, 1 2, ladies and gentlemen. Afternoon, everybody.
Can they hear us?
It will be in a minute when I bring my mic round. Oh,
There we are.
ladies and gentlemen, there we go. The gruesome twosome. The gruesome twosome. Please give us a thumbs up if you can hear us in the chat box. Please, please, please. Afternoon, Adam. It looks like we're here. Clive Knowles. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome. As you probably guessed, there's a few server technical issues. There's nothing to do with the team, obviously. We're here. Chef Brad's back. I'm going to start banning this Chef Brad if he starts giving us some useless malarkeys. Afternoon, everybody. For the first time ever, we are live streaming a cash game. And it's a 1025 PLO.
Optional 50 straddle.
Is it?
Yep.
So you know more than me. So
I hope I do, Tower.
Not just regarding the game, but the players can do.
Yeah, yeah.
Afternoon, everybody. Afternoon, Pesky. Afternoon to Asifo, Chef Brad. Here's the boys. Good evening, Swifty.
Everyone's in. Everyone's in.
Everybody's in here. So we are now looking forward to the first ever live cash game. A few difficulties regarding and the cards, as you can see. Hopefully it doesn't spoil it. We're going to be here all night, well, till midnight. We're going to stream. 12:30, is it?
Yeah, 12:30. If the action's really good, like you can go home, Tower. I might stay and do a bit. Might do a bit of an encore for everyone, depending how the action is and if I'm enjoying it. But we'll see. We'll see. Nick asked in the chat, is there seats open if you show up? Yeah, there's a list at the moment, but there's been, I think we've had 4 no-shows that are all meant to be here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. There's been 4 no-shows that are all confirmed to come at the time. We're meant to start at 5:30, and there's nothing we can do if people don't turn up.
On that side of it, there's a tube strike.
Yep.
Nobody can get a taxi.
Okay.
And the Ubers are 5x.
Yep.
That's a big issue. In London today, it's nearly gridlock because of a tube strike, apparently. So, yeah. So we're going to flick to the table. We'll come back to us as and when. But we'll get over to the table. But if we keep freezing, we really apologise. The internet is having one of them days. The guys have been on it since about 2 o'clock this afternoon. As soon as PK turned up, he walked straight to the casino. So if it does freeze and it slows down, we do apologise. Fingers crossed it doesn't affect it, because see, we're looking forward to it. We really are. I know Jay's been quite excited about this for 3 or 4 days, or in fact a couple of weeks since he got told we were live streaming it.
That's dead offs on the turn for Terry Jordan. Scoop for Siddle. Terry got it in with a 4. Siddle with the overpair. Boats up on the turn, and there Terry drawing dead on the turn. And oh, sorry, that was Adam. I thought it was Paul Siddle. I want to put Adam Reynolds with that one.
Cancel this stream. It's so laggy. Just don't watch it, Ben. Apologies regarding the internet. Apologies. It has been noted that the guys are on the case all the time. They keep checking it. Fingers crossed it settles down now. We get streaming. I'm looking forward to seeing Ben Roberts.
Ben Roberts,
just like the main man, just like the best in the business. Seat 2. Look at his resume on the Ender Mob. It goes back to about 1942. You were playing cards in the trenches, that fella. Fingers crossed. Yeah, we understand. We hate it as much as you guys do, and there's no need to tell us how crap it is. Just we apologise. That's all we can do. There's no need to get on to us. It's if it's upset, if it's not being as good as what we normally get it as, then flick back in later. Dave's having a few problems, as you can see, registering and getting the cards in. We will get things settled down as we get into the game. We're here. We're doing it. Nick, how you doing, pal? Nick Marchington. Hope you are well. Not really spoke to Nick, even though he final tabled the World Series a couple of years ago. Mum watches the stream whenever he's on the feature table.
Ah. So different variant of poker for us today. I'm sure Tower have a lot of questions. So
yeah, well,
if I say something, if you don't understand, just ask me. Just ask me, and we'll go over. I'm guessing you'll be asking a lot of questions, Tower. It's going to be new for you.
One thing off camera, and I said to you yesterday, is how easy is it to bluff at PLO? Because obviously a made hand and hitting the flop is a lot easier than obviously Hold'em that we're normally used to. Is it player dependent? Is it where you are position wise?
Personally, it can be player dependent, but I think there's more bluff spots in PLO than there are actually in Hold'em, because a lot of players, especially recreational players, they usually sort of cap themselves when they're out of position.
Yeah.
There'll be situations on turns when, say for example, the board texture is say 3 to a straight, that they're going to be leading like they're nut straights all the time, nearly 100% on the turn. This is against certain opponents, and then you can actually find bluff spots when better turn when the board texture doesn't change on the river. You can pot it again or go a large size and get them off their hand. And there are a lot of bluff spots that will crop up, and it's about finding them as well. And river raise spots can be very profitable as bluffs as well in this game, because a lot of people, when they get raised on the river, they don't want to call without the nuts. So you can have good credible blockers in your hand to raise rivers with and get opponents to fold strong hands that aren't the nuts. But they do come up, Tower. They do crop up in this game, that's for sure.
Like it. Like it, like it, like it.
Or you can
finding your spots.
Or you can just bluff it all off on the bubble of a PLO tournament. You can do that as well.
I blame 10 Star Parliament for that apparently. Katie Swift made the final of the PLO this week because of you.
Yeah. No, I think she was chipped up, to be fair, when I busted. But yeah, well done to Katie FT for her this week already. Hopefully more to come throughout the week.
And I'm so interested to watch Dave Nicholson as well, sat in seat 7 with the glasses there. Oh, little Dave, as he was known for years and years and years, just plays massive cash games now all the time. He used to play the circuit when he first started. He still looks 17. And he's been at the game 10 years. It's ridiculous.
So Abel has agreed to 50 straddle, so I think most hands are going to be 10, 25, 50. So when you see a raise under the gun to 50, it's actually a straddle. Just Action Track has to put it in as a raise, as we don't have the software to make it a straddle. But Terry's going to get it in here, Tower. He's got a straight flush draw here, gutter.
Yeah, and I know he's actually said that with pre-game he says he's really tired. I don't know what's happened with Terry, whether he's been working too much or
like he's got it in here,
doing stuff.
Got it in here with the second best hand in terms of hand value, but he's actually in front equity wise against this particular holding the day. Well, he's got a gut shot. He can find a 9 for a set, or he can hit the 8, the club, which will give him a flush. So he's got a lot of outs here, Terry, and he's also got that deuce doing a bit of work for him as well, Tower. That deuce does a little bit of work, because a 10 would give him a better 2 pair. Just the 9. Just the 9 is good, and 6 on the river, and Terry's going to take one from Dave.
Nice one. It's not lagging on YouTube finally, says Ben Foots. Nice one, Ben. Here comes the Kelster. Kellett Kingdom. Going to sit down in seat number 1.
Evening, Jim.
Yeah, I think once it starts streaming, it does sort it. And I know we have a few problems, and Blackpool was amazing, Edinburgh was amazing regarding the internet and the patch and all that, and we are on the case getting it sorted. Thanks to Jim for getting that on order for either the grand final or leg 1 next year.
Yeah, it does need to. It would be great if it was just
absolutely
clean through, but unfortunately for us, it's just not the case. There's been some internet problems here at the Vic. We'd love it to just be smooth the whole way through, but
of course,
in a perfect world.
Of course, the Tinterweb is the Tinterweb. It's lagging on YouTube, says Nick Hennessy. Evening, lads. Evening, Jim. Dave, legend of the game, never ages. Absolutely not. He grows a bit of facial hair and he still looks 17. Top lad, Dave. Met him years and years ago on the circuit. Now he plays a lot of big games and cash games, and he is an absolute legend in the game. Plays all the big games around the country.
Chelsea fan, our Action Tracker's aware. We told him to let the dealer know, make sure that the cards are on top of each other on the circle, just to make sure that they're all registered. So hopefully throughout the night that will get sorted.
Yeah.
So Terry on the straddle, under the gun. Yeah, Adam's probably going to limp this one on the button here, Tower. We're going to have position post flop. Got a pair in our hand. And obviously Terry is in the straddle. Can be capable of giving us some chips when we make a big hand.
Why does not come live anymore? See, on the YouTube list, it don't come up as the first one anymore when you type in GUKPT. I've typed in GUKPT live stream, and it's just got the main event. There's no live ticker. I don't even know how to find it. I just thought it always came up first. 7-7 jack. Looks like it's been checked down. 10 on the turn, 9 on the
Terry's
river.
not going to check this river with a boat, and Adam makes a good fold there with a straight. No removal to boat, so just have to let that one go.
Whoa, 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 what? Oh, that's all right. Evening, Dan. How are you?
Very good, sir. How's it going?
All right, we're just having a few issues with it, Tinterweb, because it's London.
Oh, standard.
If tubes are on strike, it's like the internet's on strike. It's like they're connected.
The roads are fun out there.
Yeah. Yes, I can imagine. Walking to work's not an issue in London when the tubes are on strike. But,
Uber's £30 a mile at the moment.
it is. It is. It's 5x.
Is it really?
Uber's 5x at the minute.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Be fun getting the dealers home tonight then.
Do you do a staff taxi? Do you?
Well, raise 200. Raise 675. Hold, Terry. Hold. All in.
Dave's opened the 8 high 1 suit rundown and getting in against Saki's. Like, these hand actually have really good equity versus aces here. If Saki's just got aces and one of our suits are lies, we're still going to have around 40% tower. So we don't know Saki's hand because it's not registered, but if he's got aces in this spot and our spade suit is live, we're going to have around 40% against the aces.
Ace, king, jack, 10.
You can see how close these equities are running here, just the power of this small rundown, because we're going to have good board coverage on low boards. And this is a great flop for us here.
What a flop that is for Dave Nicholson.
So basically, any card lower than 8 that don't pair the board is going to give us the win.
There we go.
There it is. There it is. So the 8 high rundown, cracking the ace king, 10 jack nut suit.
Sakis in C8. Dipping into his wallet for an extra tenner.
So there's the stacks. Rich just buying him for 2k. Just sitting down.
Hiya Richie, where else can you watch the stream as it's freezing on Facebook all the time? YouTube and Twitch.
Should be fine now.
Fingers crossed,
Yeah,
it
it's fine
should
now.
be
Mine's
good.
fine. Crisp, nice.
Still can't find it on YouTube myself. GUKPT.com as well, but YouTube/GUKPT. And also Twitch. And if you subscribe, every time we go live, you'll get a notification that we are going live. And there it is.
So Paul opening under the gun, makes it 200, and Dave, bit of a loose pill from him in the cut-off here, but has managed to find bottom set out of it on the 7-4-6 board. And this is going to be a lot better for our range as well. Paul being the under the gun opener, he's going to have a lot of the big pairs in his hand, the high Broadway holdings. So just fires with the set of 4s, and I think Paul's got out of the way. Terry's in the hand as well. Action Trackers didn't pick that up for us, but we're going to reverse, and Terry flopping the stones here with the 8-5 of diamonds. 2 5s in his hand as well, so Dave's going to be needing to find a board pair. Not good for us that we have a 7 in our hand here. Backdoor diamonds covered by Terry, so we are looking for a board pair. There it is.
There it is.
So that means Terry dead on the turn, and unlucky for Mr. Jordan there. He's big favourite, getting it all in on that flop. And Dave winning a 6k pot. 6k pot going the way of Dave early on.
Terry pulls up again. At this moment in time, I don't think there's a waiting list. So if anybody wants to come and sell it, fill in seat 4.
Yeah, there's one seat.
Seat 4 is available if you want to come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. 10.25 PLO for the first time in the GUKPT live stream.
And if you are coming, I think, just to make you aware, I think the table has agreed a 50 straddle. So it's probably going to be 10, 25, 50. Well, it's not, but it's just like a gentleman's agreement at the table. Although it's a 10, 25, everyone goes, should we make it 10, 25, 50? Everyone agrees, and then just continue playing.
Rich Kelly, Ben Roberts. Paul Siddle. Seats 1, 2 and 3. Interested to watch Rich, because obviously we know how good he is at tournaments.
Yep.
Playing a lot of cash. So this is interesting for us. We know Terry Jordan, the way he plays tournaments, is just like playing cash anyway. It'll be interesting to watch Rich.
Yeah, relatively normal. I have a sense for doing that, saying it's hard for him to boat up here when he's got the block at 7, it just comes 7 on the turn.
Thanks, Clive. Easier watching on YouTube. Thank you very much indeed. Put the link onto YouTube if anybody wants to watch it. If it's
Right, here we go, Tal. This is a decent bluff spot here for Dave, being the pre-flop opener with 2 kings in our hand. This is really good for us. We can fold out some ace-x, we can fold out some dodgy 2 pairs, and these, especially in 4 card, 5 and 6 card, not so much.
Is that because he's got the blockers?
Yeah,
with the kings?
because he's got 2 kings in his hand here on the ace-queen jack board. It's hard for Adam, and I think it was. Not sure who it was in the pot, but the other players have a king in that spot, so it's a good spot for us to fold out some ace-x and some dummy 2 pairs, and they can be pretty print over the long run.
Around the corner. It makes sense to try and play like this. I'm not even enjoying it.
So there we go. We've just had the winner of the PLO champion from last night into the box. Well done, everybody. So the link's on there for YouTube if you're on Facebook and you don't want to watch it, because Facebook might be freezing a little bit. Fingers crossed it'll start and ease itself down. A lot of commentary coming from Jay today because it's the cash game PLO 1025.
King 6-3-2 club board. This is good for Terry. We've got the nut flush draw. Deuce can be good some of the time as well. Obviously, not going to be folding, and it's just gone in. Oh, he's only got 600 behind. That's fair enough. That's perfectly fair enough. And
the court's on for Terry. He said he was tired and just going to punt. Does that mean he's off if he loses? Terry Jordan, nut flush draw.
Yeah, well, his favourite here. He can find an ace, a 10, a deuce,
club.
Yeah. He's got lots and lots of outs. He's got some backdoor breeze. Really good hand for Terry to be up against here. Adam just sitting with a pair of 6s. Jack would be good now for Terry, but it's a 5, so that's going to give.
The kings.
That card's not right. Unless I think Dave had the wrong person in the pot. I didn't think Adam. I played a lot with Adam. I didn't think he'd be getting in with the 6-4-4 deuce. So our action tracker's just got the wrong player in the hand there. Not sure who that was that stacked Terry, but that makes a bit more sense. I was thinking what Reynolds was doing, putting it in there with just a bare 6 and dummy and gut shot, no clubs. But that makes sense. He wasn't in the hand. Not sure who that was that had the top pair versus Terry's flush draw.
Just looking at Dave Nicholson's stack, because these are cash chips.
Yep.
What are the values? What are the colours?
So
Come on, you sort them out. You play a lot of cash.
So the orange ones that he's stacking
the tallest
up,
stack.
they're £100. You'll see the biscuits to the left of them, slightly bigger stacks like pinky colour there, are 1k. The greeny blue, it's 25, and then the reds are 5, and the ones are 1.
Is there any ones on the game? It's a 10.25. Why is there one on the table?
I'm guessing for rake purposes.
Or tips.
Or maybe.
Do you tip a dealer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the dealer's getting their tips, yeah, I'd be tipping the dealer.
Yeah, okay. Because when you go over to Vegas, it's a really weird scenario. They have 10, 20 games, 10, 25 games, 50, 100 games.
Yep.
And no matter what the buying is, if it's a 50, 100 or a 100, 200, what you watch, there's always a stack of $1 chips to the side, which is really weird. And I was wondering, and I asked the question, why is there $1 chips on the table when the blinds are 100, 200 pounds or $200?
Yeah.
And they said it's to tip the dealer. So there's me thinking, surely a tip for the dealer is one of the smallest denominations. There's a 25 or a 5, anything like. Oh no! Stick the dollars in for the dealer. And I always wondered why there were dollars on the table. You've got a massive game at 100, 200, and yet there's a dollar chip on the table. So there you go. So that's the dominations. The yellow ones are the pounds.
A lovely turn this for the A6. Turning the second nuts here, Dave out of the straddle. And the good thing for this about us as well, the button open, Bernie will have a lot of ace X in his hands. There's potential we can get a street. But it's checked through here on the turn, 6 pairing on the river. So Dave's going to be wanting to come in for some value here, perhaps try and get called by some king high, queen high flushes that Ben can have after continuing the flop. Less likely continue the flop with an ace, maybe more weighted towards flushes because we hold an ace in our hand. And the good thing about this, once the board double pairs, it's hard for players to fold a nut flush in this spot, and he does make the call or fold. Just folded.
What did Dave pull up? 2.5. Dave Nick pulled up 2.5. He's up to 8.4.
Yeah, good start for Dave. Little 6k
nice.
profit already.
Clive says, can we have Jane seat 4 for half an hour?
Right, and then get in a hole and have to come back. Yeah, I'd love that.
Is that a chip on the table in seat 9?
Yeah, I think Terry's gone to get some readies perhaps.
Okay.
He's left the chip there for himself, so I'm guessing Terry's going to be returning.
Yeah.
I think he's just gone to the wherever he's going to pick up some chips.
So an interesting concept. If you are just tuning in, we'll give you the information what's happening over the weekend as well, as we are on the second week of 3.
So under the gun's always going to be raised to 50 because it's 50 straddle. And Ben going to open this one. Is he? No, he's just going to make the call. Could definitely open this hand as well, but I'm just going to limp, keep the pot smaller. Happy to see a flop in position when Sidil folds, but oh, he has raised. He's clicked it up to 100. My mistake. We got 4-way action here. Adam's cards not registering. So 7 on the turn.
Eight, 7, deuce, 7.
So Kellett's going to fire here now, tower. He's got up and down straight draw and overpair to the board. The thing is as well, once like Ben can definitely have queens, kings, aces in his range here in this spot, being the pre-flop opener, but Kellett, assuming no one's got 7, jacks will be the best hand some of the time here. And now action going to be on Dave, who gets out of the way, so pick up there for Rich Kellett with the best of it.
So I'll get told that Dave sat down with 4. Thanks, Sniff. Live streaming a cash table for the first time in GUKPT history. It was worked out, sorted out, and the guys wanted to live stream a PLO. We asked the question a couple of months ago, and this is what we got for the answer to the question, a 10.25 PLO.
And the great thing about today, guys, no breaks, is straight through for us.
Yes.
7 hours straight through, no breaks in between. And just leave it on, and hopefully all the little gremlins are out of the system now and we can just run through smoothly.
Where's Paul going? Oh, he's sitting in seat number 9.
Ah, okay.
Okay, can I sit in 9? Yeah, of course you can. Oh, okay.
That can only mean one thing, Tower.
Does that mean TJ's left?
Yeah, it means
Left the
TJ's
building?
left. Wouldn't be able to take his seat if TJ was coming back, so I'm guessing they've just got the nod that TJ's not going to be coming back. Oh, it's musical chairs going on now. Everyone's having a little
Ben's
move.
moving to 3, Rich is moving to 2. And in.
So we've got 2 seats available.
2 seats available, 10.25. Fancy a game of 10.25? Come and join in the fun. Live stream on till 12:30, and then Jay's going to jump on if he's not too tired. Tomorrow we have the NPL. Looking forward to the NPL final.
I'm really looking forward to this whole weekend, Tal, just because it's something different. We're so used to doing the GUKPT 60-minute clock. We're just used to it all the time, how it works, and it's nice that we got a little bit of a mix-up this weekend. As Kellett here, King's going to be opening this one. 1 suit. And Dave coming in for 3-bet to 700. He gets Kellett off of his kings there. Kellett obviously worried about aces. Only 1 suit of our kings, the 8 and 5 not doing much work together. But nice little 3-bet bluff there with Dave. Really good hand selection to do it with. Double suit here. We got a pair in there. All 4 of our cards working together nicely. And we're out of position as well, so we're always happy to take that one down post flop. I think in a deeper game, we're going to see Kellett kill that hand most of the time, but if we call there, it's just stack to pot ratio going to be too short. But in a deeper game, definitely could peel in position. I think in certain spots in PLO, myself, when I do have position facing a 3-bet out of the blinds, a lot of the time, if deep enough, I am going to be peeling. Just because of how close and fine equities are running pre-flop, they're always just so close. Very rarely you're just going to be in a cross situation in this game.
What will happen at the minute? Obviously, now players have decided to do musical chairs. We might not get the cards for this hand because obviously players have to be re-registered into different seats. We're all allowed to move and play musical chairs. Never heard the music though. Didn't hear it. But TJ not coming back, Jim. It doesn't look like it. Terry said he was really, really tired before he even sat down. Well, there are 2 seats open.
Oh, lovely hand here for Rich Kellett. Double suited aces in 4 card. Very, very nice for us. So going to be 3-betting this one almost always. And the great thing for us here as well is stack size. There's just so many flops where we can just get it in here as Kellett. With our double suited aces, we're working with a round 1 SPR now, and we can just happily get it in on lots of flops with this particular hand, like paired boards that are low are good for us with aces in this spot.
Do you ever limp with anything like this?
You can
aces double suited.
You can come in with a limp raise. Some players will with really strong aces. It's just all about playing pretty balanced, and this isn't the best of flop here for Rich. No. Only positive for us in this situation is we do have a 5 in our hand removal to some 7-5, but working with this SPR, going to come in for small continue.
Yeah.
And just a quick fold from Dave, so Kellett picking that one up with the aces. Nice little pot for him, £700 up nice and early. Good start.
Hey Rooney, yes, this is the Vic. We are live streaming on our GUKPT table that we normally do the grand final and any leg of a GUKPT, but we're now doing, for the first time, a 10.25 PLO. If it's popular and the viewing figures are pretty decent and everything holds out all right, it might be a regular occurrence on the Wednesday. We might incorporate it for next season going forward. They'll have a think about it over the coming weeks. Obviously, when we finish when we've done the grand final next weekend, it's the last leg and event for the team. We'll have to give Jay a big cuddle because we won't see him till January. But yes, it's something to think about. Is it? Will it work in every leg when we go to Manchester and the likes of Edinburgh and
it's been
Coventry?
All year, Tower. I weren't here at the first leg at the Vic, but every single festival except Edinburgh, has had big cash games like this, PLO.
Yeah.
So I think it would work. I think it would work.
6 card Scottish in Blackpool.
The only thing I will say, because like we had a lineup given to us for this game, and we had 4 dropouts today that were meant to be in the starting lineup, and then we're going to have to do something around that because we want to start at 5 o'clock for you guys. So
of course,
you get the whole 7 hours. We'd like to start with a full table. Like, there's not much we can do other than get the go ahead from the players saying yes, we're playing this game. We'll be there, and then they don't turn up. It's just nothing we can do about that situation.
Absolutely
so that's why we did start a little bit later today. If you are tuning in, you're one of our regular Hold'em viewers, or you're just tuning in for a little bit of watch, just not too sure about PLO, if you have any questions, whether they seem so standard or anything you need to ask, fire away in the chat, and hopefully Tower or myself
I'll be asking the questions.
So Paul here with pretty trash kings. We do have one suit, but we are on the button, so we are going to have position posts. So happy to open this one. This is one of the kings we could incorporate some limps in as well, Tower. Don't always have to open.
Nope. 977 flop.
This is a good flop for us.
Is it easier to bet straight out with a pair board?
Well, in 4 card there are, especially in head pots, a lot of the time when you've got the overpair on the board, you're going to have the best hand because they've only got 4 cards to have. For example, in this situation, a 7 in that hand. So can be good spots to bet for equity denial purposes. You don't want the raggy gutters getting there or whatnot. But Paul opted in for the low variance approach and checking this one back on the turn. And Adam is a beast at this game, Tower. I've played a lot of PLO with him. And
where's he from?
He's from same town as me. He lives 5 minutes down the road from me. Lives 5 minutes down the road. So yeah, and what Adam's doing here, Tower, this is really good from him. So he understands, like, once Paul checks back this flop, it's rare that he's ever going to have a 7 in this spot. Like, the only trap he might have is pocket 9s. So Adam's now taking this queen from removal purposes and turning it into a bluff to try and target an exact holding like Paul has in this spot. Kings and aces, turning the queen into the bluff, because it's so hard for Paul to have pocket queens in this spot because we've got a queen in our hand, and he's just going with the check, making that assumption that Paul's never going to have a 7 once he checks back flop after opening button. So he's taking the bluff spot here, and I'd be really interested to see if he is going to unload the clip on the river, because I know Adam is more than capable of going for it here, and he is going to slow down, and he says queen, and Paul Siddle going to take this one with the kings, and Adam's thinking, could have got that through. Like, if Paul had kings there without the diamonds, Tower, he probably would have let that one go. But because he had the backup there of the second nut flush draw, the times that say Adam has a bare 7, that's why he's made the call. I'm going to make that assumption, and fair play. But look out for Adam this next 6-7 hours. Very, very capable in this game. Will put you to the test in a lot of spots.
Deathblow says, line up for now and for later, please. Well, there's no waiting list and there's 2 seats open. 4 people have not turned up for whatever reason, whether it's traffic, whether it's anything like that. So it's if anybody wants a 1025 seat PLO, come and join in the fun. There is no waiting list at this moment in time. 4 people did not turn up for whatever reason. So at the moment, it's the 7 that we see, the 6 that we see right now. Is that a 7th? Coming into seat number 4, we have an open. We have a contender coming into seat 4.
Oh, we do.
And 4.
I wouldn't even know, Div, now. Like I say, we had a lineup scheduled for this, all 8 seats locked, and we've lost 4 of that lineup. Only Kellett, Paul Siddell, and the man in seat 7. I think we're originally on it with 4 others, but obviously Kellett, very good PLO player. Paul Siddell, the same. Adam plays a lot of live PLO cash, very good. Unknowns to me. The rest of the table, Tower is aware of the man in seat 3. Ben?
Yeah, Ben Roberts. You just look at his resume on the database, and it goes back 30 years. Used to be the only British player sponsored by Tilt.
Oh, okay.
Back in the day, one of the first ever sponsor players.
Got 2 nice hands clashing here.
And his son Jamie is also a very big player.
Can definitely have some action flops with these 2 holdings. Ace, Jack, Deuce, 2 spade board, so good flop here for Saki's. Nut flush draw for him, gut shot to the nuts. Rich still going to be continuing on the ace high board, and it's going to be a snap fold from Rich now once we get raised. Fines coming for continue, and you notice if you've been watching from the start, guys, I've only been streaming about 45 minutes or so now, but size in this game, like, you hear a lot of talk about PLO, like pot limit, but you won't see like many pot bets on the flop, or you shouldn't. You don't always just have
nobody
to
ever
pot
say pot anymore, like they used to.
Well, there will be situations, river spots, turn spots, but especially on the flop, like C-bet sizing, you can change your sizing. On like paired rainbow boards, you can go small as a quarter, and then you want to size up. You don't need to go too large. Like Rich there on the ace high board opted for between half and third, continue size, perfectly fine, and then when we get raised, we can just get out the way rather than potting it and getting raised. And
I always found it a bit of a tell when I used to play a little bit. Pot, as if to say like, well, you've not really got any of that, but you're just trying to make it look a little super strong. But
yeah, it was agreed at the start of the game. I believe Snake, everyone agreed to the 50 straddle, so
yes,
just gentleman's agreement with that.
Adam Wells on Facebook, watching on Facebook. Hope the pictures are good now, Adam. Hopefully coming to a mini main event for 350 just after Christmas. Need to wait and see where the events will be held. We'll get the information regarding the sides up and running. Our stream deck at the minute is having Friday off. But we'll get the info to you, and obviously the new G400s or the old 3030s will be advertised as well. We'll get plenty up on the screens over the next 3 days of live streaming. This is week 2 of 3. And the first time for Jay, myself and all the team live streaming a massive cash game.
Boxing first, the ace-ace, king-king double suited and the ace-ace, jack-10 double suited run very close.
Why jack-10?
Just because you got more ball coverage with the jack-10, you're going to flop like more gut shots, more up and downs, whereas with the ace-ace, king-king, a lot of the time you're looking for your flush or your top set, whereas the jack-10, it has a little bit more work in it because you're going to flop more straight draws in that situation. And the interesting fact about Jack 10, it's all, if you've got a straight with Jack 10 and you're using both whole cards, it will always be the nut straight.
All right, okay.
So this has gone all in here.
We've got the bottom end of it for Adam.
Yeah.
And
and
an open end with just a pair. Oh no, you got the second nut flush draw as well as Dave Nicholson.
Yeah,
the
so
King 9.
Looking for a 5, 10 or club here.
King doesn't make a difference.
Well, it does, because a king or a 6 now would do the job as well.
No, that's the 6 there. Wow, there's me saying it makes no difference. He's just hit perfect down.
He did have a lot against that particular hand that Reynolds had in that situation. Sorry, Adam, I know him. I'm used to calling him Reynolds, but
that's fine.
Yeah, and Adam, unfortunately for him, then got it in that spot and was actually doing fairly well equity-wise, but found the runner boat there. And started very well, Dave. Up to 13k starting stack from 4k.
Yep.
Hanscon, the min. I think they said 1,000. I think they were going to allow 1,000 as a min. I know Terry had a few 1k pull ups. So yeah, I think £1,000 the minimum. If you want to come down for a little spin. Yeah, Dave flying out the traps here in London. Already near the 5-figure profit mark. Yeah, I think Terry was the only one snake that was buying in for the 1Ks. Everyone else was at least 2K. They opted to buy in for, and Adam going to open the Ace King Queen 7 to second nut suit in the cutoff. Just raise and take for him. Yes, Cold Fly. The stream, we had a few technical issues. We missed the first 15 minutes or so, but yeah, Terry, I think he had 4 1K pull-ups, and then I think he was feeling a bit tired, so opted to go home and get some rest. Yeah, it's great when you do get that 1K spin up. If you're buying for a 1K and you do spin it up and you're in for 20 bigs and then you're amongst the game.
So 10, 25. The chips from left to right on Dave Nicholson's stacks, 5s, 25s, 100s are the big ones, and the 1Ks, what did you call them, biscuits?
Yeah.
Is that because of the size of a digestive?
Yeah.
Is that it? They are a bit bigger, aren't they?
Yeah, tiny bit bigger, for about 5 mil bigger circumference than the other chips. So button open here. Saki's pretty bad. Queen's got 1 suit, but on the button, fine to open. Ace, Ace, 10. Like heads up, this is a good board for us. As Saki's here, we're going to have more Ace X from range perspective as the opener, and a lot of the time Ben in the big blind is perceived to be peeling a lot wider once getting the prices on his money, plus being heads up how fine equities are supposed to run pre-flop. But this is just going to be job done here from Saki's, unless Ben's thinking of raising this spot. But braver man than me if he does. Just think when Saki's got a lot of ace X that are going to open the button, we just have to get out of the way, just as Ben did with just 8s in that spot. Shows him the ladies. How are we doing, Sabria?
So we've been 10-25,
yep.
And you're sitting down at cash, and we all know cash is totally different to a tournament where you can just fold for hours and unfortunately be card dead. Is there a time during the day where you can do the same at cash, or you just have to, where you don't play a hand because the cards are not good, or will the table perceive you as a bit of a nit?
Well, you're going to go,
they're just going to pick on you when you do play.
The thing is about this game, Tao, there's going to be spurts if you play this game a lot where your card distribution is going to be poor, and that's just the fact of it. There's going to be spots where you're going to get very bad card distribution, and you have to let it go. You have to be patient. You can't just start coming in with some random 4-card hands because you're getting a bit bored.
You've seen
like,
Dave gone from 4 to 13
yep.
straight away, and he's going to be more active than normal. You're just going to be in a tight spot sometimes if you're not getting the cards.
It's exactly the same as Hold'em. You've just got to be patient sometimes. There'll be times in this game where your card distribution's through the roof and you're getting dealt premiums all the time and you're in the pot a lot and you look very active to the rest of the field, but there'll be times when it's the opposite end of the scale, when you're getting dealt trash all the time and you've just got to fold. You've got to understand that you're doing this for the process, you're not doing it for the short term. You're looking at this from a wider perspective. And Paul here, nice one to 3-bet, Ace King Queen 8 double suited there. Really nice hand for us to come in with a 3-bet. Was not a 4-bet because it was a straddle pot. So when it does say 4-bet, guys, it is a 3-bet, and when it says 3-bet, it's just a raise, just to make you aware of that, because the 50 straddle is on.
Rich Whitmore, what happened to the text? I sent him a message saying I'll text you when we're live because he was waiting at 5:30. And I forgot. We're live now, Rich. Sorry, I totally forgot. We got busy. We got busy. Apologies. Text me when you're live, he says. I said, right, okay. Sakis Metaxas. Let's go, Sakis. Sighting seat number 8. Live streaming a cash game for the first time, and it's a juicy one. It's a 10.25 PLO. Nice to be watching Paul Siddle. We're watching him on the GUKPT circuit for years.
I think PLO's Paul's main game as well. Is it, Tower?
Yeah, it is. He plays here a lot. Plays a lot of cash here at the Vic.
So Paul going to open this one, the Queen 10-9-7 in the cut-off, and Adam in with the free bet. And this is what you expect to see a lot when deep enough, like players peeling it. It's good as well for Paul that we don't have an ace in our hand. The thing is here, if Adam has a hand like aces, it's better for us to peel here with like a Queen 10-9-7 than an ace Queen 10-9, because if our opponent has aces, then our ace not doing much work for us unless it's got a nut suit.
10 Jack Queen flop.
Yeah, and this is just going to favour Adam massively, Tower. This particular board. He has come in for a check here though, but Paul just working with top and bottom here, dummy end up and down. Checks this one behind. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Looks like a brick to us, but we can't see Adam's holdings.
Yeah, so Adam's checked this one here again, Tower, and now if I'm Paul, might come in for a small bet here with our Queen 10. Try and get some value. Interesting that I'm just trying to think what hands Adam, after being the free better, is going to check twice here. Might have some like king 9 here for a bit of pot control.
It's a better one, 13.50 by the looks of that. Yeah.
Might just be bare aces, Tower, but I just think bare aces are going to continue this board a lot of the time, because we're going to get so many folds from Paul. We block the straights. I'm really intrigued to see what Adam had there, but never going to find out. Just hands that he checks twice. He might have just had a like 5, 6, 7, 8 double suited type of hand that he incorporated into a free bet bluff and just gave up on that board, which is fair enough. But I think a lot of the time the aces and the kings are going to continue with or without the straight, because we're just going to get a whole host of folds from Paul when we've got those important blockers in our hands on the Queen Jack 10 rainbow board. But nice little pick up there for Paul. Once checked to us twice, felt fairly confident that our Queen 10 was the best hand, which obviously was, because Adam didn't continue. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe it's maybe it was just bare aces that didn't elect to bluff without a Queen Jack or 10 in our hand, because Paul will have the Queens, Jacks and 10s being the peeler of the free bet with position. But Ace King 9-6 here, going to open this one, Tower at least. Can limp this one as well sometimes, but the way this table's been playing, it seems like everyone's opting to open.
Don't get too aggressive with triple suited.
Oh, you mean with 3 diamonds in our hand? It's fine, it's fine. It's only, we've still got the Ace King, we still draw into the nut suit. Like 4 diamonds is pretty bad, but 3, it's not the worst.
Is that pretty wide from Dave Kasu's stack? 3, 5, 7, 8.
The thing is, Tower, we're in the straddle, we're heads up. Yeah. Like even against like an Ace Queen Jack 10 type hand here, we're still going to be like 40% equity, and that is what you'll see a lot in this game. You'll see the big blind or straddle defend very wide in heads up situations. It won't be the same in 3, 4, 5 way perhaps, because of some bad reverse implied odds, but in heads up situations when the equities are just going to be running so fine, like worst case scenario, like in those type of spots, you're going to have like 35% go into the flop. So you will see a lot of that from opens. Players in the straddle, in this case in the 50 straddle, they will be defending very wide in heads up situations. That's what I expect to see, just because they need to be aware of how fine equities are going to be running in pre-flop situations in 4 card.
Yeah.
So Dave just coming over now, telling them to give the old box a rub, so hopefully we can pick up the whole cards.
So they've just on the table if they don't register. Fingers crossed we get all the cards and sorted out, but it's like I say, it's all a new thing for us all. We've never done a PLO game before, and we've never done a cash game before. So we chose a 10-25.
Starting big.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Carpet Catch Up? Thanks for tuning in. And double suited here, Ben. So going to open this one in the cut-off once folded to him. We've got 2 suits. Now Sakis here. With a nice hand himself, double suited King, Queen, 10, 3. It's a second nut and third nut suit. Nice little one for us to defend. Get a lovely flop for our hand as well. Flopping nut flush draw, gut shot to the nuts. And like this from Ben, nice continue from him, just understanding how wide Sakis should be peeling here, heads up, out of the straddle. And we're just going to take it down a lot of the time on this board with our just pair of 4s. We just want to get it through, but once we get raised now, it's just going to be an easy fold. And as you can see, Ben there just opting for around 40% continue. No need to go pot on these ace-high boards. Just try and take it down. If we get raised, we can get away from it. Yeah, that is Ben Roberts.
It is indeed. Alex Martin says, can you give a run through the players and what you know about them, Jay?
Yeah.
We know Rich Kellett
yeah,
too.
Rich Kellett, I think no introduction. Very, very well known on the GUKPT circuit. Very good resume in the PLO comps as well. I'm not sure if he actually plays too much live PLO cash, but we know he's got a very good record in tournaments. Tao, I can give the second man an introduction because I'm not too aware of him.
Ben Roberts, lived in London, played in the Vic for 35 years. First Brit to be sponsored by Full Tilt back in the day. Travelled the world playing poker, and his resume is amazing. If you go on to his end and mob, Ben Roberts also has a son called Jamie, who also is pretty decent at poker.
Yeah, then after that, I'm not unaware of Ian in seat 4. We had a problem, Alex, with the lineup. 4 players didn't turn up, so we had 2 shows, so there's been a few new additives to the table. 5, very, very good in my opinion. Played PLO with him. 5's mainly 5 and 6 card, not 4, but Adam Reynolds been no stranger to high stakes PLO games, I can tell you that. Look out for him, very capable, definitely put some players in spots, not afraid to run it either, which is definitely a weapon in his arsenal. He will put players in spots in this game for a lot of chips, so looking forward to seeing Adam play. And then Dave in 7, not too aware of him. Sakis in 8, same for him. Paul Siddell, same as Kellett, really shouldn't need no introduction. I think PLO's his main event of poker. Very well known in the UK poker circles. So this is really nice here for us as Paul. We've got the 5s in our hand and the 6. And this might be a spot here, Tower, where because we got the, because we got the 2 5s in our hand, we might see Paul just flat this situation, but obviously a spade on the river is very bad for us without a spade in our hand. But the thing is, when we got 2 5s in our hand, it's very difficult for Dave to have a 5 himself. So like some of the times there, he might even have 6s, the 6 blockers, and we can get him to run it on particular rivers. But Paul just happy to raise it up there, especially because the stack size of Paul and Dave were very, very deep there. Paul maybe not wanting to flat in that situation. Logs, I want 2 to 7 triple draw cash game.
Absolutely.
If we had the software, maybe one day. I'm not sure if the software's incorporated in with our featured table.
I'm not sure if we're down or I'm down. It might just be me. Hopefully everybody else has got it up and running, but mine, yeah.
Yeah, Fedor Holtz, double ganger in seat 6. Good evening, we are the Peas.
2 to 7 triple draw. Is that just a gambling game? It's just like a draw, isn't it? So you're obviously betting on the draw.
I played a probably handful of deuce to 7, but not too much, to be honest with you, Tower. Not too clued up on strategy. Know the fundamentals, but strat-wise, probably wouldn't want me here in the comms for deuce to 7. Dave, it's ace to the suit. So going to open this one on the button, perfectly fine. And Rich here, going to defend the 10-9, 7-5, closing the action. And Paul just smashes this one. Top set on the King 10 deuce rainbow board here for Paul Siddell, and checking this one over to the pre-flop aggressor. So this one checks through, not opting to continue. So 6 diamonds on the turn. That does bring in a gut shot for Kellett. But now Paul is going to be firing here with the nuts. And, that's going to be job done. Neither opponent can call their holdings. And another one goes the way of Paul Siddell. No, I don't, Middy.
Yeah, little Dave. Little Dave.
Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? You've put the caps log on, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I'm meant to perceive that message. Yeah, it's, we've had problems, Coldfly, just with the internet from the start. It's been not the best here in London. You think capital of the country would be best place to get the internet, but
wasn't Boris talking about internet and free broadband for everybody when he was talking about Peppa Pig the other day? We just need world leaders.
We just need Blackpool internet everywhere. That's what we need.
Absolutely.
If we could take the internet from Blackpool with us, the connection we get there, it's always perfect.
Yeah.
No dropouts, just always smooth the whole way through. And then you come to London, you think it'd be even better, and for some reason it's just been playing up. But we'll make do with what we got.
We will. And we're already on the case regarding the patching in and next year. Apologies.
I'm looking forward to it then, Millie.
Changed his appearance slightly as old little Dave, but still looks 17. Evening, Tom. Hope you're well, young man. Hope to see you for the grand final. Back down here next weekend.
Got a girlfriend, didn't he? Always changes the way. The double suited jacks here for Saki. He's going to be opening this one, raises to 150. And Paul looks like he has a decision on the button. Having a little look at Saki's stack. The thing is, if Paul does opt to free bet here, it's probably going to be around the 550 mark, and then if Saki puts it in, Paul's probably going to have to call off. So Paul just opting to flat this spot on the button, so maybe we can remove aces from Paul's holding, maybe even some kings in there versus cut off open. So king 9-3. Like if we're Saki's here, probably fine to come in for one small bet. It's just going to be good for our range. It's fairly dry board as well. We'll get some folds from Paul perhaps, but opt in to check his option. So 4 of hearts rolling off on the turn. So complete rainbow board now. No flush draw possibilities, but Saki's hand stays the same here. And 10 of hearts on the river. And if I'm Saki's, okay, he's going to check it. I think definitely a spot where we can pot as Saki's here, but looks like Paul is now going to come in for a bet himself. And has he got it in him, the man? Has he got it in him? That's the question. Like you expect, the thing is you expect Paul to bet his Queen Jack 10s here a lot of the time. So basically repping some bare Queen Jack, and Saki's has gone for it here. And a snap fold from Paul. He has got it in him. Has got it in him with the blockers. Love it. Love to see it. Gets a nice little bluff through there with the bare pocket jacks, and our story does check out. We could credibly have just like a Queen Jack, bare Queen Jack hand that just flops a gut shot with maybe a pair in it, trying to get to showdown. And got the fold from Paul Siddell. How are you doing, Dan? Good evening.
Who's that?
Maybe after, Dan Gormley. Maybe after, if I'm not too tired. Might have a little
Dembele, evening. Watching the first ever 1025 PLO live stream. With some big names around the table.
So Rich has ladies with a second nut suit on the button, so he's not going to be going anywhere. He can make the call. And Adam here going to have to get out of the way with 4 diamonds in our hand here, and does. So heads up between Dave and Kellett here.
Two, 4, 4. Would he feel better if his queens were suited?
Well, we got the second
connected.
nut suit. We got the second nut suit anyway with the king three. And the good thing about these queens, like one of the good things, is that there are times that when we do flop a set, we can flop flush draws as well, because the queen of spades still in the deck. Not going to be going anywhere here on the 4-4 deuce board. But this is a really good turn card for us now as Kellett, because in theory a lot of the time we're just going to be behind to aces and kings. We're going to want to check this one back here, Tower. It's just very bad for us here. We get check raised a lot of the time. There's not really too bad rivers. Like the overcard coming is not a bad thing in this game. Like if an ace or a king comes, it's not a bad thing, because it's actually better for us if an ace or a king comes on the river, because it makes aces and kings less likely. And you've got to use 2 whole cards in this game. But Rich has opted to go quarter pot on the turn. I'm guessing this is quarter to check back river a lot of the time, because never getting called by worse. And as well, Dave's going to check call a lot of his aces and kings on the turn, Tower, simply because Rich can have a 4.
Yeah. Well, he showed the queens. It looks like Rich has got the hand.
But like, it's a different scenario to Hold'em on this type of board with ladies there, because an ace or a king is actually better for us on the river than it would be in Hold'em, because it makes aces and kings less likely. You need to use 2 cards in your hand. It's like there's no bad rivers for us there with our particular holding as Rich, like except maybe some jack or 10s that roll off that give jacks or 10s a bigger boat. But takes a little one there from Dave. And as well, it can be player dependent. Rich may be aware of, I'm assuming he's aware of Dave. I'm not, but I'm assuming Kellett is. And obviously you're going to base some decisions around opponents and how they play or how they're perceived to play in this game. And if you've got a bit of a wild card at the table, it's going to change your strategy, change your sizings, change the lines that you may opt to take against a good competent opponent. nice one for Rich to open here. King 10, 7, 4, 2 suits. No, he's not going to open. Going to let it go, let it go. And that's the first walk of the day. And Dave,
I was
with a nice little hand, and he gets a walk with it.
One of my first questions today would have been, will you see many walks in any cash game? Slim.
In PLO, it's very, very rare. Like Adam just had trash there in the small. Well, when the big blind was the third blind was Dave, but it's rare we're going to see many walks, because like when it's folded to you in the small, you're just going to have a whole host of completes in this game. But Adam was just absolute trash in that spot, and well-timed fold as well, because I think he had a jack and a 9 in his hand and 2 rags and was up against jacks and 9, so worked out a dream in that scenario. Wow, has folded that as well? Oh no, he hasn't. Okay.
Rich hasn't.
Yeah, I thought because it come up like it disappeared for about half a second.
Be surprised if he's not. Be surprised ever if he's folding them. So Ben, it's not Ben in. Is that Ben in the hand?
Just catching up the old action track up. Yeah, it's a Dave here. This is nice from Dave here, Tower. With the pocket 5s leading out here on the ace deuce 3 rainbow board, because we've got 2 5s in our hand. We're going to have a whole host of 4 5 in the big blind, so incredibly have the will in this spot, and then we've obviously got the 5s in our hand, makes it very difficult for an opponent to have them. But I will say in those spots, and some of the time people will get definitely calling with sets, they will get sticky with 2 pairs. So in them situations when you do have the block of 5s, you need to be prepared to be barreling it off, and I'm sure we would have seen it from Dave. You've just got to have the guts, and you've got to go with it a lot of the time. But nice little pick up there. It's good to see. Good to see.
I'm not sure if Big Jim's. I'm not sure if Big Jim's all right, but apparently he's watching in the Falklands. Pretty interesting. Good evening, Big Jim. That's exactly where you are watching from. Interesting times.
Well, we will see in this game. Twitch is down. Oh no.
Oh, you right? Come on, Twitch, sort it out. 222 flop. If you're on Twitch, refresh 222 flop. How do you get paid when it comes 222?
Well, actually, I like the check here from Dave, because Rich is going to be the player that should have more deuce X than us being the opener, and Rich just not falling into the trap, and Dave then tries to get value on the turn. Very hard to get value in that spot, because we've got the deuce in our hand. Rich has defended out the straddle, so he's going to have a whole host of holdings. Like, may get 1 street from a pair. Thing is, in this game, completely different to the game of Hold'em in terms of the frequency you are going to be dealt a pair. In Hold'em it's 1 in 17, in 4-card PLO you get dealt a pair roughly just over 1 in 3 times, so that's why set over set in this game is real. It occurs so much more often than it will in the Hold'em streets. Ian's not played a hand yet, I don't think, Tal, since he sat down.
Not yet.
So queens here for Adam. Not the best of the queens, do have 1 suit. 5 and 3 working together, and Paul has got kings here. And against Adam's stack size, it's a slam dunk 3-bet for us here, Tower. We want to get this in versus Adam's cut-off opening range. We've got really nice kings, so we are just going to be 3-betting this one to get it in against Reynolds. And Adam's probably going to fold this one now, Tal, yeah. Just bad queens there from Adam. We can be in a cross spot. Our suit might not be live. Just a lot of bad things that we can be up against in that situation. With that
a lot of people
would
just call with the queen rags because they've got queens. No, you're saying it's the wrong thing to do.
in that situation, yes. Because we've got to know and be aware that Paul plays a lot of PLO, and Paul is going to be free bet in that spot, wanting to get it in versus our particular stack size, so he's going to be well weighted towards value.
Yeah.
And even like with queens there, we're up against like an ace king 10-9-2 suit type hand. We're not favourite tower, we're behind. Equity favourite, we're actually losing, so it's not going to be a good situation for us as Reynolds there, so just have to get out of the way, and good foul from him.
So Big Jim's in Mount Pleasant waiting to get out of quarantine, passing the time watching the live stream. Good to have you on board, Big Jim. Good to have you back on board. We're here for the second week of 3. This weekend's totally different to normal. Cash game tonight, NPL playoff tomorrow starting at 1 o'clock. And then Sunday, day 2 of the midi.
A flop of Jack, Deuce, 3. 2 diamonds here. And Ian just folding the top pair. No real backdoors for us there, so happy to just get out of the way. And another one goes the way of Dave. Dave pulled up 4k, so he's the big winner at the moment. Nearly £8,000 up in the first hour and a half of the stream.
Uh-oh. APT Prague has just been cancelled.
Thanks for the info.
I was going over.
Was you?
On a holiday. I was going out for a few days on a jolly. Wasn't playing, obviously. But I was going. Thanks for the information, Asifo. Is that relatively new news? I'm guessing it is.
Double suited queens here with 5s for Dave. And Rich here with Paducah Jacks, going to be getting out of the way, I expect, out of these Jacks. No, he's going to make the call. Yes, we do have the Jack 10 in our hand. Obviously, when you make a straight with Jack 10, will always be the nut straight. We've got no flush draws here. So basically calling on the button to try and flop a set here. Or maybe getting flops that we can bluff on. And Ian's now in, out of the blinds. 3 bets to 650.
Some hands here, by the way.
Yeah, Rich has got to fold the Jacks now. He's already folded. And Dave not going anywhere with his double suited queens, looking for 5 or queen on this board.
3, 4, 6, 2 spades.
This has to be a pot here from Dave with this hand.
Yeah.
Have to lead this one, I think.
2k.
Yeah, just have to. Oh, sorry, I thought he was out of position, but yeah, that's very, very, very good there from Dave. We got the 5 blockers in there, although they're kind of irrelevant blockers in this 3-bet situation. Shouldn't be too much 5 deuce or 7-5 rocking around, but we can have that nut advantage being the PLO of the 3-bet. We're going to peel like our 5, 6, 7, 8s, these type of hands. And the times that we do get called, we've got the backup of the spade draw, taking it away with the worst of it. Yeah, again, seeing that from him a bit so far.
Have we got Tallis Treble picked out? No, we'll be studying all night, Nick. Good to have you on board Friday evening. First GUKPT live stream of a cash game. 10.25 PLO we chose. 1 seed open if anybody fancies it.
Yeah. Get yourself in.
Seat 1, seat open, seat on here. Tower Treble will be available for tomorrow on the stream as we're streaming from 1 PM. We'll be live at 1:30 with the NPL playoff. 22 prizes available.
So Sakis here seems to have tightened up over the last half hour or so. Maybe it's just not been getting dealt any holdings, but happy to open in the Ace King Jack 4 here. And of course Corsinell's going to come along. Rich has to get out of the way with this one. And Dave closing the action. Looks like he's opted to come in for a 3-bet here. Got the Ace Jack 7-5, 2 suits, so 3 bets to £600 here. And Saka's going to get out of the way. And Paul heads up here now, this deep with Dave. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call here tower, whatever he's got, just because he's got position going post. We're deep enough with Dave to make the call, whatever he's got in the situation. I'm assuming he's not peeling trash versus gun open, but I think more often than not we're going to see Paul Siddell continue here with whatever he's got, just because we're going to be in a heads-up situation, as I've already mentioned a few times, how close equities should be running in that spot. Although if he's got like a hand with an ace in it, he might be more inclined to let it go unless that ace is to the nut suit, because it's very bad to have an ace in your hand when your opponent's got aces regarding equities in PLO.
Evening, Chris. Chris watching on YouTube. Ah, he's got his card protector. We posted it off the first season card protector.
Good to hear, Chris. Glad
nice
you got
one,
it.
Chris. Instantly posted out when we got back into Tower's habitat. Nice one, Chris. Glad it was all received. First season's card protector. Got one. It's Chris. And we're now live for the 10:25 PLO. You are watching the first ever live stream. We have a seat one, we have a full ring coming in. Give you the details of scene number 1 very soon. Is that Adnan?
I don't know. He's sporting a gold jacket.
Gold jacket.
He's won the Players' Championship on Happy Gilmore.
Part of the Hall of Fame for the NFL. All the Hall of Famers wear gold jackets. And happy Thanksgiving to all my American friends as well, which was yesterday.
They put on some, like I've seen pictures and stuff, like on Twitter posts, they put on some spreads, don't they, of
They
food.
certainly do. Big day in America, Thanksgiving. Big day. Seasonal holiday.
Eddie in seat 1.
Eddie. It's not Adnan.
Eddie comes to the table.
Michael Winner looking like you know, you're absolutely right. Nice shout, Ricky.
A very nice hand here for Ian with the Jack 10, 9, 7 double suited, working very, very well these cards together. So not going to be seeing Ian fold this one. I think he's just going to get this in tower. Like even against aces here, assuming at least one of our suits are lives, we're going to have like 40%, 45%. We're against kings in this scenario, but worst case scenario with this hand, almost always we're going to be having 40% equity, so that's why he's opted to get it in here. It just works so well together, Ian's particular hand, and the fact that both his suits are live here, he's going to be really happy to see that. So this nigh on coin flip, but 2.4k pot. Adam, the player with least chips.
Pull the cards in.
Yeah, well that's a nice flop for the
nice flop.
Kings needing a king now. Can find a heart that doesn't give Ian a boat, but it's a 4 on the river, so the Jack 9, 7, 10 double suited, gonna scoop that one for Ian. Just the power of these hands versus the big overpairs, like the equity that you're gonna have, they just fare so well. And Adam looks like he's gonna be pulling up again. Not been the best hour and a half start for him.
That's Ian.
Big credit to the dealers as well that are going to be dealing this game for us. They're not easy games to deal. PLO, you've always got to be aware of the pot. So credit to these guys. Yeah, so it's changed now at the top, 10, 25, 50. So we've got 3 blinds. That's what the players have agreed to. And if everyone agrees, they can do what they want at the table. So it's 10, 25, 50. And Rich here. Nice one to open here. Nut suit, ace, king, 10, 9. And Dave, Paducah 9's not going to be playing those. And Paul, Jack 8, 3-3, not opting to defend this one, even though he has 2 suits, maybe a bit wary. Rich's EP open. We are full ring now as well. First time we've been full ring for the game. So 8-handed. Glad you're enjoying it, Gaz.
Nine on Gaz. The gas man. Up the gas.
So Reynolds, Adam, sorry. Raised now up to 150, and action going to be on Adnan, or Eddie as he's called for this game.
Yeah, or Charmer, which everybody knows him as.
Why is he asked to be called Eddie?
I don't know. I think it must be a misheard from Dave. I don't think it's. I think it's Charmer.
He's probably said Adnan and Dave's heard it as Eddie. That's probably what's happening. He's gone Adnan or something, and Dave's probably heard it as Eddie.
Yeah. We'll get Charmer on the in C1 because that's what everybody knows him as in the Vic.
And we don't stop coverage for the weekend after tonight goes tomorrow. 12 PM start, 12:30 on stream. The National League playoff is going to be taking place. Tower and I covering that one down to a finish. So got a weekend of coverage coming up. After that, we're going to have coverage from the Midi, day 2 of the Midi on the Sunday. So plenty to look forward to, and it's all kicking off with this. So great way to start. So 3-way action. Dave opting to open the ace 10, 8, 5. Maybe just because we do have to nut suit. Oh, massive flop here for Ben. This is just huge, especially in 4 card here. Like, this is just a monster flop for us here as Ben with our nut flush draw and wrap here. Like even against sets here, we fare well. As you can see, we're basically coin flipping against the set of Eddie in this situation. King of spades on the turn. So this is a good card for Eddie, or Adnan, I should say, because Charmer.
It's coming up as Charmer in half an hour.
I'm just reading it because King's obviously less likely, and Ben's just with a massive draw here, not going to be going anywhere. Any 6, 5, 4, ace or club to get the scoop, as long as it's not the king of clubs. So that is what they're looking for. Are they running it twice? It looked like they opted for twice.
Running it twice? How do we manage to get both cards on the thing? They have to move one of them.
Well, that one's going the way of Charmer.
Yeah.
So 10 of spades river means that Charmer's going to get half the pot.
No, I don't know if the now there's a card being into the river spot. I don't think they can. Oh, there we go. Changed it to a 3 again. I like that. Pull the 10 down. We can run it twice. So Charmer gets it.
Yeah, quads on the end. 3 of clubs does bring in the flush, but quads for Charmer.
Just the quads.
We'll see few amount of quads tonight. It's just the way PLO is. So Ben getting scooped leaves him with about 1,000.
So Charmer comes down, sits down and gets quads. So I'm guessing, for anybody that doesn't know, if you run it twice and one each wins, you split the pot?
Yes. Yep.
Tea run?
Yeah, I'd love a coffee. I'd love a coffee.
Tea run, yeah, get me a coffee.
Oh,
Would you like a coffee,
yeah,
young man?
yeah, I'll have a coffee, please.
On its
Tower.
way.
Like, there's no scheduled breaks, guys, but like
No, not at all. We're running through till 12:30.
Yeah, every 2 hours or so, I'll probably pop out for 10 and.
Absolutely. Bit of fresh
Yeah,
air.
just get a bit of fresh air.
Bit of fresh air in the loft, by the way. How good is that place? I went for a wander. It's the best smoking area in the country.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
It's really, really
They've
nice.
spent millions on it. I'm not being funny. They've got an 100-inch telly.
Yeah,
and it's not even a projector.
I know.
It's a telly.
I know.
If
It's,
somebody wants that for the room, flipping out, you need a big wall.
yeah, it's lovely out there. It's really, really
If
nice.
you've never been, I know smoking's not my thing, but if ever, honestly, my days, what a place that is.
Yeah, really, really nice hand here for Dave. But in this situation, we're actually crushed because our suit's covered. Our opponent's got kings, and we got a king in our hand. But Dave's not going to be going anywhere, Tower. That's for sure. With this particular holding, going to hit lots of flops.
See, I'm looking at them cards and thinking they're just too weak. The dangler of a
Yeah.
4 just puts me off.
Yeah, but the dangler is working with our suit. That's the good thing. Like an offsuit 4, he might be more inclined to lean towards a fold, but because the dangler's working with our second nut flush draw, we're going to be making the call here. There's just a lot of boards that we can hit with this particular hand tap. We can see in this situation that we're really crushed because Paul happens to have the nut spades and kings in his hand, but a lot of the time here, like against just bare aces with like some random 2 cards, if one of our suits is live, we're going to be closer to the 40% mark, but in this situation we're just crushed.
Jack flop.
Yeah, and this is action alert.
We've got spade draws, overpair for Paul.
Yeah, and these are the 2 deepest players at the table when Dave's going to come in for a lead here. Definitely repping some Queen 10, and this is really, really tough spot for us as Paul because we don't have a Queen or a 10 in our hand, and we're working with just a nut spade draw. Obviously, do have some running Broadway possibilities, but that's about it.
With it being a nut spade draw and no paired board, is it always a race?
Well, he's getting it in here in this situation. I think against Dave, he thinks Dave's going to have maybe some pocket 10s perhaps in this situation. And yeah, it's an 8.2k pot, but Paul just happy to get it in here with his nut flush draw, and Dave actually in a little bit of trouble here against this particular holding. But Dave can find a 10, he can find a 4, he can find a jack, he can find a 7, or he can find a queen. So he has actually got a fair amount of outs here still, Dave. Although our spades are covered, we've got jacks working for us, we've got 10s working for us, we've got 7s, we've got queens, and we've got 4s.
3 on the turn, and a spade for the nut flush.
Yeah, so that's going the way of Paul Siddall, the first one.
Oh, running it twice.
Yep, going
Let's
twice.
Run it twice.
Tower's loving the run it twice.
I like it how they pulled it down so we can see it again.
That gives the jack 4 now goes ahead. But there's 7 of spades on the river, so Siddell is going to scoop. Gets there on the turn, Dave, but Paul still had the spade outs.
Wow, river spade
there
twice.
So biggest pot of the night going to Paul Siddell, 8.2k going to the man in C8. Scoopy for him. Now both Dave and Paul working with 8k stacks, so these players very deep with each other. Could see some fireworks in the next hour or so. But it's just the situation there for Paul. Obviously, just drawing, like if our opponent's just got Queen 10, we're drawing to just the spade. But Paul has to make the assumption. Obviously, I'm assuming he knows who Dave is because a lot of you do this watching. But he's obviously thinks that Dave is going to do that without Queen 10 and 10-7 in spots. He thinks that Dave can have some pocket queens, some pocket 10s, these type of holdings as well. So some of the times our kings actually still be the best hand, or even against a 2-pair hand, we're going to have more equity rather than up against a straight. We have counterfeit outs working for us kings. And then the times that he does have the Queen 10 in that situation, we can still find the spade. So just happy to get it in that spot. Big flop for both players. It's really nice to have a different variant of poker and some cash all in one. Decent stakes as well. Lots of money on the table. This is at the Vic, Simon. The Victoria, Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino. We are streaming until around midnight. Tomorrow we've got the MPL playoff. Sunday we're streaming the Midi Day 2, and then next week on Wednesday streaming the Six Max, the UK Heads Up Championship and the David Hay Invitational, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sundays the biggie, the 2K, the grand final, closing off the season, expecting $750,000 close to in that prize pool. So that's going to be a big one, and plenty of coverage coming up for the viewers over the next week or so. So open from Dave. Oh, this is really loose from Dave, under the gun. I'm not sure if it's a blind open, or I'm not sure he might have blind open, but this is pretty loose. But fair enough, he's getting involved. And going to get called in 3 different spots. Very nice hand here for Charmer. Ace, King, Queen, Jack with a nut suit. Very, very big hand this for Charmer, but opting not to 3-bet it. Can definitely 3-bet this one, but Charmer happy to just call and take a flop and proceed. Flop of King 6-3. 2 clubs. Not a single player out there with a flush draw. And this one's checked over to Kellett, who's just sitting here with ace high. Not going to fire away. Opts to check. So deuce of hearts on the turn. 4-5 does get there as the nuts. And now this is where Charmer rocks the fire with his ace king and gets the job done. Yeah, Simon, someone's answered it for us. Cheers, John. These are the cash chips, denominations. Yellow, £1. The red one's £5. The sort of greeny blue colour, £25. The orange, £100. And then the sort of pink biscuits, bit larger chip. They're the 1Ks. Good to see you tuned in, Nathan. Thanks for joining us. Tower's just grabbing 10 and on the tee run. As there's no break, we will be playing all the way through till 12:30. The game will probably continue after that as well, but we're streaming to around midnight. But Tower's just grabbing a quick 10. So Sakis is going to get out of the way here. No, Nathan, not yet. No Towers treble yet. That will be out tomorrow during the MPL. As it'll be in the lab all tonight, I'm sure. He weren't in the lab last night though. We went on a little team night out to close out the year down the West End. Me, the Tower, and the team. Good night out for us. Head was banging this morning, but lucky weren't until 5:30 where we started the stream. So all good. So king 7-6 rainbow board. Rich flops best here and does have a gut shot to the nuts here, so I'm going to go either way. Didn't even see Rich check. He has checked obviously as the turn's been rolled out, and now Dave going to take some initiative now and fire for 450. Just aware, like Rich is probably going to have a lot of continues with hands like 8, 9, 10, even a bare 8, 9 in this spot, so going to rep the nuts. Thing is, Rich does have an 8 in his hand here, which is a very nice card for us to have an 8 in this spot, because it's just going to make the 8, 9 and 8, 4 a little bit less likely, but opts to just get out of the way, and Dave picks it up with the worst of it yet again. Feel like it's going to be a theme of the night, but it's good from Dave there, just understanding that us peeling in the straddle, we're going to have a lot more straights in our hand. Rich is going to be more weighted towards some high cards, some big pairs, these type of hold-ins, whereas we're going to have the 8, 9s, the 8, 4s, the 4, 3s that will defend out the straddle in that particular situation. So Dave opting to bluff, and the well is as well, we've got some future blockers in our hands with the 10s, the times that it does roll off an 8 or a 9 on the river. We're going to have really good removal to the nut straight, so they'll be very good barrel cards for us. Yes, Michael, we are on YouTube. The reason you might not find the stream when you search it, if you are subscribed, it usually does come up straight away, but if you're not subscribed to us on YouTube, you have to go through the channel. So search GUKPT, click on the channel, and it will say live at the top, and that's how you will access the stream on YouTube. Yeah, it's a really good night, Nathan. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So Ben, getting involved in the cut-off, has an ace to the nut suit, so happy to open. Ian, I guess he's got position, but maybe, yes, we are double suited, but like, it's just bad implied odds with this one, reverse implied odds, just a 10 high and 8 high flush draws. Not really working too well our hand together, but happy to take a flop on the button perhaps. 6 of hearts on the river. So the 5-3 of Reynolds gonna take the pot, and Adam gonna come in for some value with his straight after flop was checked through, turn was checked through, but not gonna get called in any spot. There's no straddle now. They've arranged, as you can see at the bottom, to just call it 10, 25, 50. We got a third blind in there working, so it's all been agreed with the table. It's now 10, 25, 50 game.
Yes, Dave had a problem earlier because they made it 100 straddle.
Oh, okay.
So they went 10, 25, 50, 100, and it wasn't possible for Dave to flick it in. So
that might have been something to do with Mr.
Yes.
Jordan, I'm guessing.
Yes. So they decided that the 10, 25, 50 was the option, and that was it. So 10, 25, 50 is the straddle option. Afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the first ever GUKPT live stream cash game. Paul Siddle just got a massive double up of little Dave in seat number 7. Good to see Dave.
8.2k pot went the way of Paul Siddle, biggest pot we've seen so far. I'm guessing it won't be the biggest pot of the evening at this game. Stacks will get deeper as the night goes along, with players reloading and pulling up.
Yeah.
As Charmer here has double suited 8s, one to the second nut suit. So happy to come in for a limp in this situation. That's going to bring Rich in. Rich is in with the King Queen 6-4 Paducah. And that means Reynolds going to limp on the button. Ace Jack 10 deuce with the nut suit, so easy limp for Reynolds, and then that's going to bring both blinds in, getting this price. We've actually got 5-way action here. 5 going to the flop. Ace 10 7 all club board, and Ket here with the king of clubs in its hand. Okay, was wondering why he limped that hand, but yeah, that makes a bit more sense that Kellett isn't even in the pot. If he was, he would have to be going pot, pot, pot a lot of the time in this situation. But looks like Reynolds is going to take the initiative here with the ace-10. Little deuce of clubs in there. 7 on the turn, so this is a really good card for us here as Adam with the ace-10 to potentially bluff if we are betting flop, but opts to check this one behind, maybe thinking he's not going to get too much credit for aces after being just a limp on the button from him. But we've got a jack in our hand as well there, Adam. Ace jack 10, really good hand against certain opponents to turn into a raise there on the river, just for the blocking all the boats with an ace jack and 10 in our hand. Jacks and 10s less likely, aces obviously very unlikely, and could have potentially turned that one into a bluff there, Reynolds, but opted not to. Maybe it might have had something to do with Charmer. Maybe he thought Charmer's just not going to fold once he leads river, but against certain opponents there, that's going to be a really good raise spot for Adam as a bluff with that particular holding.
Do you not think we've got Jay in here, Jason, because of his intellect and his intelligence regarding the PLO game and inspiring everybody to play the game? We're not getting rid of him. Guy's educated everybody about PLO. No, there were definitely no toilet talk from Tower last night. We just had a good dance.
Oh, it was good.
Not being funny, but O'Neill's in near where is it? Near Leicester Square. It has to be the best bar in town. Live music, live band on, bit of dancing, bit of singing. Just a great night out. He does. He's pretty good at the game, is Jay. If you are tuning in, this is not GUKPT. We all get 4 cards. It's called Omaha.
They don't work all the time, Jim. You'll find that out if you play a lot of this.
Or the blockers.
Yeah.
So nice flop for Eddie.
Like especially, I'll come back to that. We'll work on this hand.
Charmer.
Come back to that question.
He has completely whiffed Little Dave.
A nice turn here for Charmer. And up into check call here. Dave just running it with airball, no equity. And can Charmer come in with a check here on the river? Can he find it? Can he find the check? Because Dave might just make the assumption here that Charmer's unlikely to have 2 pair on the flop once he checks. Maybe he thinks Charmer's going to be that he's going to show the 8-7, saying that's me hand. 8 high to beat.
Showing the Queen 5.
Yeah, Jim, it's such a good place to be. The live music was unbelievable last night. It was a really good night we all had, and it's just atmosphere in the place. Great. Me and Tao had this conversation there. Why would we go anywhere else? Every time we go there, it's a great bar. We have a good laugh. Drinks are flowing. Always a good live band on. No need to go anywhere else.
Then you wander around Leicester Square wondering what to do.
Looking for a pizza place.
Yeah, that was last night. It's amazing what you can't find when you want to find something. And let me tell you, if you want to go and see a show in the theatre, Back to the Future at the Adelphi. Oh my days, amazing. And I know Jay didn't have too much of a clue because he's never seen the movie, and it was an 80s movie and he'd never seen it, and it was a little bit of...
Do you know the stick I'm about to get in the chat now?
Not at
probably,
all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Jay's never seen Back to the Future, guys.
The effects though, the special effects that we use at the show, unreal how they do it, like with the car and stuff, and it looks like it's flying.
Making the car not look like it's moving 88 miles an hour. Just incredible. Should be a call from Ben, shouldn't it? King suited.
Yeah, Ben once comes round to him, he's not folding this.
No.
He's not limping to fold this hand unless there's a whole host of action.
Yeah, he makes the call. Rich folding the queens.
I didn't see what queens they were. I think he just had one suit, like 7-6 there, so out of position. Happy to get out of the way there. Basically, we're just looking for queens on the flop for us as Rich to continue. I think he actually had queen 5-3 or something like that, so would have actually flopped them well, but made the correct fold at the time. So Dave, I love the aggression from Dave Tower. Like, yeah, people don't realise you can find some print spots with just pure aggression in this game. Like on these paired boards, it's still hard for our opponent to continue. A lot of the time, it's going to have to be a decent overpair or a 5 in this spot. So just firing away here.
Ben's definitely not all in.
So 3 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't change anything. The king's still the best hand.
As Jay said last night, I was -9.
Yeah. Oh no, I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen it, lads and ladies in the chat.
Hey, big 1-1 game on here, Ricky. Looks like he'd just come off Clarkson's farm. Paul Siddle and Little Dave at the minute.
Pardon?
He's in front at the minute.
He's like...
Yeah, holding his own is Rich Kelly.
I just don't watch films. I say this to people all the time. I don't watch films. The only time I watch TV is when the football's on. Just never ever watch anything nowadays.
Hopefully a refresh should sort it out, but apologies if the internet is lagging a little.
Oh, beautiful hand here for Reynolds. Ace King, Queen 10, double suited. Prefer the King and the Queen suit to switch around to make it a really good hand, but still really nice here for Reynolds. And Kellett's got a nice hand himself, but only working with one suit. And these boys basically the same hand, except the Jack for Kellett instead of the King, and vice versa for Adam. So can be some big action flops here on this these two holdings tower. Definitely see some action, and that is monster for Rich Kellett here, flopping top end wrap with backdoor nut clubs. So gonna come straight in for a lead into the aggressor here with the Queen Jack 10, and Adam just with a gut shot to the nuts lets it go. So Rich gonna take that one. But like Adam's there, the Ace King of Hearts. It's much better for us to have the Queen of Hearts and the King of Diamonds, simply because when you do make your nut flush, you want to be able to get paid by the second nuts. And the times that you hold the Ace and the King of Hearts in your hand, obviously it's always going to be the third nuts that you're trying to get paid from. So, like in that situation, to make our hand a smidge better, although it was already a monster, it's better not to have the Ace and the King of the same suit. Simply because you've got to think about when we make the flush that we want to be getting paid, and we're more likely to get paid by second nuts than we are third nuts.
Is it also a case when you're playing PLO, especially obviously 6 card and stuff like that, is it not to be scared of the nuts kind of thing if you've got a decent hand?
What do you mean not to be scared? Like
if the board's 7, 8, 9 and you got 6, 10, say you got 5, 10, 6, 10 or something like that, and then somebody bets out, you're instantly thinking, yeah, he must have 10 jack.
In 6 card, just get out of the way. But in 4 card, it's a different dynamic, because it's going to be like we'd have to call one street there a lot of the time in situations. it's a completely different scenario in 6 card because the permutations of hands are just like insane tower compared to 4 card because of it's just madness. So like the 10-6 would just be a snap fold in 6 card, but in 4 card you're going to be wanting to call once a lot of the time. It depends on opponent as well, Tower. The thing is, it's the same as Hold'em with that aspect. You've got to know who you're up against, who's in the field, because like there'll be players that you play against in PLO that will just wait for the nuts and then bet the nuts, and that's why when sometimes they check it over to you on the turn and they sort of cap their range, you can fire on turn, board texture stays the same on the river, you can fire again, and almost always you're going to get the fold against certain opponents, and there's definitely spots you can exploit in this game. But in that situation that you just suggested, it would be a situation like against good competent players you're going to have to call at least once and then take some turns, so it can be player dependent. So we got aces v aces here. So Kellett with the better of the two because his are double suited. Paul Siddell just working with the 1 suit, and wow, double suited kings for Reynolds here. This is going to be a big pot, Tower. This is what we've been waiting for. This is just all going to get in between these 3 players.
Can this be all in pre?
Yeah, it's got to. It's going to go in pre here. It has to get in pre. Rich has just got beautiful aces here. Ace, ace, jack 9, double suited. Really, really nice. And then you've got Paul Siddell here with aces and 8s with 1 suit. And Adam here, it's going to be favourite, I think, Power, I believe. Well, wow, look at these equities. But the thing is, Adam, no working suits for him, so literally looking for some sort of Broadway flop. But this is interesting. Are they running it once? Are they running it twice?
Have they announced twice? I think they have.
So 3-way all-in situation here. Look at these equities, guys. This is as fine as it comes.
Let me just a minute. I think we have just announced we're running it twice.
Running it twice?
Sure that everybody's stacks in.
What are they worried about? What are they? Should be fine. There we go, we are going twice.
We're running the whole board twice.
Yeah, that's so whole board twice here.
The whole board twice.
Wow, well, this is nice. Yeah, well, ace jack of clubs for Kellett here. So Kellett's got the potential club draw, spades now to fade. And the jack of diamonds on the river, so the aces of Kellett and Paul Siddell going to chop the first one, Tower, so they're getting a quarter of the pot each. So quarter locked for Siddell and Kellett, and now we're going to run it a second time.
So pull the 5 cards down. All 5 cards are out the boxes, so we'll come again. Here we go again.
Kellett will be happy there's no hearts on that board as well, Tower. Yeah. Like it'll be really happy because there's got to be loads of hearts left in the deck now, lots and lots.
3-3 deuce.
Yeah, well that's not good for the kings because the kings now just draw into a king. Queen. So now have a queen as an out. And a 9 on the river. So Paul Siddell and Rich are just going to chop this one up. They're going to. Paul's going to win a healthy side, but Adam Reynolds there losing both with 1% equity favourite, only tiny, and Paul and Rich Kellett going to chop that one up. Nice little hand for us there, and Adam chip in seat, so he'll be back. Been a rough 2-hour start for him.
Yeah, the court is still behind the chair. He will be back.
Nice little one for Rich and Paul. Where are the hearts in that deck?
Running the whole board twice to norm?
Yeah. You're not gonna. You're not. Yeah. It's always if it goes in pre. It's going to be the whole board twice, Tower. Reason being there, Nathan, is both aces being out. So basically, like Jack 9 and 8s is what we're up against there of our King, Queen 9 that we need to hit. Like it's just always going to be high when both players have aces in that situation, because we're going to have 2 pair outs. Obviously, both our kings are live. Got Jack 10 working for us. We can make some straights as well, but that's the reason it's going to be high in that spot, just simply because with both players having aces there. Even with both his suits crushed in that situation, still going to have nice equity in that particular spot. To be honest, yeah, I think it should be a bit lower, but the stream count accounts for the dead cards, doesn't it? So there could have been some like 8s gone in the muck, maybe lots of clubs and spades, so flushes may be irrelevant a lot of the time. But yeah, maybe account for the dead cards in that particular situation, because it's running it in my head. Maybe it shouldn't be that high in that three-way situation against those particular hands. But it's still going to have, like worst case, I think, like 30, just under 30%. It's only going to be a small equity change. And there we go, nice little pot for us, nice little action. And so Ian, going to open the Ace King 8-3 here on the button. Second nut suit for us. Spare ace gets it through. And there's the stacks.
Gold Siddle up to 10.7. Louis on his way.
That looks like Paul Siddall is on the PLO equity calculator app.
Okay.
I think he's just running the hand that he's just saying he wants to get the equities. It looks like he's on the PLO equity calculator app.
Does he think he was favourite?
Yeah, well, he's probably just running it for the table. Tell you what, I might as well run it as well, get you the pure equities, guys, while we're here. That would be a good thing to do, so we can find out what the kings actually would have been exactly.
Like it. So three-way action, 7-8-3 is the flop. Charmer. Not his holdings, unfortunately. Dave checks as well.
Please to be paid. We have new level 600, 1200, 1200, 600, 1200, 1200.
King, jacks, and the dangler. Nice bet from Ben.
Right, here we are, Nath. Yeah, we were right. It must have been to do with the dead cards. The King's 27.5%, just under. So that would be the pure equities there, but the stream taking account for the dead cards. But yeah, it's just under 30% is what the Kings would have been looking at there from a perspective without dead cards. Yeah, Paul chipping up nicely. Kellett's about a bag up. I think, like, from a player's perspective that is a winning player in these games, like, you do want to avoid them spots, but you have to get it in. Like, it is the high variance of getting it in pre-PLO with good aces. Like, you don't love it, but it's got to go in. Unfortunately, it's only going to print a small edge over the long run, but very, very high variance.
Do players sell action in cash as well as tournaments?
You can sell action in cash, tournaments, satellites, sit and go wherever you want, Tower.
I suppose so.
Whatever you want.
You just think cash is like, yeah, this is my cash and I'm just going to play my game kind of thing. Seems a bit more personal. Cash.
Yeah, in big games, you'll get players selling percentages themselves. It's simple as that. Just lowers the variance as well, especially in PLO games. It lowers the variance for yourself if you've got a bit of backing behind you. Like, even if you sell 20% and you're in for 10k, and still, if you have a terrible session, you still get that 2k back. Not as bad. But thanks everyone if you are tuned in for our first ever 10.25.50 PLO live cash game stream.
Running all the way through till 12:30. Tomorrow we have the NPL playoff. 72 players maximum. 22 prizes in total. 21 prizes in total. Bubble will be 22. 4 250 seats, 2 1250 tokens, and then 15 £5,000 packages up for grabs tomorrow. That's going to be live on the web starting at 1:30 in the afternoon. Be an interesting bubble. We'll have the guys on the floor running round when the bubble hits tomorrow with all the NPL packages up for grabs.
So folds to Paul. Raised it up, ace 9 5, 2 diamonds. Unaware of Chalmers holding at the moment. There's the deuce of clubs rolls off on the turn, bringing 2 flush draws. And not much going on here for Charmer. Ian has top pair gut shot. Now opting to fire here. And going to get that one through with the ace 8.
Do you think we'll see anybody stand up and say thanks for the night, guys, and see you later? Does that ever happen in cash? You've had enough?
Yeah, there'll be a point where players can get up when they want. Like in cash games, like there's like etiquette that people talk about. Like no one will ever say it, but like it's just good etiquette. If you've won a few pots and you've won a few big pots, like you should be. Like there's no rule that you have to, but you should stay for at least an hour or so. Like you shouldn't be like win a 10k pot, you're 10k up, fold a couple of hands, right? Good night, boys. I'm off. Like there is like unwritten etiquette.
You wouldn't really get an invite back, would you?
Yeah, but it's just it's nothing in the rules that says it's wrong, but amongst players, it's obviously just an unwritten rule that, especially people that I play with, like we all have and we all understand. As Charmer with the boots here, and Dave going to make the call.
King 8-3 rainbow.
So Charmer continuing the aces.
Do we know where Ian's from in seat number 4? I don't know too much about him, do we?
No.
Seat number 4. That apart from his turn up at the 10, 25, 50 PLO. Looks like he sat down with 5.
Ouyang Tai Yizan is his actual name. Ouyang Tai Yizan, but he's asked to be called Ian.
Thanks for that. I'm glad he does. 10, 25 PLO, 50 straddle. Charmer, Ace, Kings, Jack.
Yeah, nice hand. Paducah Kings, obviously no suits, but it's still decent hand.
I like that. Paducah Kings. I play Paducah.
Do you?
I'm amazing at Paducah. I can play Paducah. I don't think anybody can be really amazing at Paducah apart from obviously there's a strategy to that as well.
There's some,
apart from getting your money in.
There's a guy that I play with in a DC game. I haven't played it in a while, that game, to be honest with you, but he always chooses Paducah, and he absolutely puts you to the test. He'll just pat and go pop, 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 like always. he'll just, and like you're sitting there with like a 9 Paducah on the river, it's like against this guy that you know's just always running it, and and it's chunks the call, and he just puts you under it, literally puts you under it. Like most of the time in that game, I'll just fold unless I get dealt like an 8 or 9 Paducah because of that.
So Rich raises up as his flop the up and down draw against the overs of Charmer. See, in this situation, I'm already thinking, well, he's got to have a set.
Yeah, exactly.
And
but Rich isn't just a PLO player that's just going to continue here, Tower, with sets. He's not just going to raise sets because when you're up against competent players, you need some bluffs in here. You need some 6, 7, 8. You need some 4-3 with a 5 or 4-3 with a 9 if we have that hand on the button. But in this situation, it's going to work because Charmer's just not going to be able to continue here with Bear King's Tower. Just has to get out of the way, and really nice bluff there from Rich Kellett, taking it down with the worst of it, just a pair of 2s for him. But that's the thing, in this game you talk about, a lot of players are like, it's just bingo, it's whoever gets luckiest, but that's not the case. In deep PLO, you still need to have balance about your game. You can't just be raising the 9-5 deuce rainbow flop with sets. You need to incorporate in some 6, 7, 8, some 4-3, maybe just some bare 9x with like Queen, Jack 10, 2 backdoor flush draws, hands like that, just to make it difficult to play against, because there's going to be people aware at the table, and this is like where the money can be made. If you're up against opponents that are only going to raise their sets on that board, we can just fold most of our range all the time and only call with our high equity draws. You still need to have balance in this game, and that is very important. But it's important to know what are the good hands to raise as bluffs, and know not to just be going for it with some random airball. Like, you need to understand your hand selection, same as in Hold'em, of what hands are going to be good to bluff raise. And the thing is as well, Tao, I've noticed already, I've never played PLO with Charmer, but he's limped a lot of hands, and the 2 hands I've seen him raise were kings and aces. And if Rich has like played a lot of PLO with Charmer, he might make the assumption or that when Charmer limps, he's not going to have these aces and kings. But when he raises, a lot of the time he's going to be weighted towards big, strong hands. And Rich might reasonably call with those small cards with position, is because he can take it. He can take it away from Charmer on lots of boards, lots of different boards, with or without it. And that's why it's important to balance. Like everyone else at this table hasn't really been limping; they've just been opening like their weak, like their mediocre and their strong hands. But I've noticed with Charmer already, he's raised the kings and the aces, and the rest of his hands he's just opted to limp in. So it's something that can definitely be exploited down the streets. It's only a really small sample size that I've seen, so it might not be the case. It might just be how he's opted to play these first 50 hands or so, but. Really small sample size, but maybe to watch, something to watch out for. So he's got the ace 8 8-3 turn nut suit here, getting out of the way. Reynolds is back, reloaded another 4.
There's 200. Ace Jack 7 deuce, 3 diamonds.
Paul gets out of the way here. On first glance, can look
control fold there from Paul Sidler.
Yeah, on first glance out, it looks like a good hand, but like 5s, it's a situation bad reverse implied odds. We can get in some bad set over set scenarios. The flush draws aren't strong. Like we need like specific boards to be continuing with that hand, and as well, we're also in the small blinds. So going to be acting first on every street. So good discipline lay down. Like a lot of players may fall into the trap of seeing like the pretty double suited working nice together and making the call there from the small, but Paul making a good lay down. So Kellett here might fire now, Tower. This is definitely a card we can fire, and he is going to.
600.
Simply because we're working with a double gutter here. 8 or jack will make us the nuts, and then as well as that we've got some clubs in there, and a 6 doing a little bit of work for us as well as Kellett. So going to fire, but Charmer not going anywhere. Queen on the end. So Charmer does get the check mark here, but the thing is now, from Kellett's perspective here, Tower, like you expect Charmer a lot of the time with like King Queen to lead a lot of turns in this spot, so we can potentially come in for, there it is, he has fired here in the river. Like a lot of the time, Charmer's going to be weighted more towards the draws here. Some like 8-5, like 8-5-9, some ace-jack 10s, all these type of hold-ins, and potentially some better missed clubs, some nut clubs in there as well. So a lot of the time, we can potentially get him off of a hand, but Charmer's going to come in with a hero. Finds the hero.
Wowzers.
And with just King-Jack. So what a hero from Charmer. Just the king.
Shows him the king.
Wow.
He's here to play.
So calls it with just the 1 pair. Maybe the thought process as Charmer is on the flip side. Like what's Rich got to have there? Set of 7s, some 2 pairs that are boated up. He obviously thinks Rich is never going to come in for value with just the king. Like value range on the turn can have some sets and 2 pairs as Kellett, so obviously repping the boats on the river, but Charmer wasn't having any of it, non-believer.
Amazing.
Everything did brick.
Are you playing Badoogie as pot limit?
Yes.
Stop.
Oh, you
what's the difference between Badoogie and Badoogie apart from the spelling?
I think.
Is it the same game?
Yeah,
exactly the same?
It's the run out of cards.
Oh, here we go. Come on, Dan.
In Padookie, Padookie is the UK version.
Yeah.
So if
you change one 3 times.
No, the actual.
I'm the world champion at Padookie.
The game
I'm amazing.
The game runs exactly the same.
Yeah.
The difference is in Padookie, you go to a flush if you haven't got a 4 card, right? So your two highest flushing cards.
Yeah.
It goes to that. Whereas Badoogie, if you haven't got 4 cards, it goes to your best 3 card. So if you've got King 6-3-2, you've got a 3 card 6. So any 4 card Badoogie would be a 3 card 6.
I didn't know the difference.
Yeah, it's the only difference.
And why would it have to be pot limit?
It should be a limit.
It's just the game I play in the DC.
Right,
It's
okay.
just always been pot limit. There's no limit games in the DC game I play, so it's just all.
I used to multi-table Badoogie on Stars.
Interesting. Learn something new every day. I've never played Badoogie. I've always played Padookie, which I thought was
Yeah.
Badoogie. It's just a different name, but that's very interesting.
Badoogie was just a UK version that was in our 8-game mix years ago.
Ah,
Nice one, Rich.
There was a lot of
Rich,
massive
watching.
rulings on it, and we took it out. That said, anyone want some food?
Tower's been involved already.
I was gonna.
Thank you very
gonna
much.
Bring you a menu.
Oh, a bit late now.
Do you want something later?
I'll grab something later. I think I'll grab
Let me know
something
when, and
later.
I'll send the waitress over.
Lovely, thank you.
That's you as well.
So there you go. Badoogie, limit, pot. King Jack getting there on the river for Little Dave over Paul's aces. King 5. And he goes to the best 3 card.
And Lightborn says you don't bluff Eddie.
No.
On Twitch.
So we got told to change his name to Charmer, and everybody knows he was Eddie. He's a right Charmer, that C1.
Nice with a P, Jim. Padookie.
Padookie and Badoogie. 2 different games. So only at the end. So there we go. 10:25:50 PLO live streaming for the first time. GUKPT week 2 of 3. A little bit different this week, as we've got the cash game right now. We've got the NPL playoff, and then we've got probably a lot of the day 2 of the midi, depending round about 12:30 when we normally finish. The state of the game, we'll let you know what's happening.
Yeah, 9 high rundown here for Adam. 1 suit. Happy to open this one. These are nice as well because we can comfortably peel 3 bets with these hands. In this case, it's folded all the way around to Ian, who's wow, he's just folding a nut suit, closing the action. Heads up. Maybe a bit worried about Adam's UTG opening range, but getting that price, closing the action, heads up. Pre-flop equities. Maybe not wanting to go out of position against Adam, but Ian letting that one go.
Badoogie was made up from a guy that watched a Badoogie game in Vegas, tried to explain the rules to players at the Rainbow, messed it up and intentionally created a new game.
There you go.
That's like playing in a dealer's choice game in Blackpool when they got bored of playing Maltese cross, so they invented reverse Maltese, where they deal the middle card and then they start betting. That's just insane. So we're going 6-way, 5-way to the flop. Jackson 5s for Adam. In 6. Ace 8, 7 deuce for Dave. There's the initial raise. Ace 4, 9. 2 pair for Rich.
Yeah, just king high on this board, but Ian equity favourite here in terms of hand value. I think Dave's flopped the best of it with Ace 8, and Rich going to fire. Rich has got the best of it. Sorry, bottom 2. Rich is going to fire 300, and snap folds from the whole field, and that puts Rich back to level.
Nice one.
I think I'm just going to grab 15 tower.
Are you off, buddy?
Yeah, just
Nice
15
one.
quickly.
Just,
I will
take
be
15
back.
minutes.
Here we go, we got someone in.
Here comes the Omaha champion.
Omaha champion for the week. There we are, look at this.
Unbelievable.
Perfect timing.
Coming in for 5 minutes, the Omaha champion. Can't believe he beat Katie and everybody else.
Neither can I.
How are you? Tell everybody your name and where you come from, what you do.
I'm Gary McGaffney. And,
Nice to get it.
I'm a project management trainer. I don't play professionally or anything like that, and yeah, I've smashed it up the last 3 nights.
And you played the PLO and you decided to win it. Very nice, well done.
I've done 15,000 in 3 nights. I've won. That's how much I've won. I'm not a professional.
Good man. Well, everybody gets them little breaks. Everybody gets the things.
Yeah, it's been amazing, really.
If the camera was on, we'd be able to show the world who you are to avoid you at the tables.
Well, what's the name? The atmosphere is really good.
It's fabulous.
The actual setup is really terrific. Everyone's very friendly, and it's been amazing, really. And I'm glad I came. And I thought, well, I'll chance me on with the 250. I nearly didn't make it in, but and then short stacked all the way, and then got lucky, and you win. So, and then. But it did finish at 4:45 in the morning, which was a bit of a down.
You don't mind losing sleep if you're going home with chunks.
So,
that's the way you got to think.
I had to work though at 9, so I was struggling that. But
that's the way. You could have took the day off. You just
I couldn't. No.
You just took large.
And then, so I thought I'd play the free roll. I'll play the thing on Monday. You know the what do they call it? The high roller one.
Oh yes.
I thought I'll chance my arm on that one and see how we do.
Nice. Well, when you're on a roll, stick with it.
But I really love the coverage. I've been in the chat box most nights watching it, and that's what I'm going to. I've just left the cash now, so I can have a watch in the hotel at the professionals.
Good, no, well done, nice one. I like it
because
quit when you're ahead.
Because this is really different.
This is big.
Level. This is a different level, and you've got to watch the different levels.
Yeah. And when you do get back to the hotel room and you listen to Jay talking about it as well, I actually think you'll learn part of the game a bit more.
It's actually helped me enormously.
Yeah.
Jay being in the chat and going through it, because it's made me think differently about the hands that you play and and what you should be looking for. So it's been an education this last few weeks. That's why I've been in the chat so much, because Jay's analysis of it really makes it really fantastic, and it's helped my game enormously. I know he's not Omaha, but it's the way, the thinking behind it. And the positions and that sort of thing.
Absolutely.
And
John Hare says hello, if you know John.
Yes, I do know John. He's from Blackpool. And I did most of my learning in the Blackpool card room with Howard Plant and Riggy. And
you definitely didn't learn anything off Howard.
No, I learned how to do my brain. And Gareth Jones the Nugget gave me a lot of advice. And of course, you must remember Jerry the Bib and Alistair Fox.
Absolutely.
Alistair Fox Finley and Knife Dave Mayhell. And Mad Marty Wilson as well. I was on the bubble once, and that Mad Marty knocked me out, and he came up to me and said, "You're alright?" I said, "Yeah, I'm fine, Marty." He said, "I'm sorry about that." He said, "Do you want your buy-ins back?" I'll give you buy-ins back if you want. I said, "No, Marty, it's part of the game, He was dead nice, and his passing has been, a very, very sad occasion.
That was one thing missing at the GUKPT Blackpool, wasn't it? A story from Mad Marty Wilson.
Yeah, and then. Must mention the Bristol card room as well at the Rainbow, and the players there like Wally and Bash and everything like that. And when you play with better players, the trick is to play with better players, because then you will get better, and you will learn about position and learn about when to pot it and when not to pot it, and keep control of the pots and everything. And Jay's been amazing on the live stream.
Katie says congratulations on the win.
Thank you very much. Katie played ever so well. She came fourth, I think, in the end, and but we chopped it in the end because it was just too late. It's 4:45. I mean, it was like
you say, if you're going home with chunks, you don't mind losing a bit of sleep.
You don't. But,
you sleep the day after.
Yeah, and as I say, what's impressed me about the whole thing is the atmosphere. These really are like festivals, there's
back
a lot
to what
of
they were.
There's a lot of friendliness and what have you, and no nastiness. And also, I must say, the standard of dealing is exceptional. You very rarely see them make a mistake. You know what I mean? Or have to call the floor and say we're going to correct it. You never see anything like that here. So it's really professional. I don't know how they do it. I think they must recruit freelancers.
A lot of freelance dealers that come into the GUKPT. Just checking the board because Adam's got a flop set of 2s, flop bottom set. Dave Little Dave in seat 7. C-bets. Well, so he bets out 600 on the flop with the gutter ball. He's got the flush draw. And Adam Reynolds comes in for a bet raise to 2,000.
Has Terry been in?
Terry was in and out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, he did a grand on our page.
It didn't last too long. He said he was tired and wasn't reloading. So that was it. Terry Jordan lost in about 10 minutes on the live stream.
Yeah, he was a bit bored tonight.
Just one of those. He just said he was tired and off he went. We've now got a full ring until 12:30. I'm sure the game will run until 6, 7 in the morning. But,
what time are you streaming till?
We're streaming till 12:30.
Right, I'll go back and get settled and watch some quality television. I must admit, it beats watching BBC Two. I'll tell you that now. You know what I mean? It's really
You
great.
could have picked a bigger channel than BBC Two.
No, but that's where it should be on. They should be putting this on BBC Two. It's riveting stuff, you know. I'm sure everyone's enjoying it in the chat and watching it.
It's good to have. This is the first time ever we've done a cash game. And the first, obviously, PLO was the choice.
Yeah.
We put the question out there. What do you want us to stream if we do a cash game? And PLO was the choice. And luckily for London, we've got a 10.25 PLO. I'm not too sure we'll get a 10.25 PLO in many places.
No, probably
not. London, Blackpool, maybe. Sometimes Manchester.
So yes, it's been very eventful. I'm going to stay over. I'm working in London next week, but I'm going to play the high roller and the seniors.
On the seniors as well. On the Tuesday night.
On the Tuesday night, yeah. Because I'm over the age of 50, so I qualified on that. And you're playing that, are you?
I might just be flicking it into the old seniors. You never know. You might see me sat at the tables.
Well, we might have to go 10% with the tower in case he wins it. He's going to win one of these days, and because we all have our turn, don't we? I mean,
of course, absolutely.
This week has
blind
been
squirrel and all that.
Yeah, this week has been absolutely amazing for me. I just cannot miss. You know, it's
good.
Every hand I've can't.
You will get them. You will get them weeks, and then you'll get them weeks where you just can't hit, and you're just not getting any cards whatsoever.
Yeah, it is good. But it has been very enjoyable, and it's nice to see the setup and where you are. Because when I came on Sunday, when I played the thing, you weren't here, and I thought, where are they? now I know how it looks, and it's really professional, and I'm very impressed.
You're quite lucky. It's quite tidy, to be fair, Gary.
No, it's fine. And as I say, it's the. If you look at the whole setup, it's really fantastic, and you should come down and experience these festivals. Even if you're a recreational player like me, it's so great to be, and to learn from these professionals and what have you. And someone once told me years ago, which sport, right, can you sit down next to a world champion like Phil Hellmuth or Phil Ivey? How many sports will you actually play a world champion? There are not many sports you can do. In poker, you could.
And how many games or sports can you sit down at 20-year-old, sat next to somebody who's 80, and be on the same level playing field?
Yeah. And so people like Cole Clough and people like that. You're sitting on the same table as these people, and they're world class. You know what I mean? So you're going to learn chunks off them, and that's what I did. And it was that guy. There was another guy. Julian Few.
Julian, 3 GUKPT wins.
I sat next to him for about 6 hours in Manchester at Bury New Road, and it was like
still only 2 people to win 3.
It's like a masterclass, you know what I mean? But it changed my game anyway. But yeah, so it's interesting to see how it all works out, and long may it continue.
Thank you, Gary.
And you do a great job, and it's very slick and very professional. That's what I like about it. I put the jokes in the chat, just to lighten you up a bit, because it is great fun. But so I'm going to relax now and have a nice shower and
chill out,
celebrate. And nice to see you tower again.
Come and play a couple of events that you're more or less free rolling in.
I am free rolling. I'm going to play the seniors. I'm going to play the Omaha on Monday. Only one bullet, and we'll see what occurs.
Like it.
But great to see you.
Nice one, Gary.
Great to see you.
Thank you very much for the kind words.
And see you all in the chat soon for a few jokes.
We'll see you back in the chat a little bit later when you're chilling in the hotel room.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be A takeaway, John, I think. I think we have a takeaway.
Look at the posh one, seeing you're up about 8 large. 15. All right, then that's even better.
Yeah. So yeah. Did someone say that? No taxman, no taxman. What time's the break?
There is no break.
You're just going to go straight through?
Till 12:30.
Wowzers.
So, a little bit different from a tournament, there's no break. We're just going to take breaks here, there and everywhere while Jay's on and off.
You know when you're going in and out and people are bringing stuff in, so they're just lobbing in the cake.
They just literally stand there and smile with cakes and buns and all sorts. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We're just waiting for the day when somebody old dangles some keys to a Ferrari or something like that, you know. Now we have some nice people walking into the comms box wherever we are. If you are just tuning in, 10:25.50 at PLO for the first time, cash game. Live stream for the very first time at part of a GUKPT festival. We're down in London for 3 weekends on the trot. Tomorrow is the MPL final, 72 players playing off for 15 packages of the £5,000. And then on Sunday it's the midday day 2 starting at 12. And then next week we have the grand final, 2,000 buy-in. Gary's going to try and satellite into that.
Doubt it. I'll never make that one.
Well, best way to do it is to satellite in.
Oh yeah. No, they are.
Absolutely.
The satellite cash games for 200 quid, where you spin 10 grand into 100 and you come off. That's got to be good stuff.
Well, you saw what Wadey did last week.
Yeah.
Last one in on the satellite, first one out with a seat, turned it into 60,000 is what he did.
Fair play, fair play.
Absolutely. Up and down straight ball for Adam. And cuts the ball for Rich. We have an all-in bet from Rich with not much of it. Adam calls. Running it twice. They've announced run it twice. Rich 8, 9, 10 jack on a 10 king 4 rainbow board. Adam makes the call. Rich is all in for 1.3. We are running it twice. 6 of spades on the turn. Doesn't help Rich at the minute. And a 3.
That's a brick, isn't it?
So the brick of the 3 of hearts. So the Queen Jack 10-6 will play. The 10 Queen will play. So that's running 1, 7. Rich has got plenty of outs with the flush draw, the straight draw. He can't. I'd like to count the outs.
Got huge wraps, hasn't he?
Yeah, we've got a lot of redraws there for Rich, and he pairs again.
Oh my God!
He pairs again,
and that's another brick, isn't it?
So the scoop for Adam and Rich Kelly has just bricked out twice. That is unlucky for Rich Kelly. He bricks out twice, and the Queen plays both times for Adam Reynolds in seat number 6.
Wow.
So we have a reload for Rich Kelly as he bricks out, very unfortunately, twice. Very unfortunate. Here he comes, the main man.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary.
Nice to meet you.
Thanks, Gary. All the best, young man. Great to see you. Gary McGaffney is off. He's up 15 this week, and he's going to satellite into the grand final for next week. And I expect a story saying I've won a seat in the chat box sometime this week.
Okay, all the best to you.
Cheers. Nice one, Gary. All the best.
Miss much?
Gary, Rich has just bricked out twice on a run it twice flop with top pair and draws, and he bricked out twice because the board came low both times.
I'm fine, thank you.
So Rich has had to reload.
know, like, you can't win. It's impossible. I've got like a double gut on you, look. Okay. It's fair. Come in though. Maybe chop, or when it's
PBKR Great Edition, this one, lads. Evening all, 30th tomorrow, so no poker. Might be up next weekend. 30! Oh, I remember them days. So Rich Kelly reloads for 2, getting very unfortunate. He goes brick twice. Enjoy your birthday weekend, Mr. Baker. Enjoy. Kings for Ben. 1 suit. And Adam in seat number 6. Oh, just the old.
Good luck getting paid.
Quads. Yeah, unless it comes a royal draw. None of that.
Yeah, need Adam to have like 8s here. That's the only way we're ever getting paid. Maybe like some nut flush draws. Might call once against small size, but Ben checks once more. Adam not taking the bait, and Ben will lead river now. Praying that Adam's flatted aces pre, but that wouldn't be the case after it's been 3 bet. So now Ben comes in for £300 value, and Adam just gets out the way.
Oh, show him the quads. Is it too easy to get quads at Omar?
Yeah, I'll say we see it a few times tonight. That's the 3rd time already we've seen quads.
Are you fit, Git? Are the chips equal to pound notes? Yes, they are. The left-hand side, red and yellows in Dave Nicholson's seat in 7, are the £5 chips. The greeny ones are 25s, they're the ponies. The £100 ones are the red ones, a tall stack of reds he's got in seat 7. And the biscuits, as Jay calls them, the purpley ones down the bottom, are the 1K chips, they're slightly bigger than a normal chip.
Sorry, Tower. No, Phil, what happened was we had 4 dropouts. We had the original lineup set. The only 4 that are in this game from the original lineup are Paul Siddle, Charmer, Kellett, and Terry's gone already. Terry was here as well, but we had 4 dropouts,
Dave
unfortunately.
Nicholson was already on the list, wasn't he? Little Dave. Jack's double suited for Rich Kelly. Raises to 175. Ian's cards 10-9-6-4 comes along for the ride. They'd be in the muck for me, not for Ian.
It's
Ace
just
9 Queen with a flush draw now, but could get yourself into trouble.
All this is from Ian. We've got position on Rich Post, so he's opting to call here and play some flops. So Rich going to check all this here. Tower should be aware that Ian's going to be fairly wide blind on blind, and we do have the nut advantage on this board as well as Rich, but I'm just going to check call here. Queen on the turn. So Rich checking it over to Ian again, and Ian with just 4% equity here, going to do well to find a 9. So 7 of spades on the river, so the jacks of Rich the best hand. It goes check, and Rich actually going to take this one with the jacks. Patrick Antonius flying in for a 10-25 game. Could you imagine it? I did message him, but he said he weren't available.
Hope you're staying safe this weekend as well with this storm that's coming in. You know how they name storms?
Yep.
And it's always after a male. And the hurricanes, there's one named after females, the other one's named after males.
Yeah. And they do it alphabetically, don't they?
And they do it alphabetically. Have you any idea of the storm that's hitting Scotland at the moment? It begins with A. If you can get it in 100 guesses, I might flick you into this event, Googling, and without anybody telling you. Because I didn't even know it was a name.
All right, I'm not going to get
And I've been around the
Can you
way.
save me the suspense? We'll see if anyone gets in the chat.
Unbelievable. Well, obviously, if you've been watching the news, you'll get it. It's Storm Arwen, Arwen, and I don't even know if that's a male or a female name. But everything's cancelled in Scotland at this moment in time. So stay safe if you're watching the live stream. Get cuddled up round the fire and enjoy it. But Storm Arwen. Anybody got an Uncle Arwen? Anybody? Anybody? They're making these names up nowadays.
Oh, Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. The janitor was called Arwen in that.
In what?
When I was a kid, I was like, yeah.
What was the programme?
Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. No one in the chat will probably even know what that is.
Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Even PK doesn't know what it is.
And the
We're the same age,
and the
nearly.
like engineer janitor, and that was called Arwen. There we go. There we go. I do know one. I do know one from some. We're going to jump back into the
Nice
action.
slot for Ian. If you're going to miss, but Rich has still got 60% equity with a nut flush draw and a pair.
Yeah, Rich actually favourite this hand because fives and deuce working for 2 pair outs for him here. Ian up and down with the king queen here. It's not going to be going anywhere. I don't think. I think he might just check call tower. He's definitely not folding. Oh, he is. He is going to let it go, Ian. I just thought with those future blockers in there, there's definitely cards that we could come in for leads as bluffs on the turn. Times it come a queen. But didn't want to continue. Correct fold in terms of equity against Rich's specific holding. But just opting to check fold that one. Pretty surprised. Obviously no hearts in our hand, so that's going to remove some outs if Rich does have a flush draw. Could have been the thought process.
Phil Baker, who's 30 tomorrow,
Yep.
knows Sweet Life of Zach and Cody.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
He's heard of that. Yeah. Yeah, Arwen apparently is absolutely crippling all of Scotland at this moment in time. It's the highest danger to life ever.
Really?
From a storm in England or in Britain. Highest ever. Stay safe, everybody.
Yeah.
Watch the live stream. Cuddle up round the fire.
As well, guys, make sure you give us a follow. Facebook, Twitter, at Grosvenor Poker /GUKPT, YouTube and Twitch for live stream coverage, and would help us out on Twitch or YouTube. Hit the subscribe or follow button, send the notifications on, and you'll get a notification every time that we do go live. So Rich raising this one with a nut suit. Ben just happy to flat the double suited jacks on the button, and now Dave free betting to 900 here. Rich going to get out of the way tower, I think, with this one. It's maybe not. He's counting his chips. I just don't think we're deep enough. I think if we were 6-7k deep, we're seeing pill, but I think with this particular stack size, in it goes to the muck. Like, it's so much better for us there as well to have like a 9 in our hand instead of the ace, because Dave obviously free betting, representing aces, big hand. So much better when you think your opponent's got aces not to have an ace in your hand.
10, 6, 5, 2 spades. That brings the flush draw for Ben.
As well as a gut shot, and interesting in these spots here as well, Tower. The reason that this is a really good flop for us is Ben. A jack also makes us a nuts on the turn. The time that the jack does roll off, we're going to have the nuts on the turn. We've got equity in terms of our gut shot, and as well as that, we've got spades here as well. And a lot of the time, you expect Dave to be continuing here with nut spades, second nut spades. So once it's checked to us, gives us the green light to fire. We can possibly fold out queens, kings, and aces without spade draws or pairs in their hand.
So Winnie the Animal says he's blowing a hoolie in Angus, and the storm's starting to get a bit tasty in Newcastle as well. Well, like I said, stay safe. It is pretty bad out there up north, especially the northeast. And as Phil says, that's it. Stay safe and gives us a follow. Jay knows his onions. Gary McGaffney says he's going back to the hotel room to have a nice, relaxing evening and watch the live stream and learn something off Jay. That's exactly what he said.
So Eddie Dangler doing some work here for him, and once again opts to limp this holding, and I'm interested to see when Eddie does pick up aces or kings again if he is going to raise, and Rich attacking this limp here with a nice little hand, King Jack 9-9, second nut clubs, and Ian with the 10-7, 6-5 double suited, cards working nice together with position, happy to pill this one on the button, and Eddie, as we've seen already, not limping to fold. So a flop of 10-3-3, 2 spades here, and Ian with the only spade draw. Rich opting to continue here. So snap fold from Ian. Yes, he does have a flush draw, guys, but them 6 high flush draws, we're not calling with that hand to make a flush. We're calling because our cards work very close together. We're going to have good ball coverage on the middling boards. So 6 of diamonds on the turn. There's already been a dynamic set between these two players, and Rich going to come in for the second barrel here, even though he's already seen Eddie call him down, but no fear there from Kelly, and picks up a 1.3k pot with the worst of it. With not too much equity either, but he knows he's still going to have the aces and kings there. But obviously Eddie limp calling will have some 3x, and maybe Rich, if he's playing with him a lot, may think he's going to have more leads with those hands, but these players have got to be making these assumptions at the table themselves. I'm not sure regarding dynamic, if they've played a lot of each other before, but you want to be getting all the information you can.
$10.25.50 PLO first time cash game live streamed until 12:30 tonight.
Yeah, Phil, it's been all right. I've enjoyed it. I'm small loss on the week at the moment. Min cash the mini, then had 2 bullets in the PLO. Ended up getting absolutely wasted, and then
Stone Cold Bubble.
Then gifted it all away on the bubble. Gifted it all away. So. Bad from me. It was really bad from me. Like, I woke up the next morning, it's terrible. Like what I was up to, but I was just punting it off for some reason. I'd had a bit too many star of Brahmins. Once you get into double figure star of Brahmins, you do silly things. And Bousey was loving it on my right with his little 3 big blinds, but yeah, bit of a pump from me. Not ashamed to admit it happens sometimes, but. That was the case in the PLO tournament. Ended up walking out the casino at 2:30 in the morning with no money in my pocket from a cash.
So we're back to Eddie. In seat number 1, he prefers Eddie to Charlie.
Okay. Well, this is interesting because Eddie's got a middle pin wrap here to go with small flush draw, and we've got top 2 and naked ace of diamonds for Sakis here. So I'm not sure we're going to see Eddie fold to a second street here, Tower. Personally, I think he's going to be calling again. And 7 now working for Eddie, as well as deuces, 3s and 4s. And a diamond would be interesting to see whether Sakis, when it goes for it on the river.
It pairs on the river.
So Sakis now going all in, not too phased about the 6. There shouldn't be any real 6x that we expect Eddie to be peeling on the flop, unless it's like a maybe like a Queen Jack 10 with just a random 6 in it, or a Deuce 3-4 with a random 6 in it. These type of hands, especially with the ace of diamonds in our hand as well. So it's not going to be like some a6 of diamonds and stuff like that. So just opting to go for value here for just over 3rd pot on the river. And Eddie, we've seen already, doesn't like to fold, and he's just got an ace here with a 4 kicker, and he's counting out chips, Tower. Non-believer, in goes the call with ace 4 was his hand. I don't believe. Lovely, and Sakis there. Nice bit of value for him on the river that I weren't expecting him to get from this particular holding. And Eddie. Interesting.
Sakis probably couldn't believe it when he gets a call and then he wins the hand. Yeah, 2 or 3 people have said that Little Dave looks a bit like Feder Holtz. Starting seat 7. Little Dave's a better player. 10, 25, 50, PLO. Can you still put up that black sheet of what we're streaming?
Players in the middle near that, you're welcome to retake your seats. We'll be restarting in just over 3 minutes. That's just over 3 minutes.
You know the prize pool currently standing in the MIDI. Just have a quick scan on the app. Don't forget the Poker Live app is always there as well to check out what's happening. We know we're live streaming the cash game, but play continues with the tournaments here in the Vic. Just the MIDI going on today. Total number of runners today 290 in the MIDI with a prize pool of 233,000. Busy. Round to all folding round to Little Dave, who makes it 100 or 200 with Queen 6-3-2.
Yeah, a little bit on the loose side, Tower.
If you're going to play a hand, make sure it's Queen 6-3-2.
Yeah, it gets it through, gets the steal through. Definitely on the loose side, that one. But Dave, we've seen already. Very aggressive and been taking pots down when he had no right to.
Players in the middle main event will be restarting in just over 1 minute. Please take your seats. Just over 1 minute remaining on the clock.
We've got some side bets going on.
For
this game.
Yeah.
For £200 per hand.
Yeah.
Anybody wins with a Paducah hand and shows it on the river.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Just been announced.
Okay. I like it. I like it a lot. Paducah hand.
Anybody win a hand with a Paducah hand gets
per
200 per person.
1,400 quid.
There you go. That'll add a bit of spice to it. Do you play a Paducah hand just in case? Ben's got 10s 9-8, one suited 10 aces 9-8 for Paul Siddle.
Yeah, nice 10s here for Ben. Like the time we flop a set, we're going to have some straight draw possibilities as well.
For Siddle.
Yeah, not on this board. And Ben's got middle set here, Tower.
Middle set as well.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because these are both fairly deep here. Obviously, Siddle's got the nut advantage with the aces being the pre-flop raiser, so that's why Ben just opted into flat here. It's very disastrous for us the times that we do come in for the raise and we get free bet on this flop. And 7 of diamonds on the turn. It's going to slow things down here. Paul should be checking this one a lot of the time, Tower, and taking a river. 7 or 3 would be ill, but it's the 9. So both players with a set, and no merit in value betting this one here as Paul got enough showdown in this spot.
Yeah, set of 10s, set of aces. Paul wins a £1,000 pot.
Only if that was the ace of clubs. Only if that was the ace of clubs in his hand, he'd win another 1,400 quid on top.
Ha ha! Yes, could have been done straight away. Yeah, but Dave's still watching, you see. I'm the worst commentator on any poker stream, but you still tune in. You still tune in. Good to have you on board, Dave. Good job my mum likes me.
There'd be no stream without this man, that's what I'm going to say. There's no chance there'd be a stream without this man sat beside me.
I do think that Paul Siddle and Little Dave in seat 7 are the big winners at this moment in time.
Yeah, he's probably had some money on your trebles over the last few weeks.
Absolutely,
that's probably what it is.
The problem is now the pressure's on because it's Phil Baker's 30th tomorrow. Towers Treble's got to win for the birthday presents.
Yeah.
We've got to do a win for Phil Baker, who's turning 30 tomorrow. First time 10, 25, 50 at PLO cash action on a live stream. Back to tournament poker tomorrow and the NPL playoff. 72 runner max field with 21 prizes. Can you do a cash stream every festival? This is awesome, says Jim.
So, what's Dave up to here, Tower?
Dave
I know, it's Paducah. That's what he's up to. That's what he's up to. I know exactly what he's up to now.
Yep.
He's going to try and run this, Dave, with his Paducah
He's announced
holding.
the game. I'm going to try and get a win.
Yeah. An interesting spot here for Eddie with the Jacks 10-9. Really nice hand, even with one suit here. Cards working very nice together. He's going to make the cold call, and that's going to probably bring Dave in here, Tower. The thing is, he's got the added value here for his Paducah hand, so although in this situation he's calling another 4-7-5 to win 1.4, he's actually calling to win 2.8 with his Paducah hand.
Yep.
So ace, king, 10, 2 spade board, and has Charmer got it in him here? That is the question with the jacks, if it's checked to him. Well, it's not going to be checked to him because Paul's going to fire here, and this is an interesting flop as Paul being the free better here, because Paul can definitely have aces, and the times that he has got aces, more often than not, it's going to contain the ace of spades. He's going to have the 2 combos with the ace of spades of the 2 aces in his hands, so he would have close to 40% of the time the nut flush draw with it. and I'm assuming it's just going to get through because Dave, although he's got the Paducah hand, people have told me look out for him, but I'm not sure he's this mental tower to go for it here. He thought about it. It shows the Padukes, and Paul Siddle going to take that one down.
Think you needed a lot of help there, Dave. It is show ace queen there, Paul Siddle.
Might have been ace queen queen. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Ace queen queen for sure. Oh,
oi oi! That's what we've got going. The 4 ticks from last week have already gone. We crowned a champion last week when they chopped it 4 ways. Today, the 5:30 cash game, we live stream until 12:30, and then tomorrow at 1:30 on the stream, the MPL playoff 72 player max, coming for 21 prizes, and then Sunday at 12:30 the main day 2, and then next week, are the heads up championships blind structure the same as they were online? I don't think they will be, will they?
No.
I don't think they'll have 7140 and 1400, 2800 and all that malarkey. I think they're a little bit different. They're more like live blinds. The 6 max, the Haymaker sit and go. Who won it last night? Did anybody play it?
I don't know.
We couldn't get a connection in O'Neill's. And then the grand final is a week today. Will be day 1B. And we'll be crowning the champion on the Sunday at some point for the 2K buying grand final and the last event of 2021.
Back to the action. So Eddie opting to limp the kings here, 450. That deuce dangler, really bad card to have in the hand, not doing any work at all. So that's probably why he's just opted to limp this one here. Does have 1 second nut suit. Really, really nice hand here for Adam with an ace in our hand. The 6, 7, 8. We're double suited. Definitely not all in for 7k, but definitely raised this one up, I think, Adam. And Ben's in the pot as well. We're going to get his jacks back. Just going to get some correction of the action. It's definitely not all got in, guys. We wish we're going to see a 17k pot at some point tonight. Let's hope we do. 10, 5, 3, 2 club board. Charmer. Fires. Deuce on the turn. So Charmer just sitting here with kings. Bear, king of clubs. Maybe thinking about... Well, he's gone for it again, Charmer. Fires 400 here. And he actually has the best of it in this spot. Fair play to the man. Trying to get value from worse. Very hard to.
Nice one, Eddie.
That went for double.
So Paul Siddle, top of the leaderboard at 11,600. Dave on 7,200. Started really well, Dave. Little Dave was on 13,000. Yeah, it has calmed down a little bit. 10, 25, 50. We have a £200 side game. Win a hand with the Paducah, and you get £200 of each player.
Cheers, Phil, as well on Twitter, putting a little tweet out for us about the old cash game. Enjoying it so far. First 3.5 hours have flown. Like Sean, to be honest, Charlotte, it's not the best of lineups. It's not like real action players.
Rough.
Sorry about that, Sean.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's like the lineup that we had projected to us at the start. There was a lot more action players in it, and then obviously a few people have filled the seats. But Obviously, Ben hasn't been getting out of line. Everyone knows Kellett can play. Ian seems very solid in seat 4. I know Reynolds, he's a beast at the table. Paul Siddle, very good. And then seat 8, seat 7 hasn't got out of line. Obviously, Ben, a couple of people in the chat said he can be action, he can do some stuff at the table. So maybe not this particular game. And the thing is, a lot of the games that I do play in, I've played thousands and thousands of hands with the opponents I'm sat with, so already very decent sample size on how they play at the table, which obviously is very, very important and helps when you're making decisions. But I think when you've got certain players at the table that are going to be good action, just happy to get it in with the worst of it in some spots in PLO, then obviously you want to be sat at the game. But from what I've seen so far, not really too many people getting out of line. Seems like opening ranges have been pretty solid for each opponent. Ben's made a few loose opens, but I think Ben's just having a good time. He's run some nice river bluffs as well, to be fair to you, Ben, already this street.
Well, it's a great addition to the stream. A lot of people are liking the cash action. Maybe we should put it forward for the next leg. Jim, are you watching?
But actually in this game as well, Eddie in seat 1, going back to your question, Sean, he seems like he's one that's not like to fold, so I'm probably just going to lower bluff frequencies versus him. Just make sure a lot of the time when I'm firing off that I'm going to have the best of it, because we've already seen 3 times he's made 3 really light river calls, being correct once, the one against Kellett for like 1300 on the river. I made the hero with just 1 pair, 2 pair, because there were 2 queens on the board, I should say. But little things like that, just you need to adjust in some spots against certain opponents.
Would you always sit down with 100 bigs?
Yeah, it's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. You can get a good spin. It lowers the variance a little. I think in this game, maybe now that it's a bit deeper, you could sit with 5k perhaps, got a bit more play post. But the thing is, like, if you sit down with 100 bigs in this spot, like if there's a free bet,
is it all play dependent as well? If you're sat on the rails and you see, say for instance, you see Terry Jordan, and you see he's got 10k in front of him, you always think, well, I might try and cover him more.
Not in PLO Tower. I think in that situation, I'd be more inclined to buy him for the 1Ks and for the 100 bigs, not 1,000 bigs, my bad, just to try and lower the variance, because there's going to be spots in this game where you get it in versus Terry, for example, and he's still going to have a whole heap of equity against you in this game, because how fine equities are running all the time in PLO. He's going to, like, in Hold'em it's a different situation because his equity is going to be lower the times you get it in good, but in this it's going to be higher. So I wouldn't mind just buying in for the 100 big blinds, trying to get that 2.5k spin and then be amongst it that way. But the thing is, if you try to cover him for the 10k first hand, you get it in top set versus his wrap and 4 eye flush draw or whatever it is. He gets there and then you're already in a 10k hole rather than a 2.5k hole. Obviously the upside's a lot better, but it just lowers the variance of the game when you've got opponents like that are going to be real action, that VPIP's going to be nearing the 100% mark and are going to be seeing all the flops. Yeah, they're great games, Phil. Really enjoyed them, the ones in Luton. Really, really good game. It was fun, additive as well, that we had in the Luton game, because we'd done 6 card exposed. So what happened was we'd done 6 card exposed. So the first 5 cards were face down, and then your 6th card was exposed to the rest of the table, and it creates a really interesting dynamic because you need to memorise all the dead cards. Because, like, if say a king of diamonds is dead and it comes ace, queen, 3 with ace queen of diamonds, you now know that jack x of diamonds is a nut flush draw and stuff like that. It adds a really interesting dynamic to it, and I actually really enjoyed that game. It really gets the brain working as well, because you've got to remember all the dead cards, you've got to remember the pot, you've got to be running through ranges, you've got to remember your whole cards. Like, it's just got all this stuff going through your head, and like the brain, like, it's so strenuous on the brain when you're playing that.
I'm sure Jim and the others will be watching. Sue, Rich in the background. Anybody watching, if this cash game is right up the street and it gets a lot of viewers and players like it.
Ram Vaswani having a little look. He's running over to the list. Might be getting himself on the
Ram
way.
was one of the chip leaders on the early day. What did he day one here? The
main, the 1K. Yeah, the 1K. He was up there and managed the final table. I think he got 8th in the 1K that kicked off the festival. Had a deep run in the mini as well. Managed to cash that. And
yeah, he was one of the chip leaders, wasn't he? One of the day ones, I noticed. We will mention it. If it's a big thing, the cash game on the Wednesday, it could be a permanent fixture, you never know. The table could be fit, set and ready to go by the time the cash starts. We could do 6:12. I reckon the table will be set on the Wednesday before 6 PM. We could do 6:12. We'll have a chat over the coming weeks, and if this is a permanent fixture, it'll be a nice addition. We don't do cash very often. In fact, this is the first time on a live stream. The 9-9 flop.
Top pair here for Paul.
Somehow Paul's in front.
7 of hearts on the turn. So Paul with 10s in his hand here and a 9. And the Queen of Diamonds, like, could potentially even lead this spot here as Paul with 10s opting to bluff Diamond and 8-6 and Jack Rivers. But now we're faced with better Adam. Going to have to fold this one as Paul Siddle. Definitely a spot that some of the time we can lead though, as long as we are planning to barrel on 8-6 and Jack Rivers, as well as Diamonds. With that bare Queen of Diamonds in there, expect Adam to probably be continuing a lot of his King High and Ace High flush draws on the flop with position. And oh, is it a Paducah? Has Adam just shown the table of Paducah?
Oh!
Is that 200 from each player, or has it got to be on the river?
I think it was the wrong winning hand. He didn't get paid. Imagine being staked in this, Phil. I'd need Jamie here. We need an earpiece.
Yeah, you sitting there, me and an earpiece. Right, Tower, do not pot. I said not pot. I'd love to see you in a game like this, Tower. Should be a grown-up promotion, give you a bag to sit down at the table and just do what you want with it. I remember, this was before comms, GUKPT Edinburgh 2017. They flicked you into the cash game, didn't they?
They did.
They did, I remember that.
Yeah.
Didn't play it myself, but I remember you sitting in that. How'd you get on? Did you?
We were going to get flicked into the cash game. We actually didn't stake myself. We changed it because the tables were too busy, so I was taking up space. So they decided not to flick us in. But yes, the idea was there, wasn't it?
Cheers, Grant.
Just like to say happy 50th birthday to Rick Gilby, who well-known face around the Blackpool area. One of the reasons why the CAF Cup was so successful.
Yeah, I don't think the table is compatible with 6-card regarding registering the cards, so I don't think it's a possibility. Obviously something down the line when software, I don't know, either gets updated, I'm not sure how it works, but might be able to get it going. But yeah, obviously we'd see a lot more action in 6-card. But 4-card, a more purer form of the game. As a cut-off open from Dave. And Paul, 1 suit jacks, lets it go.
Sliding this off. 10, 25, 50 PLO. Live streaming until 12:30. Back tomorrow at 1:30 with the NPL playoff. 72 runner max, 21 prizes tomorrow. Be interesting with the guys around the room with the cameras ready for the outer tables. If we get the bubble bursting and on the outer tables, they'll be running round tomorrow, they will. Ian's not played too many.
Yeah, he's been very tight, Ian. I've noticed that. He's very, very disciplined, playing very, very tight. I noticed with Paul as well, his hand selection pre, he's opted into veer more on the tight side. Some hands you can go either way with, like ones that he's opted into fold. So obviously hand selection pre is big. But Paul here, going to fire this one with top pair, top kicker, equity to Broadway, and we're working with that bare ace of diamonds as well. And just going to get 2 quick folds from these holdings. Another one goes the way of Paul Siddell, our big winner so far at this 4-card PLO.
Yeah, the National League's already started, Phil. I don't know if they're going to be changing slightly a few of the rules. I was interestingly talking to John Bowersfield about it, and he said if they changed it to the top 50 results, it's plenty of time to play. You're no pressure to be chasing round and running round only if you want to.
I agree. I agree.
And it was a great conversation, because obviously John's done really well in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
He's won the passport. He's got packages last 2 years. He's won another one this year. Very consistent player, and he just needs tweaking a little bit.
The thing is, Tower, like, I think like it should be that not even 50 results. You could do 40 or something like that. But the thing is, like, the fact that it can be done over volume. Like, you've got certain players that can play every online event. They can play every GUKPT. They can travel and play all the 25s and the G400s. Whereas you got people who've got normal jobs, and it's just so much harder for them to travel and be able to play all these events. So I think it would even up the playing field if it was done on the best X amount of results, rather than someone who just plays every single event. They're going to have the highest volume, then they're going to have a better chance than anyone else of getting in the top 5. It's as simple as that. It's just maths at the end of the day. So it would be great to see a little tweak like that if it was done on your best X amount of results, rather than if you just play volume all the events throughout the year, you're going to have a really big chance of getting in like the top 10 or something. And I think it would be really good to see if we could get that tweak for the National League.
Yeah. If we get any changes to it, then obviously Tom's going to let us know. In fact, Tom's in town next week. Tom and the online team are heading to London next week. So any questions regarding next year's NPL, we'll be asking the questions as much as you, because I've said it a lot, and you guys have heard me saying it a lot. I still think it's the best promotion for any poker player out there. Yeah, it is a fine balance, whether you want to make people travel around, which is obviously what the idea was set up in place. If they change it, they'll change it. If they don't, obviously they'll let us know.
I know what you're saying, Jimmy. It incentivises the grinders to go and play every stop and whatnot, but I think it just levels up the playing field. And the thing is, it's National Poker League. You're like the GUKPT winner. You win the sponsorship package, and like, I just think it's a bit unfair if someone's won it through being able to play every event, and then you've got someone who might have like the best win rate, but probably not even in the top 10 because they can only play X amount of nights online. They can only travel once a month to play an event somewhere. I just think it levels up the playing field a bit more because obviously people that play this game for a living, they're going to have a bigger chance of getting themselves up there because they can play all these events, they can travel the country, they haven't got no other commitments. But obviously it's something that can be spoke about. But all questions can be asked. So freeway action here. And Adam flopping the stones on King 10-9, 2 spades. So we're going to check this one over to the aggressor here. So it looks like old Eddie is going to make the call now. Interesting spot here for Adam with the Queen Jack, because we are very deep here with Dave. Dave has us covered, and the thing is we can be in a world of trouble against a Queen Jack with a redraw against us, so this is the better option for us, just to flat and take some turns. And the thing is as well, we keep our range wide with this Queen Jack here. As soon as we start raising this flop, it becomes either a hand like a set with a nut spade draw or Queen Jack. And the thing is, it's hard for us to have the sets with nut spades because we completed in the big blind pre and then Ben opted to pump up the straddle, whereas if we got 10s, 9s or kings with a nut flush draw, they're going to be raises for us. So as soon as we raise this flop, our hand becomes face up, and the good players will incorporate some flats in certain situations with the nuts just to keep their range wider in certain spots. And now facing this double barrel here from Dave, just got to get out of the way. But say for example there, Tav, Dave's got like a ace Queen Jack, ace X of spades type hand. Like, we're in a whole world of trouble there as Adam. We got no redraws, we're literally getting free rolled for the pot, and that's going to come in about 40% of the time with that particular hold in nut spades with the Queen Jack. Even Queen Jack with the Queen or Jack of spades with another spade in it is still going to make the flush around 30%. So just so much better to flat that spot with the nuts out of position.
Evening, Fraser. Fraser Beach watching from the south coast. Hope you're well, Fraser. We are doing well. I hope the southwest is a lot calmer than the northeast, where it seems to be running wild up in the northeast. Stay safe, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the live stream of the very first 10, 25, 50 PLO. First one we've done, you never know, it might not be the last.
It's just really important when you are in good games and or games with good players in it, that you need to like balance what hands you're going to flat as nuts. You just can't always raise the nuts. You need to have flats in there in situations. There are obviously times where you will be raising it with good redraws, but especially on that King 10-9 board, 2 spades, no spade in our hand, just bare Queen Jack, just always got to be flat in there, as Adam, way hands played. That deep as well. There's a time. Let's say for example, Adam had like £1,500 behind there, then he'd get it in that situation. But when he's that deep, with little Dave in seat 7, just want to be flat and taking some turns, keep ourselves under rep as well. And it also gives us protection from a dynamic standpoint as well. Like if players are aware that we are going to have flats and raises with the nuts, we're not just always going to raise them, we're going to be balanced, and they're less inclined to fire off with airballs the times that it's checked over to them, because they know we can have the nuts in our range. But then there'll be players that you play against, like a recreational might opt to always just lead turn with the nuts rather than check. But important to have a good balance between checks and bets, especially at tables with good competent players, because they'll be aware, or should be aware. Saundala in the chat. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, Katie. Reckon I would have been punting in this PLO cash game than being let. Reckon I'd rather be punting in this PLO cash game than being let loose on the online Black Friday sales whilst watching this game. Don't spend too much.
Is it any good this Black Friday? Is there plenty going on? What about in the MPL, going back to that? I know we're only talking like glibberishly about it.
Yeah.
What about just getting points for getting in the money? Would that work, or would that be a wrong thing to do?
It still means that the people that can travel and play every event they're going to play more events. So mathematically, in theory, they should get in the money more often, because someone who's played 500 comps throughout the year against someone who's played 50 comps throughout the year, then 500 comps is just naturally they should have more cashes than the people that have played 50 comps, and that's basically the way to look at it. How you doing, James?
I'm guessing that's James Roberts from Blackpool and not Jamie Roberts, the PLO. Ben sat there in seat number 4, in seat number 3, sorry. There's a James Roberts in Blackpool, and there's a Jamie Roberts.
It's a nice one here for Paul. Ace, Jack, 8, 7. Jack, 8 and 7 all working together, and we are double suited. So King, Queen, 8, Rainbow. And Paul continuing here.
King, Queen, 8.
Yes, equity to the nuts in Broadway. We're going to have kings and queens sometimes in this spot, although Ben can have them himself, being the caller of the free better. And did Paul get that through? No, Ben opted to raise it up, and Paul has to fold once we're raised in that spot. But it's the thing, we can come in for still C bets in PLO with just ace high on king, queen, brick, rainbow boards. Still perfectly fine to come in with a C bet in that spot, but then once we're raised, just out the way.
First live stream of a cash game, 10:25. PLO going along nicely. Live stream until 12:30.
Oh my God, Katie, I don't want to know that. Too late, Jay. I've done more in 10 minutes than TJ did in his 10 minutes on the table.
That's the way. Keep looking, Katie. T-run. So good.
So aces for Sakis here in the small blind. No suit for him, but gonna free bet this one. And Adam just gets out of the way, and Saki's been very tight, very tight with hands he's opted to continue with pre-flop, so Adam just getting out of the way there, especially with an ace in our hand. I've already mentioned about that. You're going to lose between like 5 and 8% equity the times you're up against aces when you do have an ace in your hand, rather than that ace being a different card. like so much better to peel like 3 bets, even 4 bets with like 10, 9, 8, 7 rundowns, double suited, Jack 10, 9, 8 hands like that, than it is to peel with like a Ace King, like 10, 9 type hand. Just because you want that ace to be doing some work with you that isn't just a flush, and the times are up against aces, it's not going to be a good card to hit. Takes away some 2 pair outs that can crack the aces. Cheers, Wayne. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. Don't forget, guys, playoff tomorrow, MPL playoff. There'll be lots of familiar faces throughout the day on the featured table. Everyone that's been playing throughout the year so far that didn't get a package and has made it into the top. Was it top 80? Top 79?
77.
Top 77.
Well, it was 77. Then they went to 80, didn't they? Because there was 8 packages and 72.
I've heard through the grapevine as well. A certain WSOP main event final tableist might be here to play it.
No way!
Oh, who was telling me? Someone was telling me. I think it might have been Fit. Was it? I think it was
on his way back. You think?
Someone definitely mentioned it that Jack could actually be coming to play the playoff.
Fingers crossed.
So it'd be interesting to know. I think it might have been Phil Suki who won the mini main, but someone definitely mentioned it to me that he could actually be back for the playoff.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that would be interesting. Tower would get an interview, I'm sure. I'm not sure how reliable the information is, but I think it was Phil Suki I was talking to, but there was a player I was chatting to who was obviously fairly close with Jack, that said he might be coming back for the old National League playoff. Is it Darwin Moon? Darwin Moon. What a legend. Okay, so definitely be back for the grand final. I'm not sure, Jim. If I did, that's sad news. Never knew that, if that's correct. Oh, I never knew that, Phil. Never knew that. Yeah, don't worry, KE Tower will be ready with the interview, I'm sure he will be. It's hard to get a Tower interview nowadays. There's no running around the card room during breaks, and interviews usually only at the end of the tournament. You need to finish second or first to get a Tower interview. It's a hard thing to come by, I'll tell you that. Yeah, we did, Nick. Anton Saur was on. So Rich firing here, and Dave makes the call here with 8-4-3 king. So Dave just floating in position here to try and take this away from Rich on a later street, and now Rich opts to come in for a check. So if Dave does fire here, could be end of hand. Pulls out the float, and now firing for 500. And action back over to Kellett here, and Kellett's going to have the best hand. I'm sure he can beat King 8, but if he's got a hand like Queens, Kings or Aces, he's probably just going to have to let this one go a lot of the time, like dependent on how he perceives Dave. But Kellett just moves all in, and it's going to be a snap fold from Dave. So very good check from him on the turn, whatever he did have, got the induce, and that's going to put Kellett back in the green, up to 4.5k. Paul Siddell still our big winner here at this cash game. Oh, Nick Marchington. Yeah, Nick was in the chat earlier actually, asking about seats for the PLO. Yeah, Nick was FT of WSOP. So we had 2 WSOP final tablists in the 1K on the feature table. Hope everyone is enjoying the coverage. Bit different for us here in the comms booth today, but I'm loving it. I'm really loving it. I like this man as well. Good to watch, old Dave. Not just waiting for hands, trying to make things happen. Still yet for someone to win the side bet. Win a hand with a Paduki at the river. I think it has to be at the river because Adam showed one a few hands ago and didn't get paid when it was on the turn. So if you do win with a Paduki holding at the river, whether it be a bluff or a showdown, rest of the table has to give you a £200 bounty. So 1,400 quid up for grabs if you manage to do that. So side bet is going on at the game if you have just tuned in. As the Ace King 8 Rainbow flop rolls off, and Dave opting to continue this one. Is going to be a better board for us opening under the gun. Going to have the aces, the kings, the Ace King, Queen Jack 10 wraps, stuff like that. So just an easy continue. Whatever he had takes it down. You need a Paduki holding, Phil. So 4 offsuit cards in your hand. So just 4 cards that no suits match, and if you manage to win on the river, whether it be showdown or as a bluff, or your opponent folds and you would have the best hand anyway, yeah, £200 bounty from every player at the table. So all offsuit. So 1 spade, 1 club, 1 diamond, 1 heart. That's what you're looking for. So if you do see some outrageous plays with hands without a suit in it, that is why. There's a bit of a side bet going on. Oh yeah, sorry, I just looked down at the glance, I see the PKR in capitals and missed it. But PKR part, yeah, hopefully you'll understand. Sorry Phil. And evening Johnson, Chris Johnson in the chat. I haven't seen you this week, Chris. I'm sure you'll be coming down at some point. Good luck if you are playing any events at the festival. Glad you're enjoying the coverage. A bit different from Hold'em. A bit of PLO.
4 cards.
No, Rob. There's no pair. They didn't say that, did they? With the Paduki hand, it can be anything. It can be Ace, Ace, King, King Paduki if it wanted to be. Is that right?
No, 4 different cards.
Oh, it has to no pair in it either.
Yeah, no,
okay.
Proper Paduki. A proper Paduki hand.
Okay. Okay. I thought he was just going with 4 different suits.
Evening Macapack. Well done on your 10k package this year. Well deserved. Cashed quite a few times is out Chris Johnson. Well done, buddy.
I'll see you on Tuesday. Like this is why like Adam just flattened the nuts here versus Dave. Just aware Dave very aggressive opponent, and Adam's going to check again here now tower just to induce from Dave. Like this is what you need to be doing in this game against opponents. You need to have some flats here with the nuts because you get yourself protection as well on rivers. And here comes the fire from Dave here with just pocket 7s, and Adam going to be obviously raising it up with the nuts, and it's going to be a snap fold from Dave. But this is the thing when you need to incorporate some flats in, and the King 10 going to show him is good. Like the best players, as I said, will be balanced in these spots. They're not just always going to raise it. Going to have some flats there as well, give them protection in other hands, set up that dynamic against opponents. knowing that you can get tricky in spots.
So Dave Nicholson in seat 7, little Dave started really well, up to 13,000 instantly. Back down to 6.2. The left hand side of the table seems to be relatively quiet at the minute. Eddie in 1, Rich Keller in 2. Ben Roberts in seat number 3 and Ian in 4. Live streaming all the way through until 12:30 in the morning. Obviously when we cut off they won't be standing up and leaving, we'll be just closing the stream, and we're back tomorrow for the NPL playoff from 1:30. Me and Jay can't wait for that, and apparently somebody who was third in the biggest event in the world might be turning up.
Well, we got confirmation he's definitely here for the grand final from Katie, because he texted Katie.
I know that Ewan and Chris were definitely playing, but Jack Oliver's coming as well. Good on him. What a run.
Double suited 9s here for Dave. Going to be raising this one up, and Rich with position here. Don't expect him to fold here, tower, and he's going to make the call. But unaware of Eddie's holding.
It's interesting watching. Like I play a bit of Omaha, and I used to play a little bit. Couldn't test myself as all right, but it's a bit strange watching out all the weird and wonderful holdings, because you don't need the premiums all the time, and you can be a little bit wider in your range. I like it.
So Dave flopping up and down here, and Rich going to be firing this one for protection a lot of the time with his top 2 pair here, tower. Loads of bad turn cards for us here as Rich Kellett, so a lot of the time we're just happy to take it down here. And also we have to make the assumption that Eddie is going to be betting a set of 6s or better in this spot once checked to him, so we're going to feel fairly confident that our Jack 10's the best hand at the moment. But there are so many dicey turn cards for our hand, like any card that's not 5, 4, 3 or deuce, which isn't a heart, is bad for us in this situation. Like, we're going to have checks on all turns except 5s, 4s, 3s and deuces that aren't a heart.
The Queen of Spades on the turn.
Yeah, this is really bad turn card for us as Rich, and we have picked up and down to go with our Jack 10, but it's just bad for us if Charmer here is going to be working with like a King 9, 9, 8, Ace King type hand, but he is just going to set him in. Okay, so this must mean that Rich has got information on Charmer, and Rich must think that Charmer here is going to lead his King 9s and his Ace Kings, these type of holdings, tower, and if he's made that assumption, then he probably thinks Charmer's just going to be weighted to some Ace X of hearts in this particular spot. And now action on Eddie.
Well, he ain't got King 9.
I think he's just working with nut flush draw here now, and they've probably like an Ace Jack, Ace 10 with nut flush draw, so he's going to have a Broadway gut shot as well to go with his hand. A lot of the time here is Eddie.
Well, it's in,
and it's in. So big pot, very big pot, 7.1k, and I just think he's just. Rich has to make that assumption if he's played with Eddie before that he's going to lead his King 9s and Ace Kings on this turn. So a lot of the time we're just firing with less than 1 SPR to get the call from the hearts. So I just think it's going to be Ace X of hearts with a Broadway draw as well.
It twice.
I think it's just always going to be Ace X of hearts with a Broadway draw in this situation. Are they showing? Are they showing the cards for us?
So all the cards, bring them in. Eddie's cards are on the left hand side, Rich cards are on the right hand side. So we've got Queen 2, Ace Queen Jack 2.
Oh wow, so he's turned a better 2 pair. So Rich needing 10 Ace 9.
7's no good for Rich on the first turn. And the Jack pairing
on the end, so the Queen Jack for Eddie's going to take this one, tower.
Taking a lot.
So big pot there. going the way of Eddie.
That's twice, he's run it twice, Rich, and been unfortunate both times.
Yeah, we're in pretty bad shape there, to be honest, as Rich with our particular holding. We're not in the best of shape. But surprise Eddie getting it in with just top two. Broadway draw there, just Queen Jack Broadway draw. We're in a whole host of trouble against. Like if Rich has got Ace King there, we're drawing to a chop. It's
there's no flushing cards at all.
No, it's a bad run out there for.
Yeah, lucky Rich.
Had the best of it on the flop, but I guess he fired turn trying to fold out the hearts because, as I said, I guess he makes the assumption that Eddie's going to lead his turn straights. But one going the way of Eddie there, and that leaves Rich with, I think, just over £1,000 in front of him.
Oh aye, oh aye. Guys that walk the field always get chocolate ice creams. What's that all about?
And he's going to lead his turn.
Yeah, lucky for Rich, twice he's run it twice on the river, and both times he's bricked. .72 runners in the NPL playoff tomorrow, 72.
So we've got Ben's here. Ben with the kings. Going to raise this one up. Just one suit. Free dangler not working at all for us in this hand. And little Dave's in with an unknown holding, and Sakis is going to make the call as well.
Tens, Jack 2, flop top set.
Yeah, lovely flop here for Dave, flopping top set. And he's going to lead this one tower for 600.
I don't know Sakis' cards, as we can see right there.
Oh, well, Sakis looks like he's counting out raising chips tower. Like, so a lot of the time here, Ben's got to get out of the way with kings. This is easy fold for us as Ben. But a lot of the time now, Sakis' hand, he's going to have like some 7, 8, 9 with nut clubs, like 7, 8, 9 ace with a nut club, sets of sixes.
So they're all in. It's gone straight in.
Yeah, so it's probably sixes tower or 7, 8, 9 with ace of clubs, or 7, 8, 4 with the ace of clubs, or even 7, 8 with the ace of clubs in it as well. But a lot of the time I expect Sakis here to have nut flush draw with at least an up and down, more often the wrap to go with it, or just pocket sixes with maybe some clubs as backup. So we have no idea what he's got at the moment, but we are going to see very shortly. But more often than not, I just think it's going to be the hand that we mentioned, nut clubs with like a up and down or a wrap, or a set of sixes with some backup clubs perhaps.
Yeah, flop set, nut flush draw. I think you just about called that, pal. Anybody listening? Anybody? I think he's got a set of sixes and a nut flush draw or something like that. Oh,
so 7 on the
my
end.
Days!
Our first one. Has he only run it once? Or are they going twice?
No, we're going twice.
So Dave holds with the 10s the first one.
Yeah.
And he holds the second one as well. So scoop that for
club.
Dave. Yeah, wrong club.
Dave scoops nearly a 6k pot. Sakis reloads. Middle set, nut flush draw. Little Dave gets back up to 9k. 10, 25, 50 PLO live cash action from the poker room in London. Anybody want to play a little bit of cash? There's just the 16 games open on this Friday evening. One of 16 to choose from. Then in the last couple of levels of the MIDI, is that Bobby James? Bobby James on his way down on Monday. Be good to see you, Bobby. Me and Jay here Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday the week after. 3 events on the Wednesday. Do we get paid per event? Asking for a friend.
I hope so. I hope so this week.
299 runners in the MIDI today. 299. 75 at the moment making it through to day 2.
Dave's just relentless. Opens the 954 deuce double suited. Paul defends in the straddle. Flops wheel draw, middle pair, not much else going on for him. And snap call from Paul. I thought he raced, thought there were some biscuits in there, but just obstacle and wheelie, good turn.
Wheelie, good turn.
So Dave turning the wheel. Now fires for 1k and a quick fold from Paul Siddle. No three-way action, button open, cut-off open, button call, straddle call, king, 4.
King, 4.
And no player, Dave with a king. Don't think anyone else has got much here, Tower.
Did we not bet the flop with the flush draw and the pair? Which obviously turned into 2 pair.
Yeah, not on the king board, Tower.
No,
flush draws are going to reduce drastically on paired boards in this game. Don't want to be getting attached to a flush draw on a pair board in PLO, that's for sure. No, Eddie here. Can't see how it's going to continue. lets it go. Another one go the way of Dave, back over the 5-figure mark.
Shows him the king. Paul and Dave over 10,000. Evening, Gary. Got back to his hotel room all nice and safe. Chopped the Omaha last night for the win. Also cashed in numerous events and he's up, as he said on the live stream earlier, up 15,000 this week, which is amazing for a recreational player, he says.
Yeah, George, obviously tactical seat change makes sense. The most active player at the table, want to be on his left. So understanding why Paul did move seats earlier, obviously had to be for that reason. Biggest pot so far was an 8.2k pot that went the way of Paul Siddell. Yes, this is the Vic wins.
It is wins. Welcome to London. We're on a 10, 25, 50 PLO. Hope all is good wherever you are.
So Adam flattened King Jack, suited with 9s. Eddie's going to come in with the kings, and Kellett's not folding this one, closing the action.
Queen 5, 6, 2 spades.
Yeah, so nut flush draw for Ben with his aces, and second nut flush draw and future blockers for Adam here with the 9s in there. So
checks all the way around.
Yeah, so 7 of hearts on the turn, and I expect this one to check to Adam and Adam to fire here, tower. This is a really good card for us to fire on as Adam a lot of the time, but Rich has actually got the... Oh, Rich has got 8-9. I didn't even realise that. Wow, Rich has just pinged the middle pin here. I literally didn't even realise that, tower. I thought it was going to be checked to Adam. Adam was going to bluff at it with his 9 blockers, and that would be that. But interesting spot here for Adam. Rich has just topped up 4k, and Adam going to make the call here with his flush draw, and that's going to bring Eddie in with top 2. He just overcalls with top 2 in this spot. I love this man. Sorry, middle 2, 7s and 6s. 7s and 6s, not top 2. So 10 of hearts on the river. So check mark going to Rich Kellett with the 8-9. And fade to the lot. And just going to fire again here. Tower with the nuts.
Makes it 1.7.
And if anyone is going to give us it here, it's this man, Tower. This man can be a beast in spots like this, these river spots, with the 2 9 blockers in his hand. He knows that Rich will know he's capable of just having 8-9 in his hand as a flat, so he might try and raise this spot. So look, he's going for it. He's an absolute weapon. Sometimes, Adam, he's so hard to play against. And if Rich is sat here with 8-4 in this spot, he's just in a whole host of trouble, and he'd have to let it go. And Adam's gone for it here with the 9 blockers, and Rich is all in, and Adam's like, you got me. But he will put you in these harsh spots, and Rich moves all in. Adam lets it go, but this is credit to the man, because he went for it there with the 9 blockers, and fair play to him. It takes a lot of heart of that tower to put in 3.5k as a bluff. Absolutely. In that spot. It takes a lot of heart, and Adam's more than capable of doing it, and I thought that's what was going to happen once he flatted turn, and it means that Rich has gone from 3k in the hole to 2k up, just like that.
There you go. 3 stacks over £10,000. One of them is in seat number 2. Rich Kellett stuck it in nicely. Who's the next reserve? I haven't seen the reserve list, to be fair. I don't actually know.
Yeah, I thought Reynolds would go for it some of the time there, but the fact he actually did put in 4k lots of heart shown. And what it does actually do as well, it gets you called in certain spots as well. People may be intended to call you down a bit lighter if they know you're capable of it, but fair play to Reynolds there, showing the heart of going for it with the 9 blockers. How did they get on, says Jake Marston. Not the best in that scenario. But there was a 10.2k pot going to Rich, and it didn't even go to showdown.
Nines and twos for Eddie. Calls the raise from Dave Nicholson in seat number 7. Ace King 6.
Imagine Sam if that actually happened. Sam says back in the day.
That was a TV programme.
Was it?
Yeah, it was done on TV.
What, you used to vote who you wanted off the stream?
Yeah. They had like an hour. They had like an hour to vote, and whoever collected the most votes got kicked off the stream, and somebody was on the reserve list came in.
Incites you to be more action at the table.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously, if one person doesn't like a certain player, that's not going to be necessarily the person to get voted off because it's a collective amount of votes over a certain amount of time. Sam, you never know if this comes a popular thing. The live stream cash game might be introduced onto the Wednesday before the GUKPT main.
Could you imagine?
No news yet.
Could you imagine a situation though where you're doing that and someone gets voted off every hour? It's 10 minutes before someone gets voted off. You get stacked. You're 10k down, and then your name's the one that gets voted off.
Yep. DTD took the Lois V pip off the table in shower. You're putting notes in the table, you're putting nothing into the pot. Get out of town. I love it. Love it. Lois V pip. As long as the V-pip stats are correct. You've got to trust technology or you get booted off the game. Imagine. There's plenty of variations for next year we can talk about if this cash game continues. Do you fancy doing the Wednesday evening?
Yeah. Well, it means we'd have to go out on a Tuesday evening now, though. That's the only thing.
Damn.
Bugger. Our nights out will just be moved a day earlier.
Kings suited Queen Jack Vasakis gets no action.
It's been fairly tight, Sakis. He's probably been the tightest player at the table, him and Ian. V-pip's been very, very low.
Yeah.
Haven't been getting involved too much, except from with certain holdings, I'd say.
Imagine if you got a message 10 minutes before the cut off that your V-pip's lower than anybody else's, and then you start raising with any old trash.
It's nice to change it up for us, though. It's just always hold them on the live stream, and it's yeah, that's where we were last night, Brad.
It was.
It's Back to the Future.
Back to the Future. Nicholas Hennessy, bring on the reserve team. A C4 with the news regarding Kings and the World Series of Europe having to close at 10 PM from today. Wow, that might change it. That might change the World Series Poker Europe. I know that quite a few Brits have gone over to Rosford, haven't they? I know Stu Rutter's one of them. We're never 8-handed to the flop. Can't be. Anybody looking for clubs? We are. How are we 9-handed, 8-handed to the flop? What's happened here?
Well, Richard's rivered quads, I know that.
King Deuce, King 3 of clubs. Who's got the ace of clubs? Nobody. I don't know what's happened here, but everybody's in there.
Oh, they're doing a flip. They're doing a flip.
Ah,
£200 flip.
I like it.
£200 flip. And that's why they're turning them over one at a time.
I see. Paul Siddle runs like God.
Loves it. No, he doesn't. Ian's got the ace-8 of clubs. There's his cards.
Oh, Ian's got the cards. The ace-8. Slow rolling the old King 3.
Once you finish the hand you're on, you're going to be doing 5 more hands for tonight. Once again, finish the hand you're on, and 5 more hands for tonight.
Not allowed more than 1,000 people in the building at any one time, and flights and comps capped and some flights removed. Oh dear.
Yep, that's me, Andy. I haven't even watched one.
You must know Andy Williams. Do you know Andy? Hearing rumours, they confirm one of the commentators never watched Back to the Future. It is true. It was -9, to be fair, when it came out. Take me back to 1985. It's the power of love. So just on a flip for £200 each.
So Ian, who I think's in for 2K, been very tight, and now winning that flip puts him in the green.
How is it?
Yeah, good. Enjoying it.
Yeah. Good amount of people watching. Or?
Yeah, very good. Over 400 for the first cash game ever. All good.
So Ian going to be getting involved with the aces. Wow, Ian just opted into flat here. Fair enough. We'll have some flats with aces. I think these particular ones can be free betting, but opts to just flat, and has flopped top set, and Eddie's flopped the third nuts here. So he's not going to be going anywhere. Action back on Ian now, who's not going to be folding the boots for sure. Three of hearts on the turn. So Eddie turning the third nuts here. And old Dave here coming in for a second street after being the pre-flop opener. Obviously we're behind to King X and Queen X of hearts, although Queen X of hearts is probably more inclined to check this turn tower after going three-way.
Yeah.
So basically repping the nut flush here. I just think the Queen X of hearts are going to be more veering towards check, and the nut flush is going to be firing, but Dave will also have the bear king here some of the time. and actually gets the Jack 4 of hearts to fold. And Ian, with the aces now, not going to be able to make the call on the turn. You see a lot of players that enjoy this game, enjoy the action call with this particular hand here, but that is the right play. That's what you should be doing, not getting the right price to boat up in that spot. We're out of position, don't get the action on the river. And is that a Paducah he's just shouldered the table? There's no chips going his way. I'm guessing it was a bluff. Must have just been the bare king of hearts. That's the only bluff he should have in that spot. But he snapped it down to the table, so I'm guessing Dave with the worst of it there. So Dave, very nice one. Queen Jack 10-9, Queen High run down, one suit. Very nice hand for us. Can withstand the free bet. Very nice little holding to wake up with. Eddie makes the call. And Adam's going to come along with the defending the big with the 9-4-4 deuce, one suit. £100 to win 385, just under 4-1, although still maybe veering on the loose side here for Adam. But is closing the action. Equity's still going to be running close, but there are still obviously some holders that we want to be going into the muck. But Jack 3 deuce rainbow is the flop. Future blockers here for Adam Reynolds, but not going to make the call. Pot goes the way of Dave. Look at that smile. He's loving it.
Great to see little Dave back at the tables. Big PLO, 10.25, 50 PLO. 11.7 for Dave. Paul on 10.7 and Rich on £10,000. This is real cash.
Yep.
Hard earned cash. This is it. Biggest pot was about 8.2, is that right?
No, Rich won a 10.2k.
Oh yeah, Rich just
Adam
doubled up.
Yeah, Adam bluffed it with blockers on the river,
yeah.
And Rich had the nutter butters.
Yeah, there is no match. There is no max buying. You can pull up where you want.
You can pull up 100 bags if you really want to.
Yeah, you can see. I don't think you can sit down with one big though. I don't know what the.
I think min's 1,000. That's what they agreed at the start. So min 1,000.
Obviously, the later, I'm guessing the later you come into the game. Obviously, I'm guessing the later you come into the game, you need to pull up a little bit more because to get into relative stacks with the side of the table, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you can still.
Or would you still do your simple, normal, I'm pulling up 2k and just see how we go?
I think in this game, the way it's playing, Tower, maybe we could pull up more. Like we buy him for 10 perhaps, but I think in a game like the game we were expecting with the original lineup, I think then I'd still only be buying him for like 2Ks and trying to spin that up, because in the game that we were expecting, we would have probably seen some all-ins like every other hand, like for a while until stacks got very, very deep. But in this particular game where there's a lot more play involved and a lot more spots post, like you get to the river and you're still working with 2-3 SPR in some spots already, even though it's gone bet call. So definitely in this game, the way this game's playing, I think I'd want to be sat in Sakis' seat as well from the way that Dave's been playing, because he's been an absolute menace so far, what we've seen.
Chip colours, if you're just looking, red and yellows on the left hand side of Dave's stack of the £5 chips, £25 chips are the green ones, £100 chips are the tall red ones that Dave's got, and the oversized 1k chips are the purple ones. Fraser says, yeah, you need 10k really now.
I think in this particular game, the way it's playing, yeah, I agree. But I just think in the more swingy action games, like what we saw at the start when Terry was here, and basically every pot was bloated pre, and there was just always going in, probably be more inclined to pull up, small up, try and get the spin. Unless I was working with unlimited roll, then then it would be all coming up. Variance wouldn't mean a thing.
Then it doesn't cool. I think it's worked really well.
Yeah, it's been good. I've really enjoyed it.
Tomorrow we've got the NPL, National Poker League Playoff. 72 players down to the final 21 places for prizes. 21st till 17 or till 18 get the £250 vouchers. 16 and 17 will get £1,250 seats, and the top 15 will get the 5,000 packages for next year. Going to be an interesting bubble at 22.
Yeah, really looking forward to it, Tower. Like, same as this, it's just nice to have something different, and really enjoyed it.
Loves it, the Spand playing the midi. Well done to him for his 10k package. Travelled all around Britain this year, well deserved, a lot of good results.
So Ian with the ladies, one suit on the button, raises. So Dave's I think Dave might have just picked up on how tight Ian's been playing, Tower, and he's just coming in for a random free bet here with the Jack 9-8 deuce, King 8-3, 2-spade board. So going to continue here once. Should be, if we are free betting this hand, this is a board that's going to smash the hands that we free bet, and there we go.
Slam dunk the queens down into the muck.
Gets the best hand to fold. Seen a lot of that from Dave. It's very fine, Trezani. Ace-Ace, King-King, double suited. Ace-Ace, Jack-10, double suited. I really like the King-Queen, Jack-10, double suited. Big fan of that hand. But regarding top of the hand rankings,
Just to confirm, players in the midi, your day 2 will be a 12 o'clock start on Sunday. That's 12 o'clock start on Sunday for your day 2.
So Rich raising it up with the 10s with 1 suit. 10-10-9-6. Attacking the limp of Eddie with a pretty wide limp, but I've seen Eddie likes to get involved, especially against Kellett. He seems to want to get in the pots with him. Dave's going to come along as well with a dubious holding of his own. 6-4-4, 2 diamond board.
Dave with the redraw, but Eddie's got the bigger redraw.
Against these two opponents, I think we're just going to see Rich check this high frequency tower, but he is going to fire. Does have the best of it, so trying to get value from his 10s. Obviously expects either Dave or Eddie to let us know if they are working with a 4x type hand, and Eddie here sitting with a straight flush draw, second nut flush draw, might incorporate this one into a raising range here tower, simply because we will be peeling a lot of 4x out the blinds. We're going to have more than Rich does, and Rich is aware how wide that we have been playing, so can credibly rep 4s, and that's exactly what he's going to do, straight in for the raise here. Dave with just the third nut flush draw and a dummy and gutter. Just trying to represent this 4 here. Tricky customer at the PLO table is Dave, and it's going to be 2 quick folds. Right guys, I'm just going to grab a quick 10-15, bit of fresh air, then I'll be back for the rest of the day.
Just before you leave, Gary McGaffney's Chinese is ordered.
Yep.
Strawberry cheesecake. Which part of China is that from?
I don't know.
So Jay's just going to take 10-15 minutes, and then he'll come back for the final 2 hours. We finish at 12:30 for the final 2 hours. We'll take a 15-minute break and then back for the remaining 2 hours of play. 10:30 till 12:30. Jay will be here as well as himself. Yeah, John, you're not wrong. Dave is a fantastic watch. Dave Nicholson, fabulous watch. So, hand 111 of the game. A great watch. Kings. Saki's 3 bets 675. Dave with the Jack Queen 9 deuce. The 9 deuce is suited, I suppose. What's happening? Oh, he's all in for his 1.2, is he? Fair enough. Cards in the middle, please, dealer. Thank you very much. Let's see the cards. I'm guessing they need to be a lot closer than that, that is for sure. They're running it twice. Why are they all in cards? Thank you very much, dealer. We have to be able to see them. I'm guessing they're still too wide, but there you go. You can see them in the corner. So Sakis has the best hand, he's all in. Queen, Jack, Ace, Ace. Slow down, Jack. So Dave takes out Sakis. Sakis will reload again. We've lost Ian. Ian has decided that's enough for the day. We're going to run it twice. First pot to Dave Nicholson. Okay, so the board is where the all-in card should be, but 4-4-3-5 is the second run. So Sakis gets the second hand and Reed chop it up. Yeah, Dave Nicholson is a fabulous watch, and as you can see there, has got mountains up to 14,000. Dave Nicholson, welcome along to the 10, 25, 50 PLO. First live stream of a cash table on the GUKPT circuit. We asked the question a couple of months ago, what do you want to watch? And the cash game was put out as a PLO 4 card, so that's what we're playing, and it's been an interesting watch so far, and you never know, it might return next year. Plenty watching. Good to have you all on board. Jay's just took 15 minutes and he'll be back at 10:30 for the last 2 hours. I wonder if he's going to come back with a tea. Bet he doesn't. Bet he doesn't. Ace, King, Jack, Deuce for Rich. Probably be stacking a few more chips in here. Then flicks them in the muck. Dave still in the hand. Queen of Hearts hits the turn. We don't know Dave's holdings, but he's coming out for a fire at 600. Oh, 800 is the bet. Call from Rich. Not the best card for Rich on the river. He checks. No. If Dave puts the pressure on and bets something like 1.9, so he's bet 1.8. Rich Kelly. He's under pressure, put well and truly on him. He could have Queen X of spades. With the redraw. Not too good chasing flush draws on a paired board, but Dave Nicholson, as he just rivered Rich Kellett. Do we think the jack is good? We think there must be a queen there because it's well, there has to be a queen there, so it's going over to Dave Nicholson and Rich back down to 6.4. Queen 10 6 deuce. Perfect for Dave Nicholson. Was there no cash game on stream one of the Goliath? I don't think there was. There was a cash game with Superman involved, but that was only a one-off. There you go. Razor Fazeli remembers the cash game streamed at Goliath. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. Nice to see you this week, Razor. Ace is double suited, one of the best hands you can get. Rich Kellett, 3 bets to 900. Eddie, Queen's double suited. This could be a big hand. Dave's coming along for the ride with any 4, but it is 10-9, 7-3 double suited. But Dave hits any of it and he's crushed. $7.95. Dave Nicholson takes the lead with top 2. The King of Diamonds on the turn. Rich doesn't have the best hand, but he has more equity in the hand. Ace is double suited with the flush draw hitting on the turn. So he leads out. Not sure what the bet is, looks like about 2,000. It is 2,000. And Rich, getting all the equity, wins the hand. Incoming player to our table. This is Nick Markow. Nick Markow just pulls up £15,000. And that, by the way, is the best beard in the building. That's amazing. Nick Markout cashed in the 2012 GUKPT in Manchester. Cashed in a few small comps in Coventry. Cashed at the 1K monthly in London 4 times. But must be a big cash player because in the last 10 years he's only had about 13 or 14 results tournament wise. But you come into a 10, 25, 50 PLO with 15 large, you must know what you're doing. Here he is.
Back till close, back till close.
Back till close. Everybody in the chat box, you all owe me £1.
What was that?
On whether Jay would come back with the teas or not. And obviously the answer was definitely not. He comes back empty-handed, ladies and gentlemen. It's alright, son. You sit down, I'll get yours.
Oh, miss any action. Oh, Dave's got 16k. Did I miss a big pot?
Yeah, he just took a chunk off Kelly. It come Queen on the turning river on a double paired flush board flop. Jack 6, I think the board was. Bear Jack for Rich Kelly. And then it come Queen for Queen 6 for Dave Nicholson.
That's what we're working with here.
And we've got Nick Markow, starting seat 4.
Oh, okay.
15,000. Yeah, with that one player, the game's just got bigger. Not a bad turn. And river for Adam in 6.
Thinking about hero in this one, in this spot, Dave.
Yeah. Is it 1100 the bet? It looks like 1100, doesn't it?
Yeah, like
and a call
that's hero
from Dave.
Yeah, so just thinking that Adam's more weighted towards like the 5-6-3s, the ace-3-5s, those type of holdings, maybe turning a worse Jack X into a bluff, but Adam gets the value there. What happened to, did Ian get stacked or did he just get up?
They just go up.
Just got up?
Yeah.
It's a few quid up when I left for a quick 15. So obviously happy to book the win. So Sakis here, nice little one to open. Kings with a nut suit, and the 8 and 10 working with this hand as well. No, Dave definitely not going to be going anywhere with this holding. Double suited Jack 10, 7-6, and opts to come in for the 3-bet. So happy to get it in here against Sakis with versus Sakis stack size, and I think Dave isn't actually going to be too far behind here with 2 live suits here, Tower, this particular hand. I think he's going to have around 45% maybe a bit less. And then another 10 going into the mark of Adam, so maybe a little bit less. But against this particular hold'em, he's not going to be too far behind. And it's not Adam all in, guys. It is Dave. Slight action tracker error there. So Dave with the Jack 10, 7, 6, 2 suits, and Sakis with the Ace King, King 10 of 1 nut suit.
Adam's not in 4.7.
No,
10,
it's,
9,
yeah,
6, 4.
it's Dave. It's Dave that's in. Dave's got Jack 10, 7, 6, 2 heart, 2 diamond hand. So I think he's going to have between 40 and 45% still here. But we've got the wrong hands, unfortunately, on the action. Well, it's interesting flop because it's probably about a coin flip now. We've got top 2 versus flush draw overpair. So 9 on the turn. That's going to give a queen as an out as well. So looking for a queen, club, king, 9, 4.
And an 8.
So Jack 10's going to win this one, Sakis, because need 2 whole cards to play.
Indeed it.
So Sakis going to lose that one versus Dave. Dave with the straight, Sakis just with kings. They're running it twice. That's a great flop here for Sakis with kings against the hand he's up against. Just fading 7 and backdoor red cards are the same. So just fading a 7 now. And it's the queen of diamonds, so the king's going to win that one. So they're going to chop this one.
Luckily for the action tracker, the stacks remain the same.
Yeah. Other than a few quid from Adam's straddle, or big blind I should say. Do we know much about the man in seat 4 tower that's just come to the table, Nick?
Yeah, he's a big cash player. He's cashed about 12 times in his career. He cashed in the GUKPT 2012 in Manchester, and the 1K came in London in 4 or 5 years ago. Seemed to get his wages from there on a regular basis.
Oh, nice.
And that's about it. But sit down with 15,000 at 10.25, you must know how to play, and yeah, you must play cash quite a lot.
That looks a lot less than 15k tower. That's a 5k biscuit on top of the 25s, I think. Yeah, I think that's a 5k chip. New chip in play.
Can we get an American accent? I'm horrendous at accents. Do you ever do accents?
No, I'm not very good.
I'm horrendous at accents. I can only just do my own. First live 10.25. Apparently somebody said that we're live streaming a cash game in Goliath in one of the early years. I can't remember it actually. Apologies for not being able to remember the cash game action in the Goliath years ago. But apparently we did. I can't remember. But first GUKPT live cash action, this is it. Tomorrow we've got the MPL playoff, 72 players with 21 prizes up for grabs. And then Sunday we'll be doing 12 hours of the MIDI. Andy Williams says, will the Goliath be on in 2022? Well, apart from anything else going wrong with the country, the dates are set for Goliath 2022. 25th of August until the 4th of September next year. How many do we reckon he'll turn up? 65-ish. Yeah, that's a good number. I think last year there's only one missing. So it just shows you how popular it is. You're playing for a £5,000 package. We made sure that Mel turned up. Mel's turning up with goodies tomorrow.
Yep.
Because Mel said it ain't worth it. Well, there's a £5,000 package.
Yep. Chef Brad's watching.
Has he made our dessert?
Yeah, Brad's bringing desserts as well. So
yes.
we're gonna have
on the braised steak apparently.
Oh yeah. Gonna have some goodies from Mel, and we've got a whole banquet coming from Chef Brad.
Yes.
Very, very kind of him for doing that for us.
Does the Bad Beat Jackpot run for the PLO? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. It's to be pretty impossible to run for a PLO, so you get quads a lot of times. It's currently running at £230,000. Quad 2's beaten.
335.
335? Is it?
Yeah, it went up yesterday.
335, not 220. £335,000 Bad Beat Jackpot. We reckon they've dealt over 1 million hands since it was last won. I know, can't believe it. Naughty, ridiculous. Yeah, so it's £330,000 in the Bad Beat Jackpot, quad 2's to be beaten. And we reckon it's been over 1 million hands of live poker.
Yeah, so Adam's just getting this in here. He's got 3 aces in his hand, but versus Sakis stack size, happy to get it in. He's actually in good shape against no suit kings here. Really good shape. Neither player with a suit.
Run it twice.
Yeah, Span got a bagged up for day 2 of the midi.
Well done.
Wow!
How does the case ace come out?
And the king as well, Tower.
Unbelievable.
So, going to need some running straight cards here, or the case king on the first run. This is actually really bad for us as well, with the kings losing this run. It's going to be very hard to win the second run with 1 king in the mark. So, looking for the king of hearts and king of hearts only to scoop this one for Sakis. So 6 on the river. So that's actually a bad card to see as well, because it takes some of our 5s and 6s to pair outs on the second run, but half the pot going the way of Adam Reynolds. Second board.
Here we go.
So Jack, 7 deuce, aces still out in front.
Yeah, running straight cards, that's about it.
Or the case king. We know the king of hearts should still be in the deck. Well, that's a good card, because now 9s and 4s working for us.
9s, 4s and a king.
It's not Jack of clubs. So Adam Reynolds is going to stack Sakis, who will have the option to reload.
Orcus says, what's your favourite biscuit, Jay?
Favourite biscuit? I like a good bourbon with a cup of tea.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, bourbon and a cup of tea. That's always a good shout for me. Never go wrong with a bourbon.
I think I'm a chocolate hobnob fan. Good dunker.
Yeah.
Tasty, good dunker. Ricky Kebab's come out with a good shout, the caramel chocolate digestive. That's a new one. To be fair, they're Andy's favourites. Andy Cardoon Direct, they are his favourites by a mile. 10, 25, 50 PLO. First live cash game during the GUKPT. I mean, very well received. If you are in the NPL, yes indeed, Brad, you're correct. All chips are in play at the start of the event tomorrow. No late entries, your chips are in play, and if you're late, it's just one of those things. It's unlucky. So if you are playing the NPL and you're making your way down to London, just be aware that your chips are in play from the start of the game at 1 PM. Is Riggy still in? I don't know if Riggy played the midi. We've seen him. I don't know if he was wandering about because he was playing.
Oh, cheers, Oakers. That's what he was asking.
Oh,
I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna have a whole host of food in here tomorrow.
No breakfast for the boys tomorrow morning.
Mel, Brad, Oakers. It's gonna be like open our own mini supermarket in a bit. Do get looked after in this job, I must say. Eddie going to take that one with the Queen 10 kicker playing.
And Gary McGaffney says, just a reminder that the tubes on some lines are on strike tomorrow. PK came into London today to work this weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He got to Euston Station at 1:30 and no word of a lie, there was 120 people in the queue for a taxi. He had to walk from Euston to the casino. It took him half an hour, as he's a fit lad. Probably take me an hour. But that's what Gary says. So if you can get the Euston tube, taking the Euston Square tube on Edgware Road. Thanks for the information, Gary. Anybody coming down tomorrow for the NPL, we'll see you in the club, but don't forget your chips are in play from 1 PM. Yeah, it'll be interesting strategy regarding the playoff tomorrow. It's playing a little bit like a satellite. You don't have to win the comp. You just need to be there at the end. So Dave, King 10-9-4, 3 hearts for Dave. And Sakis pulling up short and just attacking the open from Dave. Dave been getting involved in a lot of hands, been opening fairly wide, so Sakis happy to take his jacks with a nut suit here and raise it up, and just happy to get it in versus Dave's stack size. Well, Dave's not set him in here. I thought he might set him in and run it twice. Sakis working with 290 behind, so about 0.2 SPR just sub, so this is always going to go in the flop, whatever the flop is in this situation. And Sakis flops top set, and Dave obviously can't fold, drawing to just a gut shot at the moment. So looking for an 8. Queen's a really good card for us on the turn. It's going to give us heaps of equity, so looking for an 8 directly.
but a queen would be a very good turn card for us, giving us a wrap here with a king 10-9. At the moment, just drawing 2 and 8. So going to need to find an 8 or... Oh, it is the queen. There is the wrap. So now an ace, king, 10, 9, 8 would do the job. We've gone from finding an 8 to a catalogue of outs, but it's a 6 of clubs. But that queen on the turn was massive for him. They are running it twice. So same scenario, direct out is an 8. But we do have some running straight possibilities. That is one of them. A queen now will do the job. So looking for queen or 8. And it's the 3 of diamonds, a top boat on the second run. So Sakis going to double.
Tim Buckley's already got his hotel booked for next year. We're off to Mark Kelly's next November with Tim Buckley. Boom.
There's me, always just trying to be nice, Brad. Just put it in the chat, and then there's you, always got a pipe up about something. It's never easy. It's a nice little Jack High rundown, 1 suit here for Ben. Not going to be going anywhere after Sakis opt to open the King Queen 10-3, double suited, and pulls in with 7s with a nut suit. King Deuce 3, 2 heart board. So 10 high flush draw working for Sakis, and he's also got top and middle. So big flop for him here after opening. Expect him to be continuing this one always. But unfortunately, we're not going to get a call from either opponent with their holdings. Both players just going to have to get out the way. Whiffs for both Paul Siddell and Ben.
So good to have you on board, everybody, for the 10-25-50 PLO. Tomorrow is the MPL. Sunday is day 2 of the minute. We'll be doing a 12-hour stream on the midi, sorry, the 560 midi. Hiya, Lenny. How did the boxing go last week? He got battered. I'm not surprised. We mentioned it last week. You were fighting a guy who was like 18 stone and 6'6". It was like the wrong weight. We got battered. Unlucky, but good. Well done to you for doing it. Absolutely, hats off to you, man. It's something I could never do. Hats off to that white collar boxing. Well done, pal. Got yourself fit. Got yourself in the ring. It was like Ivan Drago. Don't say who's that, please. What, you know who it is? Hey!
Right,
See?
yes, I do.
See, and that's from 1984.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I've watched a few of them. I ain't watched all of them. I haven't watched all of them.
We raised £500 for charity. Well
That's
done.
good. That's the main thing.
The Cammy Football Channel's on to Liverpool Southampton tomorrow. Do you actually go to the games, Cammy? To do the vlog? I'm guessing you do. I don't think I could do one round. Never mind. They're only 1 minute. Are they 2 minute rounds? I don't think I could do a round. I really couldn't. I'd need 5 years of training just to get fit. So we have a full ring. A couple of names on the list.
So Rich been fairly quiet in the last half hour or so.
Yeah, he won a bit, lost a bit, as you do in PLO.
Nine, 5, 3, 2 spade board. So top pair here for Ben, but Dave working with top and bottom. With that bare king of spades, doing a little work as well. We could potentially bluff some spade runouts. So jack of diamonds on the turn. So that's still the best hand here for Dave. And Ben going to take a freebie. And now River's the best of it. 9s and 7s taking a lead versus 9s and 3s. But no need to value bet this one, Tower. It's going to be a check situation, and the pot's going to be going.
2 pair shouts, Ben.
The
Yeah,
way
I've got 2 pair as well.
Of Ben. Ben picks one up. I think it's that time, Tower.
Is it? Go on then, no worries. Yeah, I started following you on Twitter as well, Cammy, so I'm going to start watching your vlogs. Liverpool Southampton, a good place to start tomorrow. Jamie Ward-Prowse, 1 shot on target, it's usually even money. That'll do. I'm going to start watching them, Cammy. Leave that to me.
The funniest tip, I've got to say this before Tower goes on the TV on quickly. He comes to me. He comes to me last weekend. He goes, JJ, I found the value. And he goes, that Henry Winks to score first for Spurs, 100 to 1. I go, Henry Winks? He goes, yeah, Henry Winks. He's 100 to 1. And I'm like, you mean Harry Winks? Henry Winks. That tickled me. That did. Oh.
And then you told me the shot ratio to any Premier League team, you're the 19th.
Yeah, 19th out of 20. We were 19th out of 20. I think we still are. We're the only team that scored more than us this season at Norwich. It's ridiculous for a team like Spurs. It's meant to be attacking, fluent football, and it's just changed. Not the team we were under Poch. Hopefully, old Antonio Conte can sort us out. As Adam Reynolds finds the aces, 1 suit. 3 bets to 875. Pot raise from him. And Nick does have the kings, 1 suit here. It looks like Ben actually has a decision with hole cards that we can't actually see in this situation. Well, he's going to make the call here, Ben. So it could be working with like a Jack 10, 9, 8 rundown type hand, these type of holdings, maybe some Queen, Queen, like with some double suited. So Ben was the original opener. Adam 3 bet out the blinds. So we've got 3-way action here, 2.7k in the middle already. And this is a great flop here for Adam. Really, really good flop for him. When you are in a 3-bet situation in 4-card PLO and it does come deuce, deuce, X, rainbow, it's really good board for your aces. So he is going to fire here, continue. We don't need to go large on this board. I like the sizing he's opted. Quarter pot, really nice. And now Ben makes the call. But Ben shouldn't really have a deuce here in this spot from what I've seen from how he's been playing in this already. But he can definitely have the ladies. Queens is a hand that Ben can definitely have in this scenario. And I wouldn't be surprised after he flats this board if... we're just sitting, it's just better, it's just queens here for Ben. Adam will be aware of it, or what Ben could actually have. He could have really bad aces that he didn't want to get in pre. Another possibility in this scenario. 9 of hearts shouldn't change anything on the turn here for us as Adam, but we need to start thinking as Adam, hands that Ben is going to be calling this flop with. There's no draws out there, so like the hands that should be continuing against us in this 3-bet situation when it looks like we've got aces are going to be deuce X and the queen. So Adam should be either going really small here or just checking this one over to Ben. I just think he's going to show up with queens a lot of the time in this situation. But we've got to think of the hands that we get called from this flop. Well, he's actually just set him in for 3k and gets the snap fold, so it might have been aces as well. Unless he just opted to peel a random queen X. I just can't think what hands Ben calls this flop with and then just snap folds turn. Very interesting. I'd love to know what Ben had in that spot. Unless it was just ace queen maybe, but we're going to be calling this one on the flop, maybe getting that price, maybe when Adam opts for quarter pot, maybe going to be calling with his ace queens. We are ahead of like the ace king jack 10 hands of Adam. But what I was surprised to see from old Reynolds there was him firing for pot on the turn with aces, because in that situation we're never ever getting called by a worse hand. So like we're not folding out a deuce, and obviously queens are going to be snap getting it in. So really intrigued to understand why Adam did pot it on the turn there in that scenario. Interesting one. Just never ever get action from worse. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Infestors. Was the SPR that small? 6, 7. Okay, yeah, I guess it was 6, 7, 5, 721, 27. Yeah, and Ben working with that. I think it was a bit more. Ben had 2.2 back, 2.7 in the pot. So not quite 0.3, but around 65, 70% pot, which is fair enough. I just got to think about hands Ben's going to call this with on the flop. But like you say, if he is just going to be calling bare queen X, but queen deuce deuce rainbow, no draws, maybe queen jack 10-9 actually, that is definitely a hand. Queen jack 10-9, but then that's probably going to continue turn once it's the 9 of hearts. Yeah, fair enough. I'm just intrigued to see what hand. It's annoying we didn't actually see the hand Ben had there, because I'd be very intrigued to see what hand he's just going to call flop once and fold turn when that is the stack to pot ratio. But like you say, it had to have been like queen, maybe queen, king jack, something like that, where he's got like backdoor wrap possibilities, 2 backdoor flush draws perhaps.
Jack 3 is the flop, 2 clubs. No.
So Kellett here, I'm going to fire. Eddie just not like folding against Kellett. Going to call here with the 6s, no draw. Ace of hearts on the turn. Rich slowing down. with 4 clubs on the river. So flush does complete. Rich does have some removal to boats here, Tower, but probably prefer to have a club in our hand as well if we are going to bluff this spot, and just checks it, and the 6s are going to be good for Eddie. Takes a small one off Rich.
So Dave started with 4, he's on 11.4.
Yeah, I've just watched it back in Festus on Twitch. 2.2 into 4.1, so a little bit more than half, around 60%, but still same scenario applies. I just want to know what Ben had. I'm really intrigued, but it obviously is Queen X with some backdoor flush draws, maybe 2 backdoor flush draws.
So Dave's still playing most hands. Queen 10, 4 deuce. Paul Siddle's card's not showing in front of it. Eddie in C1 comes along for the ride as well. So 3 players see a flop. Queen 9 deuce.
So top pair for Dave, or top and bottom for Dave, sorry. So once checked to him, happy to fire here. Fires for 400.
Better 400 call from Eddie. Top pair for Dave. Ace of hearts on the turn he can't be happy about.
Yeah, in terms of hand strength, we're not happy about this ace, but in terms of range, as the pre-flop aggressor, we are going to have aces in our hand. Like, we've got that nut advantage, but the way Dave's been playing, he's been opening so wide that he's probably never going to get credit. But opted to fire again, and this 6 of clubs on the river. And
check.
To check and take the showdown with the Queen Deuce.
Is that going to win?
Looks like it is. Looks like he's up against
Jack 10 10.
He's got a wrap. Jack 10 10 8 with hearts, it looked like. So big wrap, and 10 high flush draw, I think it was. Might not have been, I saw a red card. It might not have been the hearts, but definitely had the wrap. And that pot going the way of Dave.
Well, that's a 299 before. 301 it finished with. How many through for day 2 then at the minute? 62. So 95 plus
turbo tomorrow.
And by day 2 wines.
Yeah, turbo day 3 wines.
Is there day 2 tomorrow? Is there day 1 tomorrow?
No, just turbo, no day 1. Just turbo.
It's turbo day 1 at 6. So about 150 going back for day 2. We'll be streaming 12 hours. Probably won't get the end of it, but we'll bring you the action all the way for 12 hours, 12:30 till 12:30 on Sunday, a full 12 hours.
Dave not going to go anywhere here, Tower. This one wants to be calling. We got top pair, 10 good for us, turning top 2, and as well as that, we got the backdoor diamond draw, as well as these sneaky little 4s in here. So on a 5 or a 6 or a deuce turn, we can credibly represent a straight with our 4 blockers. So want to be calling that one as Dave there in position, 3 on the turn, which is going to give Adam trip freeze here. So Adam was firing with gut shot, 2 backdoor flush draws and bottom pair, and got a lovely little turn for his hand here, inconspicuous 3 on the turn and turning trips. But now Dave, once faced with this heat, going to have to get out of the way a lot of the time, you expect. But he is going to find a call. He does find the call, non-believer. Maybe not believing Adam. Adam very capable of not having it in spots. And this 5 of spades on the end, so Adam river in a boat here. And not much for Dave, just working with ace 10, and interesting to see if he was planning on getting a bit fruity on the river. Snap folds facing the bet from Adam after Adam rivered the boat. And Adam, who had a horrendous start, I think he might be out of the hole now, Tower. Adam Reynolds.
Yeah, that could be something for the next one.
Yeah, plus and minus.
Have the either have the plus or minus, or in the brackets what they bought in for.
What they're in for, yeah.
I'm not sure if that can even be done. But if it can, that could be the next for the cash game, if we do another cash game, which seems to be very popular.
That's what we're looking for, Brad. Big pot. Be nice. Get a big one before the end of the day for the PLO stream.
We've got just under 90 minutes to go until the end of the cash game. Started at 5:30, we're going on until 12:30. It's been interesting, it's been good. Jay's knowledge is just immeasurable. I might flick it into the 1k eye roller now, but I've learned that much.
So Paul not going to be going anywhere with this one after Sakis opens the ace king 10-8. 1 suit, not to the nut. And Adam out of the way in the big, and Dave gonna defend with an unknown holding in the straddle. So king 8-5, 2 spade flop here, massive flop here for Paul, flopping top pair nut flush draw, and once checked us, want to be firing this one as Paul Siddle. Got the nut flush draw, we got a king in there, the queen and the ace are going to give us top 2 without there being a straight on the board. Dave is going to make the call, and Sakis here with top 2 himself on king 8-5. So he could move in. He is going to move in. I missed that on the flop. Sakis flopping top 2 here, and
Siddle's got the redraw.
Yeah, Paul's just going to get it in himself here, Tower. Especially like it's great for us if we fold out like a hand like 5s of. Dave behind us. But
does it all also work into the effect that Sakis has been pretty active and had to reload 2 or 3 times?
Well, it's just a hand that we've got to get in against this stack size. Well, it's a hand we've got to get in. And the thing is, there's no need for us to flat. We just want to pot it and get Dave out the hand behind us. So we're splitting equity heads up. And it should be close, this one. Oh, there we go. 51-49. Ace, king, 10, 8. So Paul's looking for here tower. Ace would chop it. Queen for the scoop. And spade for the scoop at the moment. Does have backdoor wheel possibility as well.
I'm not sure if they're running it once or twice.
Well, that's chop at the moment. So I'm not sure if it's once or twice, but this is being chopped up at the moment. Paul looking for a spade for the scoop.
From the dealer as well.
Oh, how's that 8 come? That is.
Oh,
that's horrible. That is horrible.
Running it once.
Wow, Paul's got the free roll. Paul's got the free roll to the spade. Sakis had the free roll to an 8 only. 6 of diamonds doesn't change anything. So Paul looking for queen for the scoop, spade for the scoop, ace for the chop. Unfortunately, a card's been registered. Or 3 of clubs. So Sakis going to scoop this one tower. And that 8 on the first board is horrible because they both got the free roll, but Paul's got the free roll to spades, so he's got the 9 card free roll. And then Sakis has got the free roll to the 8. She's got the 2 card free roll, and he somehow finds it. Somehow finds it on the river. What a river that is! And Paul Siddell getting scooped, and Sakis reloaded 1k after getting stacked, and he spanned that up to nearly 5 bags again. I think a nice little bit of entertainment that had.
Nice little dollar to the dealer there as well.
I'm not sure, Gary. I'm hoping it will get a good turnout. Gary asked how many expected for the high roller PLO.
70.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I think there'll be more than 20 up top. I think there should be more than 20 up top. I think it'll be all right turnout. Especially there's not much else on the Monday, is there? Not actually too sure. I'm going to have a little look. Have a little look quick. Yeah, Monday's just the PLI high roller and the high roller satellite. No, I'm going to say then, it'll get over 100.
Oh, wow.
I think it'll get over 100. Especially if people are down for the week, because there's not much else on. There's the high roller satellite and the PLO 456 high roller. So I think it might get close to the 100 runners mark, which would be lovely, meaning 30-35 bags up top.
Do the players have to send the cards all in because of the stream? Yes.
Yeah, that's why I know in cash games you don't have to show till the river in all-in situations, but just for the benefit of the stream, Rich, that is what we're doing. And the benefit of you guys as well, of course. It's a lot better when you see the cards and the flop comes out, turn river, and you see the all-in holdings above the board.
Yeah, I know we can see the cards in the hands most of the 99% of the times, but yeah, I don't know if they've been told that's what they've got to do, but they've just willingly done it. I know what you mean, cash games you don't normally have to.
So 9 on the turn, giving the second up straight to Dave. So going to come in for value here, Tower. A lot of the time, like Eddie, a lot of his hands that he opens that contain king queen in them are going to be good continues on this rainbow board. So once we get the green light from Adam Reynolds check-in, he's going to feel fairly confident we've got the best hand here with queen 8. Yes, king queen can still be out there, but got to think about the hands that Eddie's going to open that contain king queen in them, and almost always a lot of those are going to be C bets on the jack 10-5 flop, and so comes in for value with a queen 8 and gets it through. Nice little 4k pot for him there.
Yeah, I don't actually think, I don't even know if it was set as a rule, but I think players have just been turning them over as if it's because it's on a GUKPT feature table that have just automatically thought that's what they've got to do. I can't think you'll have been told to do it, but that's what the players have been doing for us, which has been nice to see. What's Kellett lost? Looks like Kellett's lost a chip. Hope it's not a big one.
Hope it's not a biscuit on the floor.
Exactly. Well, there's no biscuits on the floor. Them chocolate hobnobs. He's standing up looking for something. There's Rich Kellett. Not his phone, is it? No? He put his phone on charge about 2 hours ago. I don't know if that's what he's looking for, and forgot all about it. He was on charge hours ago because he asked one of the dealers.
I hope you're all enjoying a bit of a different stream. I've enjoyed it as we approach the last hour.
I know his phone is in his hand.
It's definitely been something different.
Yes, it's been great.
So Eddie limping the Ace-Jack 10-4, double suited. Obviously limping to call, and Dave puts the aggressive pedal down again, Ace-Jack 6-2. So I think more often than not you'll see most players complete in this spot, but Dave opts to bump it up. We do have a nut suit, I guess.
You got to bump it up, don't you know, bump it up. You got to bump it up, if you know, bump it up.
Uh, 8-3 deuce, 2-diamond board. So not much here for Dave. He's working with bottom pair, and Eddie gonna pull out the float with the wheel draw and just ace high. We do have backdoor nut hearts, I guess. Well, there is a card that's going to keep Eddie interested. If he's peeling this flop with his hand, he's not going to be going anywhere on the turn. So Eddie does turn a pair to go with his wheel draw and now with the nut flush draw as well, and going to fire this one. Good to see from Eddie. Try and fold out some 8x, some 2 pairs perhaps of Dave, as well as the over pairs, and gets that one through. So nice pick up from the man in seat 1. Ace king of spades, but with the 7 deuce not going to be getting involved. Nick is going to be getting involved in the hijack. Looks like he's raised it up to 200, and Dave comes in with the 3-bet on the button. So unknown holding versus unknown holding here. And from what I've seen from Eddie so far, like this should be a fold tower, but I can see Eddie cold calling this spot the way he's been playing. Okay, he's going to fold. Good to see. Good to see. But yeah, definitely a fold there. But I thought the way we've seen him play, thought he might call the queen 5-5 one suit. And Nick is going to call, even though he's out of position. But these players are really deep here, looking for big pot poker. 9-3-4, 2 clubs. Unfortunately, no hole cards this hand. Not much to say.
Jack of clubs on the turn, brings the flush draw.
Yeah, 3.7 in the middle now already, tower. And this is a turn where definitely Dave could have the flush here. I only expect Dave to continue this turn a lot of the time with the nut flush or an ace or bear king blocker. But 5 of spades on the end. So after Dave checks back this turn, going to feel fairly confident he's not got the nut flush as Nick, but Nick checking it over again, not opting to bluff. I'm going to say pot's going the way of Nick. The way Dave's posturing there shows it. Looks like Dave didn't think about bluffing, and Nick's going to take a 3.7k pot. Unfortunately, we're not sure what with. I'm guessing must just be some clubs, maybe Queen High, King High clubs perhaps. We'll never know. Oh, there we are. King, 7-6. So River to straight. Had the King of Clubs blocker in there for a bit of insurance. But River to straight with the 7-6. Called on the flop with overpair gut shot. Aces for Eddie, 1-2.
Ace, King, Queen, 9, suited ace for Rich, calls the 150. Oh, massive flop for Rich Kelly.
Yeah, you're right, Tower, spot on. Rich flopping, nut flush draw, top pair, and all the Queen and the 9 are going to be working with nut 2 pair outs as well for us. And this one's checked over to Dave, who has been super aggro. So Rich here, nut flush, draw, top pair, whole works going on for us here. He definitely raise this spot tower, and that is exactly what we are going to see. There is the raise from Rich Kelly. Action back on Dave now, who's going to make the fold, and going to have to do the same here as Eddie. Although Eddie's been getting mega sticky versus Rich Tower, he's been getting really sticky versus him. And look, he's doing it again. How's he getting it in? He's just got it in with aces, just aces, and a wheel draw on a 2-heart board with no heart in his hand, and actually does have the best of it, and he's actually flipping in this scenario. I'm guessing there's some dead cards in the muck here, Tower, because I think Rich should be a little bit more favourite in this spot than what the equities say he is. So Rich looking for Queen, 9, Heart or King.
This could take Keller onto about 16,000.
Well, now 9, Queen, Jack, Heart, King.
Off the deck. And that's it. There's a nut flush.
They're running it twice, Tower. They're running it twice. So Rich wins the first one. So that's half the pot going to Rich, 3.5k.
Thanks, dealer.
And let's go again. Same scenario. Well, same 10 on the turn. So same scenario. Heart, Queen, 9, Jack.
Heart on the river.
King. Well, there's a 9. That's good enough. King 9 will do the job. So second one going Kellett. So Kellett's going to scoop a 7.1k pot, and that puts Kellett 5k in the green. In for 8k. Up to 13k.
Got the flush and then got 2 pair. Eddie has been stacked, and that is it for Eddie. Rich Kelly up to 13.1, £13,000 for Rich Kelly. Had to buy in again, so he bought in for 4,000.
2k, 2k, 4k with the pull-ups for Rich.
2k, 2k, 4k?
Yeah.
Oh, so he's in for 8?
He's in for 8, he's in for 8.
He's in for 8 and he's up to 13. That's showing profit of £5,000 for Rich Kelly. We've lost.
Eddie's gone. Eddie is gone. Means seat open. There's a list, I believe, so we should be getting that filled. Yeah, it was a bit punty from Eddie, but what I've seen from him, he's happy to get it in. It's his money, it's how he likes to play. Obviously, he wants to see all 5 cards. The thing is, that was one of the, like, you got to think about Rich's hands there, and like that was actually one of the best scenarios we could be in as Eddie. Rich having that specific holding. Like a lot of the time, we're going to be up against a set so we're just drawing to an ace or the offsuit 5. It's like a set and a flush draw we're crushed against. And like even the ace X of hearts with a pair in their hand, we're going to be equity underdog, but was happy to get it in with the aces and his will draw. Glad everyone's enjoying it. Good feedback. People enjoying the stream. Thanks, Boz, on Twitch. Well, another little bit of action here because Dave's got gut shot flush draw and Sakis with bottom pair nut flush draw here. So opting to just call here.
Sixth and fives. You gotta love sixth and fives when there's 3 and a 4 on the board.
Yeah, so up and down here now for Dave to go with his flush draws. I might be barreling again here, Tower. Try and fold out some 9-10 queen without diamonds. Maybe some jack 4 in there that would probably pass to a double barrel. Maybe even some just random king X of diamonds, queen X of diamonds with a gut shot. But with this particular hold in, we're not going to get this one to fold. Sakis with nut flush draw and a pair, not going to be going anywhere. Picked up a wheel draw as well, and he's hit the wheel. And the thing is, this is a really interesting spot now.
Really good river.
Yeah, because the 5s of Dave now actually make a set, and he's got the 6 blockers in here, so it makes it very unlikely for Sakis to have the 6 deuce straight or the 6-7 straight. So this is a very intriguing spot, and I'm really intrigued to see. I thought he was going to check. I thought he'd check this spot because we just got a really good hand to potentially bluff catch with, but now he has actually opted to lead. And
if you've got the bottom end of it, is it only ever just a call?
Well, it's sometimes a fold, Tower. In certain scenarios it is a fold sometimes, but the way this hand's played, especially with the ace of diamonds in our hand,
I thought he was just going to.
The thing is, we've got no 6 or 7 in our hand as Sakis, so Dave can quite plausibly have 6-7 in this spot. 6 deuce. It's hard, I guess, on this board for Dave to have. Like 6 deuce shouldn't really be there, but he can definitely have the. Wow!
He's announced all in.
Yeah, this is a no-no, Tower. This should just be a flat, personally, from Sakis here for another 1.3k. We're only getting called by a better usually, but he's actually got the nut bluff catch hand here, has Dave. And what's going to be going through Dave's head is Sakis ever turning 7s into a bluff here. So his only bluff in this spot should be 7-7 as Sakis. But would he go for it when he's given Dave such a good price on this call? That's the other question we got to ask ourselves. But Dave doesn't. The problem is as well, because Dave's got 2 6s in his hand. It's like you should only shove 6-7 here. So what on earth have you got? Because I've got 2 6s. Like, are you really shoving a will this thinly on the end? And like, I just don't think what are we trying to get called by? Jacks? Are Jacks ever going to get called? We might get called in this particular situation because Dave's actually got a really good bluff catch with these 2 6s specifically in our hand. It's a really, really nice bluff catch in hand because a set's never going to raise here. So if he had Jacks or 8s specifically, that's never ever raising this river, so we can take that out of his range. So our 5s now become the nut set. They now become the nut set because the Jacks and 8s should never ever raise this river because they got way too much showdown. So it's a really interesting spot how this hand's played, specifically with our particular combo with the 5s with the 2 6s in there as well. Like, because we never expect Sakis to shove ace deuce here, Tower. Like, in our head as Dave, it should only ever be 6-7. And the thing is, we don't have a 7 in our hand. Well, obviously we'd have the straight with 6-7, have the best hand. But the thing is, the 7s, it could be bare 7s. It could be 10-9-7-7. That's a very plausible bluff with diamonds. 10-9-7-7 might opt to take this line. That's definitely a bluff that maybe we can throw in Sakis' range of hands here, but I think Dave's going to be shocked if he does fold. But this is why, as Sakis as well, we need to, like, Dave's probably got nut bluff catch hand there, Tower, and in this situation he's probably got the nut bluff catch hand. So the fact that we're getting this hand to fold means why we should just be flattening the ace deuce, because we're never ever getting called by a worse hand in that particular scenario. A nice little fun one for us there. That was really, really weird river spot for Dave, getting that price on a call. Really enjoyed that one.
See you next Wednesday, says Dan Rodders.
See you then, Dan.
See you then, Dan. What's on next Wednesday? Oh, the Six Max. The Heads Up.
And the David Hay.
And the David Hay.
Which one you in, Dan?
Which one you in? We're doing all three. I think next week we get paid by the event. Gary McGaffrey's on the Chinese cheesecake.
Nah, the thing is, Kev, I never get into that spot. I don't think I'm ever firing river as Dave. I think I'm going to be check calling a lot of the time, or maybe even I might even. It's a weird one. It's a weird one with that particular hand, 5-5-6-6 on that board. I'm never calling. I don't get into that spot, but it depends on the opponent. But I just think the price that we're getting the quarter, like I just think it's so hard for Sakis to have a bluff there. Like his main bluff, only bluff, is going to be 10-9-7-7 or 7-7-X with the ace of diamonds and the 7 of diamonds in there, which is the miss-nut flush draw. Like in that spot, that should be the bluffs of Sakis there that he should have in that scenario. 10-9-7-7 or 7-7-X ace of diamonds with the 7 of diamonds as well. But I think in that scenario I'm never going to get in that scenario myself with the 5-5-6-6, because I think I'm going to almost be always checking river, because it's weird, like we kind of start turning that set into a bluff, because what are we trying to get called by other than specifically ace deuce? Ace deuce can be out there, I guess, ace X of diamonds with a deuce in the hand. But obviously we're losing to that. Like we don't ever get called by worse sets in that spot. 4s aren't calling, 3s aren't calling, 2 pairs aren't calling. So when we are making these river value bets, you got to still the same as hold'em. Think about hands that are going to call us, and yeah, we're going to get called by the wheel. We're going to get called by 6 deuce if it happens to be in there, although it shouldn't on that flop, and the 6-7, the 5-6-7 wraps that river the nuts. So I think from Dave's perspective, should be more of a check in that particular river scenario.
When I said, is it only ever a call, and you said sometimes it's even a fold. And then he goes and bombs it.
And then he bombs it.
And just like, Rich Kellett involved.
Yeah, I think against certain opponents, like you might fold that spot, but against Dave, like always calling with that particular hand, the way the hand's played, the way that we backdoor into that wheel. Like the only hand we really lose to when we got the ace of diamonds in our hand is like the 5-6-7 wrap that Dave can have. Like I doubt he's just going to be barreling off for like king high diamonds, random gutty. So, big pot ensuing. 6 of spades on the river. So Rich does have the jack of spades in his hand. They're just working with jacks here, which is never going to be the best hand in this spot tower. And it just looks like it's going to be a lead from Nick, and Rich just got
bet fold.
Yeah, easy fold for Rich Kellett.
2.6 and it's not fold from Rich Kellett. Would love to have gone to showdown, but Nick takes the hand. So an hour to go. 12:30 we finish the live stream. This table will probably run till 6 AM.
Yeah.
But we are on an hour. Finish at 12:30 and then back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Don't forget, tomorrow is the NPL, the playoff. If you're playing, don't forget your chips are in play from the start of the tournament at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, Sakis from that 1k pull-up span it up to 8.3. It's got a bit of fold here from Rich, I think, a lot of the time. Paduki, well, do have a pair in there, so no, but all offsuit. Ace Jack 5-5, and that's going to leave room for Ben to open with a nut suit, Ace 9-6-3, double suited.
Queen 7-4, 2 clubs.
Yeah, nice little flop here for Ben, catching a dummy end gutter. as well as the nut flush draw. Backdoor diamonds also working for him in this scenario, but going to get some resistance from the top pair.
King of hearts on the turn. Yeah, bringing the flush draw for Dave.
Really good double barrel spot this for Ben as well here, Tower. But he's opted to check because we're just sitting there with ace high. Like we can fold out a lot of Dave's range on the turn, and we have got heaps of equity to get there on rivers. And this 10 we're just sitting here with ace 9, and a bet would work in this scenario. And we are going to have some ace jack in this scenario, being the pre-flop opener, and it gets it done with the worst of it. Nice little bluff there from Ben. Wins a 1k pot going his way. Have you learnt much today, Tower?
I'm loving it. I can't believe how wide these players are playing. Is tournament any different to cash regarding opening hands?
The thing is, tournament you've got to be a lot tighter. Like you can't be as loose in cash because tournaments usually a lot lost. Like you're sometimes playing like 30, 40 big blinds most of the comp, or your short stack less than that. These games when you're 100 odd big blinds deep, you can peel wider in free bets with positions. You can take a lot more flops. You've got a lot more wiggle room if you like. But I just think in tournaments, people seem to play, from what I've noticed, tighter than they would in a cash game scenario. And the other thing as well, Tao, I think you get more players that prefer just to flick into the tournament that wouldn't have played much PLO cash, if any PLO cash. They more prefer to play the tournament, get their chips for their £200 or whatever, and just grind it out.
Yeah, it says tournaments are different.
Yeah, Chelsea fan, the reason he probably pulled that, the last hand Chelsea fan asked, Queen 8-3 deuce, it was one suit, really good enough to call a raise pre-flop, don't play much at Omaha, but it seems like a very bad hand. Yes, it is a very bad hand, but the thing is when Dave's in the straddle closing the action, when you are going heads up in PLO to a flop, like equities are just running super fine, so like even with that trash hand, like still going to have like 35% equity or something like that against like the opening range of the opponent, so he's just happy getting the price of what he's already put in for the straddle, then getting 3-1 on his money, happy to take a flop and see if he can catch a piece, and they're deep enough as well. And I think some players will fold that, but Dave, the way I've seen him play, he hasn't really even folded many straddles today when it is going in a heads up situation. I think when it's heads up, he's always happy to pill and just take a flop.
Queen 10 deuce, top 2 for Sakis. That should win it, looking at the cards. And pots it.
So 4k into 4k. And we can see that Adam and Dave aren't going to be continuing, but looks like Nick has a decision here, Tower, and I can't see any kings or jacks out there, so he might be working with a wrap. Very unlikely it's going to be the nut wrap though, it might be king jack 9. And like wraps increase in value on rainbow boards as well, something to take into account if you are looking to get into the PLO streets. Your wraps are going to have so much more value on rainbow boards if that is what Nick is working with in this situation. Might have been the king light, it might have even been the jack 9-8 wrap there, the dummy end wrap, and opted to get out of the way because we're crushed against like ace king jack 9. But look at this, Sakis, 1k to 11.3k spin, loving life. In 4 card, a lot of the time like it will be the best hand, Chelsea fan. Like well, as soon as you move up 5-6 card, like it's going to decrease in value a lot because there's a lot more chances that sets are out there. Yep. But it's I think in that scenario when the pot was so big, Sakis just happy to take down the 4k on the rainbow board as well. Less likely to get called. Like only hands that are really going to call that aren't made hands are the ace king jack, the king jack 9. They're really good bluff hands though in 4 card. What I will say, Chelsea fan, like if you've got the queen 10 on queen 10 deuce like there, rainbow, and the turn comes a deuce, you can start turning that hand into a bluff removal from queens and 10s, queen deuce, queen 10. try and fold out some better holdings, some bare deuce X perhaps. Some players, if you're against the right opponents as well, they'll comfortably fold worse boats, well, better boats in the scenario when you've got 2 pair, but when you're repping queens and tens. Yeah, he was just didn't want to see a bad turn for him. Any 8, 9, Jack, Ace, King would have brought in a straight, so happy to take it down with the top 2 was Sakis. And Adam, nice ladies here for him. 1 suit, Jack 9, all 3 cards working together. And Sakis with a very similar hand, very nice from him, but definitely can be free betting this one some of the time. I'm surprised he didn't. It's a really lovely hand. Jack 10, 10, 9, double suited, beautiful, and opted to just flat. And Paul, what a flop for Paul here. Flops the wheel with the redraw to the highest straight. And not going to get
the 7 card
any action.
Is what he's got. So final hour of the cash game live stream. Hope you've enjoyed it. We'll have to put a poll out whether anybody wants another one when we come back for leg number 1 of 2022.
Yeah, Declan, unfortunately we don't have a graph of what everyone's in for and what's up and down. This is our first ever time doing this, so hopefully we'll have some tweaks next time that we do a live game cash stream. What I will tell you, I know that Sakis is in for 6,000. Paul Siddle's still in his first pull-up, which I believe, was it 4K?
I think it was 4,000.
Yeah, which is 4,000. Right. Rich Kellett's in for 8,000. Nick's in for 15,000. Adam's also in for 8K, I believe. And then I'm not sure, Dave's still on his first 4K pull-up as well, isn't he, Tower? So the only one I'm unaware of actually is Ben, what Ben's in for.
I think he's triple ace queen.
And Dave trying to get the bounty off of everyone. If you have just tuned in, if you are dealt a Paduki and you win the hand with your Paduki, you get a £200 bounty off of every player. So Dave, with what looks like a terrible free bet hand, is free betting for the side bet here, trying to get Ben to fold and take it down for the side. And he's actually not in the worst of shape here versus these 3 aces, Tower. If he could see the equities, he'd be in the pot for sure, especially with that little extra 1,200 bounty that's out there. But now once Ben comes in with a 4 bet, he's pretty sure he's up against aces, so just lets it go. So it is a hand with 4 different suits, no pair. So in the
best hand in Paduki is ace 2, 3, 4, all different suits.
Yeah. So you don't want any suits in your hand, Chelsea fan. 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, 1 club, no pairs. It's obviously a trash hand in 4-card Omaha, so it's like a bit like the 7 deuce bounty.
It's a gambling hand, basically.
It's a bit like the 7 deuce bounty in Hold'em. So a really, really bad hand. If you win with a bad hand, you get £200 from every player. So,
see 2 a flop. Unfortunately, we can't see 2 of the holdings. Ace 5 king.
Yeah, Adam's going to have lots of bets here. Whatever he's got, Tower Ace, just a slam dunk C bet on this board. Ace King 5 rainbow. We're going to have the aces. We're going to have the kings. So Ace King in there as well. So does C bet. Unaware of what he had, but gets it through.
Well, Sakis has turned around a bit, and so too Rich Kelly.
Yeah, you say that move, but he made a really. I don't know if you saw the hand, the ace deuce hand when he ripped river. on the 3-4-5 board with ace deuce, with no removal to. Well, obviously if he had a 6 in his hand, it would have been a higher straight. But like, I'd maybe understand it with his ace deuce 7-7. But when he just ripped over Dave's open, over Dave's bet with the ace deuce, that was very strange. Very strange. In a spot where I think we should almost always be flatting.
No, if you talk to a lot of the punters around the country, they'll all have the same feelings about Lil Dave, that he's one of the best cash players in Britain.
How many runners did the midi get today? Asked Yogbo. Lots. 301 entries today in the midi. Just a casual 301 day 1B. Not bad. Yes, Chelsea fan. Asking about if there's 4 suits on the board. Like, it's good for removal purposes. If you haven't got the nut flush, it's easier to make the call because a lot of the time you can be up against the bare ace of that suit. But yeah, exactly right. Just from removal standpoint, times that there's 4 to a suit rather than 3 to a suit on the board, and you're working with like the second nut or third nut flush, maybe more be inclined to call because maybe a little bit more possible that the opponent doesn't have a second diamond or second suit to go with their nut ace. But yeah, exactly right, mate, in that spot. There's Kellett, double suited ace queen 8 tray, and flops middle pair backdoor clubs. But Adam here working with nut flush draw. Called in to any bet. Yeah, just going to call this spot. No need to raise this nut flush draw when we're just working with the bare spade draw. Nothing else, working with our hand here as Adam. Jack of diamonds on the turn. So Rich opting to check this one behind, and the 10 of clubs on the river. So Rich gets the check mark here. And Adam gonna opt to bluff it with 1 ace in his hand, so less likely that Rich is going to have an ace in this spot, so opts to try and take this one down with probably the worst hand we're ever going to get to the river here with tower. Our hand is literally ace 9 high in this spot, and Rich raising and not going to get called. Adam shows him the ace, and Rich going to take a little one.
Incoming to seat number 1. You can't see one just sat down the table, looks at Dave Nicholson and says, "Did you not just win the mini?" This is what, Phil Suki? They went, "Well, I'll take it."
That's brilliant. I can see it actually now he said that. I didn't see it before, but yeah, it looks like Suki with glasses and a little bit of a beard going on. I see where he's coming from on that one. Didn't you just win the mini? Got a lot of time for that one.
I don't know what seat one's just bought in for, but it looks like about 10k.
I think there's a lot of 5 and 25 chips in that stack tower. I think he's probably moved from an outer table, a smaller one, and I think a lot of his stack is made up from £5 and £25 denomination chips. So it looks like a lot, but I'm not sure how much it actually is. But can't see any 1k chips amongst it.
See, one looks like he used to play guitar in Spandau Ballet.
Oh, well, he has got
gold. Always believe in my soul.
So Tony has got a few chips in front of him. 11.7k.
Get the reds off the table. The reds are £5. £5, £25, £100, £1,000 chips in play. £1 chips for rake and tips.
I think Nick's got a 5k as well floating around somewhere.
Does he?
So everyone, we got half hour, 40 minutes left to go of the live stream. We hope you have enjoyed it. I've thoroughly enjoyed this tower. It's been really nice to actually do some comms on PLO. Obviously played it a lot, but first time ever commentating on the game. Nice to see Adam play as well, who I've played a lot with, so get to see what he's up to a lot of the time with it, actually getting to see his old cards. But my intuition was correct on how he plays. Very, very difficult to play against. Will put players in spots. Very balanced with bluffs and value. They're the hardest players to play against at the table. Rich has been grinding up nicely. He's played well. Had a couple of run it twice situations where he's lost both as well, which haven't helped, and he's still in the green. I'm glad you've enjoyed them, Gary. You don't need them though, Gary. You are the grand final PLO chopper.
Yes.
For 8k. Done a deal. It depends in the game, Moo. Depends what game you're playing in. To be honest with you, if it was the lineup that we were expecting at the start of the day, we had 3 real action players that would probably be involved in a lot of pots. My VPIP's going to be very low. I'm going to be knitting it up at the table. I'm going to be waiting for good premium holdings. But at a table like this, probably going to be wanting to go up a bit higher, get involved a bit more. But in certain games, like action games that I've played in, my VPIP does become very low in situations, because it's just certain holdings to continue pre-flop, because pots are always just so bloated. But the way this game's played, I think working with 25-30% perfectly fine. Or we 8-handed. But yeah, always the same with a lot of things, game dependent on how active you're going to be. I think in this particular game, where you've got very competent players that are capable of folding like hands and stuff, and you can go post to them, can definitely increase the VPIP. Then if we're at a game where pots are just getting bloated, pot pre, and then you really need to tighten up. I think I'll be waiting a long time. Not today, thanks, unfortunately. I'm actually not too tired, because it's been a pretty short day for me in Tower today, and would love to get amongst it, but there's a list at the moment, so it might be a bit of a wait before players get up as well. Got a long day tomorrow, got the playoff, need to get back, get my head down.
Absolutely. 72 players coming to 21 prizes. It'll be a game of cat and mouse tomorrow.
Been really, really enjoyable watch. But I haven't this festival, not today, thanks. But throughout the festivals, throughout the years, when throughout the year when I've had my days off, I have been playing in. Playing some cash games.
You even got a trophy this year.
Yeah.
Might have been from 2018, but you got a trophy.
I did get a trophy. That is true. Thanks, Scott Thackeray, if you're watching.
My best junior school teacher was called Mr. Thackeray. He taught me how to play chess.
You any good at chess?
I used to play for Yorkshire when I was 16.
Very good then.
Long time ago. Back here when I started drinking and playing. You know, it's like going out with lads on a Friday night.
Yep.
Chess club was on a Friday night. And he taught me how to play chess when I was a young bairn. Mr. Thackeray did. I was school champion. Ended up playing for Rotherham, then playing for Yorkshire.
Yeah, I did, Gary. 17 for me. The star of Pryman punted it off. It weren't me. It was not me that punted it off. It was that old friend of mine, Star of Pryman, I think.
Oh dear.
Like, to be fair, like I can just shut down River, but I didn't fancy leaving myself as short, so just stuck it in. Got snapped by Nicolay, and see you later. Out the door.
Flop top set for Paul Siddle in seat number 9. Being pretty quiet this last few orbits.
Yeah.
The World Chess Championship started today. Well, there you go. I used to love it. But when I started playing chess, there was no
openings and stuff like that. I bet.
I knew them all.
You knew them all?
I could do Garry Kasparov's strategic opening to 49 moves. One bit. But it's all about memory as well, chess, obviously. But it was pre-consoles and pre-internet and pre-mobile phones and pre-anything when I was playing.
Before the computers got involved and started.
The ZX Spectrum had only just been invented, and if anybody out there can remember having a ZX Spectrum, you know what it was like. Yeah, you're right. Paul Siddle is very solid. Quiet man at the table, gets it quietly, plays well. Cheers, Tony. Tony Kelly sat in seat 1.
So Kellett here. Aces, no nut suit, but do have the Queen Jack of Hearts, a little bit of backup. So opting to just flat here in the small. We are very, very deep with Adam Reynolds, so happy to just keep the pot small and not bloat it out of position. So King at 9-8, 2 spade board, and Rich. Not much going on for us here with the aces. Do have a gut shot here. If we had aces with the ace of spades tower, probably going to call once because we can credibly represent nut flush on turns. But he's still going to call once anyway. I just, against Adam, who's very capable of putting you under it, it's a very dicey spot.
2 of clubs on the turn.
Now Adam coming in for double barrel
pot size bet.
Yeah, and it's just, I think against this opponent, Adam very, very capable of putting us under it. Maybe can just get away. We do have the ace of clubs in here, so obviously you can credibly rep clubs on club rivers. Gets out of the way, unaware of what Adam had.
So just under 30 minutes to go until the end of our first ever 1025 PLO live stream. Hope you've enjoyed it.
Oh, I've loved it.
I'm hoping that, you never know, we could be doing more of these on a Wednesday as we set up for the GUKPT main event. I'm sure the guys will be in discussion. Jim, Sue, Rich, all in the office watching the live stream as well. Nice one, Gary. Saw the back scene set up tonight. Very impressed. Really enjoyed the 3 days. And ice creams and great valets. Yeah. Worked tirelessly, the valets. Rushed off the feet a lot of the time, but do a great job.
So Tony limping the double suited Queen Jack 10-4, and Rich got a nice one to bump it up on the button with Ace Queen Jack 3 double suited, one to nut suit, and Tony gonna limp call, heads up to the flop between Rich and Tony after the action tracker catches up. And Rich, Ace King 10, flopping the nuts, and he's up against the nuts of Tony here.
That is an action flop.
Yeah. So Rich, this deep tower, should expect him. I think he's just going to flat this spot, even though we got the nuts here. Like we don't want to get it in against like Queen Jack 10-10 or something like that. So the good thing about now, from Rich's perspective, we know our opponent's hand. We know what we're up against, so we can credibly rep some board pairs, like a hand like aces. The times there comes a king or a 10 on the river, we can definitely represent top set. So we're just going to continue calling here now as Rich. Just continue calling, and then if the board texture does change on the river, then potentially go for the bluff to try and get our opponent off the chop. Although SPR is going to be less than 1 now when we do just call. But I think he might take this line. It's a line I love to take a lot against certain opponents. Something I really would like to see.
Yeah.
He may not take it. He may think. But the thing is, like the hands face up a lot of the time now. Like they're always going to chop this, but Rich has got a way of winning this pot if we flat and rep board pair rivers, because we know what Tony's got. We know Tony's hand, so we can just call the Queen Jack here. It's a complete rainbow board, and then if the board pairs, we can actually think about bluffing the river.
What it does do as well.
Here we go. Here we go.
Spades.
Let's see if he's got it in him. Let's see if he's got it in him. And it's a snap check for Tony, and we don't even have to go big here as Rich. We don't even have to go too big. We've got the ace in our hand. Like I said, this is why we flat flop. We know Tony's hand. We know he's got a queen and a jack in it. So now, as Rich, once it pairs, this is great. This is great. This is exactly what I want to see from Kellett, and he's done exactly what I wanted him to do, and it's really good from him.
4,300.
And this is the reason we do not free bet the flop. And now Tony's just it's horrible for us, because Kellett can have aces here. He can have aces, he can have kings. But the thing from Tony's perspective is we've got a 10 in our hand, so we have removal to the boats here. But this is really nice from Rich. So let's see what Tony's going to do here. We actually got the best Queen Jack to call with here. This is the best Queen Jack combination we're going to have to call in this spot with a 10. Rich obviously very capable, but we've got to think about hands that Rich is calling us twice with, like aces and kings. And Tony just put in the blender here by Kellett. Kellett 4.3k, knew exactly where he's at, and this is the thing, once Tony raises the flop, we know he's just going to have Queen Jack. We're just going to flat and keep flatting, and then bluff on board texture change rivers and get him off this chop. and it could work. It could really work against the only thing is against this particular Queen Jack combination with the 10x in it as well, which is removal from some boats from our perspective as Tony. Oh, he's going to fold.
He wants to. He'd love to call. He doesn't want to call. I think now we're always thinking Tony's folding this spot. Could be the best played hand of the day.
Well, if it gets through, even if it's called as well. And this is a great hand. This is definitely going to be a featured hand over the next few days. I think this is just great stuff from Rich. Really, really good stuff from Kellett. And the thing is, though, like I think Tony with this particular Queen Jack combination might just find the call because he's got a 10 in his hand. But just understanding that we flat flop, we flat turn. We keep our range wide, we keep the sets in our hands. And then when the board texture changes, that's when we go for it. And I can't wait to see what Tony does here, Tao, because he's really going through the cogs here. He's going to fold.
He is going to fold.
That looks like the posture of a man that's going to fold. No, just a little double check. Yeah, you got the 10. The other thing we got to think about as Tony now, I think about it as well, we're calling to chop. Like, Rich isn't going to go float, and then bluff river with like an ace-king hand. Like, worst case scenario here, Kellett's going to have Queen Jack. That's the worst case. Best case scenario, he's going to have Queen Jack. Like, worst case is he's going to have a boat. So we're actually calling to chop this pot. So we got to call 4.3 to win 6k. So price isn't the best here for us as Tony, and he gets out of the way. What a play from Rich Kellett.
Fabulous, fabulous.
Very, very nice. Up to 15k. That's 7k in the green for Kellett, and done exactly what I wanted to see him do in that spot. It was really, really nice from Rich. Knew exactly what he was up to the whole hand, and that probably hand of the night for me. Close with the 6s and 5s one of Dave and Sakis, but that really, really good PLO hand. Yeah, sizing's nice, Katie.
Fabulous hand.
Sizing's nice.
Fabulous hand. Last 20 minutes of the session. Last 20 minutes of the first ever 1025 PLO. If you want more, text Jim. Yeah, 1,000 texts in morning. Brilliant, brilliant hand to watch.
Yeah, really good one to. Really, really good one to break down as well. Hope you guys enjoyed that as much as I did. That was good PLO, and this is where the skill comes into it as well. A lot of players look at this game as bingo, but when you get deep in this game, the skill is going to come into it, the skill factor, and that's going to give Kellett a nice bit of confidence as well as he comes in for an open with the jacks to 1 suit. And, Dave going to make the defend. So Dave, second up flush draw for him, and equity to Broadway, bottom pair as well. Rich just with middle and bottom here. So does have the best hand, but equity wise we're big underdog in this scenario, although we have just gone favourite on this 4 of spades turn. The 10-3 now going to be equity favourite because this is a brick from Dave's perspective, and I think Rich against this particular opponent probably going to be checking this one back almost always here, tower. Just see if we can hopefully get to showdown with our 10-3. Looking for brick river. Kings are good for Dave after the 10-3 of Kellett gets counterfeit. Haha, not today, thanks. I'm glad, I hope I explained it well for you all watching why what was happening. But yeah, it's against good players in this game. They can put you in the blender, trust me. They can. I've been there many a time. And you can get yourself in some horrible, horrible spots. Yeah, if Kellett gets raised on that river, he's folding, poking balloons, and if seat 1 leads, dependent on size, I think if he went like a block sizing, I think Kellett would have just called if he went like quarter 5th pot, whereas if he goes big, I think we would have seen Rich fold the Queen Jack in that scenario. But it's so hard because Rich is the pre-flop aggressor, he's raised over our limb, so it's so hard to fire that river without a boat. Like, no one's going to do it without a boat after it's gone bet, flop, raise, call, pot, turn, call, and then the board pairs on the river, and it's so hard to be the player out of the position when the player in position can have the aces, the nut boat, to still fire that. So it's going to be a circumstance that doesn't come up very often, to be honest with you, when they don't have it, and I don't think Tony's the player that's going to be bluffing that spot.
7-9 deuce. Sakis, who's turned it around from minus 6,000 to 11 to a plus 5k. Incoming dealer, looks like a local dealer from our poker club. Thanks, Louis. Puts the cards in the correct spaces. All the all-ins 1 and 5. Perfect.
Yeah, not today, thanks. As most of us playing games where both players put it in on the flop every time, Jay. Great to see the depth of better players. The thing is, not today, thanks. When you're playing against maybe inexperienced players and recreationals, a lot of the time they'll turn their hand face up for you. In certain spots, when they raise, they turn their hand face up. So when you've got position and you've got the same hand as them, you've got the nuts as well. Like in that scenario, you can just call and then barrel away on the change of a board texture, and that's exactly what we saw there. And I was really happy the river did pair, because if it didn't, it's just chopped up and the hand's a completely different hand and the breakdown's completely different. But the fact that the board actually got to pair and we actually got to see Kellett do what I thought he was doing was great to see. And then Tony made the fold even though he had a 10 in the hand. It was just really, really good PLO, and thoroughly enjoyed that hand for sure. Out the box in this game, got to be thinking outside the box. Even more so in 6 card. Got to be thinking very far outside the box in certain spots. So King, Queen, 7. I think aces are Tony, yeah, are the best hand at the moment. King of spades on the turn. So aces of Tony still the best of it. Nut flush draw for Sakis though, and the nut 2 pair. Well, other than aces obviously.
Paul with absolutely none of it. That's 150.
Maybe just playing on his image a bit here, Tower, which is fair enough. As I always say, important to perceive, know how the table perceives you, and if the table perceives you to be tight, then capitalise on that. Don't just continue playing tight. There's going to be scenarios where you can pick up pots and get folds based on how you've been playing. And sitting here with the stone cold bottom of our range on the river, probably going to fire again here now, Tower, with just 8 high. Try and fold out some potential bare kings, maybe heart. All the draws are bricked as well, except the Jack 10, but he does give up no immediate blockers, so just opting to check that one. Yeah, I think in 4-card move should just be opening it a lot of the time, unless you're coming into for the limp raise, because the table's playing very aggro. Then you might start limping your aces a bit more often to come in for the limp back raise. But I think at this table definitely should just be opening. But Tony, we saw him limp call with the Queen Jack hand recently. Maybe he's just opted in for his own strategy of just limp calling and trying to get to flops cheap. Maybe that could be it. But from a general perspective, just want to be opening, unless you've got trash aces, absolute trash aces, but those particular ones obviously prefer to see an open. Unless he was planning on the limp raise, that could have been the case, we don't know, didn't get to find out. Yeah, some of the time Chelsea fan, we may be up against the boat as Rich, but the thing is, we know what two of our opponents' cards are. We know they've got a queen and a jack in our hands. Now they've got another 2 cards. We've got an ace in our hand in Rich, so it's just so hard for them other 2 cards to make him a boat. Like from a Hold'em perspective then. Look at it from a Hold'em perspective after that. We know 2 cards are queen jack. How often do you make a boat in Hold'em? Not very often. They come around once in a blue moon. So looking at it from that perspective, just thinking about mathematically how hard it is to make a boat with his other 2 cards, we're just going on that standpoint. That's all it is, because it needs to be a hand like Queen Jack 10-10, Queen Jack Ace 10, Queen Jack King 10. So he needs this particular permutation of hand to be able to have a boat there, which is just so mathematically improbable. Like some of the time, yes, he is going to show up with it, but in this scenario, not the case. And more often than not, that's always going to be the case. Some of the time, you're going to run into it. It's not always going to work.
Kelly gets out of the way. Ace Queen Jack 3. Then their aces 9-5, 800 call. He puts the lot in by the looks of that. Dave gives him a spin with ace King 10-6, double suited.
Fair enough. Fair's fair. Actually, pure coin flip this one as well.
So, telling the dealer where to put the cards because it's his first time on the feature, as he's a local cash dealer. Go on, Dave, deal it as well. Go on, son. So we're going to run it twice. So the cards are across the top. Aces. Ace 6. Oh, steady on. Whoa, okay, whoa, steady on. Whoa, steady on. Give him a chance to get back.
King of Hearts river one time. King of Hearts.
How did you get that? How did you know that was right?
Oh, so the King 10 going to take the first one for Dave.
So flop time again. Dave wins the first one. Ben's aces are busted by Dave's Ace King. Flop time.
Yeah, I think we might have to write that hand off.
Else still in the hand?
Might have to write that one off, guys. Sorry about that.
We're going to run it twice, you know, had to run it
once. You got to run it twice. So King 10.
Yep, scoops a lot. Nut diamonds.
Wow. So the ace busts. So they know the aces don't win that on you, man.
Yep. Scoop.
King 10.
Scoopy.
Scoopity.
King 10 first board, nut diamond second board. David Dockey, good evening, sir.
Oi.
Is this game going to be on again this week / at future stops, lads?
Fingers crossed.
We hope so. We hope you're enjoying it.
There might be a little plan of, as you know, the team turn up on a Wednesday to set up the feature table. If we get the interest, we can set up the feature table and run a cash game Wednesday night, because obviously The main event is Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll have words. There's been plenty of interest. The viewing figures seem to have been pretty decent, and that might be the plan for each stop going forward. We'll see what happens, and we'll let you know. Jay's loving it. Jay's insight to his PLO is just immeasurable to everybody wanting to learn the game, wanting to play the game, and wanting to watch the live stream.
Yeah, Jules Sanford makes a very good point on YouTube, someone talking about limping aces under the gun. He's saying people don't often free bet under the gun opens in PLO, so better to...
So Ben's gone. Ben departs. Anybody else wanting to play?
Well, I've just lost that comment tower. It's just scrolled up. There's too many people typing. Yeah, so Moo said, does ace really play well in multiplayer pots? And George says no, but you get ISO more. People don't free bet under the gun almost ever in PLO. So when you limp, you have the opportunity to back raise and get to come in heads up. Thanks, Tower.
Nice one, George. Like it. Somebody else that knows their stuff. Yeah, Dave, if it does run and you're in town and we get a list, put your name forward towards the club, show the interest. We will definitely let you know next week if we're going to be doing it again for leg 1 of 2022. Yeah, they worked it out, Chelsea fan, running it twice, 8-handed, only leaves 4 cards. It does indeed. They worked that out when the first time they did it.
Yeah, hopefully see you at the old PLO streets, Dave. Be nice to get you on street.
Say again?
No, just Dave saying that he'd give it a spin in the future. Be nice to see him on the 10, 25, 50 game.
Absolutely. I think PLO's been a bit of a hit. Thanks to Jay and his comms.
And you, Tower. Can't forget the main man.
I'm T-Boy. T-Boy. I'm learning as I go along. But it has been good. 10, 25, 50. Had some characters at the table. Dave Nicholson not being behind all day. Started well. And he's still on 10k from his initial 4.
I'm not sure, Moo. Moo asked what's the high stakes Hold'em game you think we could get on here. I think we could get a 50-100 if we got the right lineup.
I think there'll definitely be a 50-100.
The only thing is, because of what's happened with this one, it's obviously our first one and we had a few dropouts. Like we expected people to be here on time. We're going to have to put something into place so that don't happen again. But not much we could do here. We set the time for the list to turn up. Only 3 players from that list turned up, and then we had to get a few more in.
Hiya, Ewan. Ewan McNicholas, gutted to miss this. Are you on your way back for the grand final? Are you back in the United Kingdom yet, or are you still in Vegas? Oh, Dave's been ill after Vegas. That's what you get for losing on craps table. Hope you had a good time in Vegas, everybody, and I'm sure we'll get some stories for next week.
To be honest, it hasn't been the same this week. Not seeing some really tall guy walk around like always you and there, always the clan together. It's been it's been weird not seeing him having a beer. The old dream team.
Leaving Vegas on Monday, we'll be back for the comp on Tuesday. You can get some sleep if you want to, Ewan. Unless you're sleeping on the plane.
He lives and breathes this game. He does live and breathe this game.
With what's happened in Vegas, are you turning left on the plane? That, to me, in life, means you've made it. If you turn left on the plane. I've never turned left on the plane ever. Not once. I still cry every time I have to turn right. Not once have I ever turned left.
I think we're going to keep it 8-handed. Chelsea fan on
Yes.
Twitch says 9-handed next time, question mark. But I think this has been perfect. I think 8-handed is nice. And then obviously the opportunity to run it twice when there's all in pre-flops.
It also gives the players a little bit more space as well. So this is the last hand of the first ever 7-hour 10, 25, 50 PLO. Thanks to everybody for tuning in.
Thanks everyone. It's been
we
great.
are back tomorrow with the NPL, the National Poker League final 72 players with 21 prizes. We start at 1:30. Don't forget, if you're in it, you need to be in the club at 1 o'clock because your chips will be in play from the start. If you're not here, it doesn't really matter, but your chips are in play, so you'll be posting the blinds and the antes as and when it's your turn to do so. So be aware if you are in this final 72, and we play down tomorrow for the 15 prizes, the 2 1250 seats and the 4 250 seats as well. So they're the prizes for tomorrow. Thanks to everybody for watching. Thanks to this guy, knows his onions when it comes to 4 card, knows his onions when it comes to 2 cards, but 4 cards, let me tell you, different gravy. It's been an insight because I've learned quite a bit regarding the whole cards basically, and regarding the starting hands, and you don't have to always have working connectors all the time. So I have really enjoyed it. Really.
Thanks,
really.
Katie. Thanks, Mick the Mod. Gray, you've enjoyed the stream. John as well. Not today, thanks.
Who's winning the last hand? Is Rich on his way, or is he just moving seats?
Wow, Sakis here just going after it last hand because he's got the blocker. This could actually be interesting. So nut blocker here in this spot versus second nuts. This is a situation you'll see a lot if you play a lot of PLO. And Sakis Nick non-believer. And I'd love a brick river here to see if Sakis going to unload the clip and come in for the 3.3k river bet, repping the nut flush. Oh, it's the ace of spades. So boring, dealer. Just put a brick there one time, because now Sakis going to be very hard for him to fire on this particular river, because there's just shouldn't really be like the sets are just going to flat.
Check. And that's it.
That's
fantastic.
It. We're done.
Fantastic. Really enjoyed it. Cover. I tell you what, the hand with Kelly.
Yeah,
was the best hand of the street.
That was a great hand. Just because I just was thinking how I'd think in the hand. I was just hoping Kelly would do the same thing he done, and the way he won that pot,
and
took it away from him, and it was really good watch that hand. I'm sure that's going to be on the highlight reel coming up if you missed that hand, guys. But what was it, like a 12k pot scoop or something like that with a river, which was a bluff.
That game there will continue until the early hours. We've just done the first 7-hour 10, 25, 50 PLO. Really enjoyed it. We're back tomorrow from 1:30 in the club. Don't forget, if you're playing the NPL playoff, you be in the club for 1 o'clock because your chips are in play from the start. Because it's obviously working it down all the way down to 22. It's a bit like a satellite, so make sure you're in the club. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys.
1:30. Enjoyed that, pal. Thank you very much.
Been very good.
We will see you tomorrow from 1:30 for the NPL playoffs.
See you then.